You're a Buddha now. Show me your true form.
Get lost, Wukong.
You're no fun.
I said get lost!
See? That wasn't so hard. Wait. Are you mad?
Into the aerial R&B, to the F as well. We see the counter jump LB there from Fat Milk. This is a very close fight. Both of these Aquoses are going at it right here in the Asian challenge. Got the problem from Hong. He does manage to get the damage in with a kill. It does not. He has the F, but he tapped out his back and he gets the elimination. And Hong staying up with 2 eliminations here in the Asian challenge game 1. But he is going to drop R&B release there from Fat Milk off the long sword, trying to stay up. Both of these players have no armor. The F called in from Fat Milk is going to have that damage reduction. Noxus needs to be real careful here. One hit and it might do it all. Oh, nice dual blade swap there. Beautifully done from Noxus, and that's going to do it for him. The nice weapon swap for the R&B power off the dual blades into the Katana LMB grapple standard R&B release from the dual blades.
All 3 hits come through. Fat Milk does find a single hit confirm off of the ult onto Eclair, but Eclair is able to turn it back around with the F and then finds the full meter dump on the nunchuck. He's got the F, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Eclair just needs a single hit here or a clank onto Fat Milk, but Fat Milk...
Tatsu trying to get aggressive, or Mine's trying to get aggressive onto Love. Sorry, Mine's still does not find an opening. He does. He's gonna get parried by Loves there. Beautifully jump parried there from Loves into the release there from the Katana to the follow-up R&B, and Loves with common armor does it. Into the following lunge, does not get the confirmation hit, and now it's gonna be Unique showing up to the party with gold armor as well. Mines gets the LMB proud. Unique is just waiting for that time for himself.
Mine's trying to hold on for dear life with the staff. Your Unique needs a single hit here to clutch this out and take the championship here from Mines. Mines turns around, will be able to break the ankles onto Unique. Unique gets a little bit of damage, and the F3 comes through. Unique, ladies and gentlemen, will be your ASC Solos champion.
I'm only sorry it didn't hurt more. 在 Calamity Rising.
Tôi là làm sao lũ, tôi là chết công thái sơn nhìn, là xa sụ minh cố, xa sụ phân số cái chân sinh nhìn.
在小富的嘴巴，在最穷国逆魔骚，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我sai是只，就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢坐山林都跑啊跑。唔是只，只有老人头上嘅盆王記可以教我定路族譜。我也對我講，盆王裝是俾你在台先嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常拿佢嘅盆王裝對着將在看待新嘢。夢想第個台先嚟以後就上盆王裝嘅用途。每一次一趕上週千，我都好衝着去攔路，就為了多睇幾人信仰頭上生好嘅佛子。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活帶會，更是台人為帶老都唱對歌，其實都是平王包容我人唱台，就符我人需要嘅象徵。這條台先來，就想去睇睇外班嘅需要是先落用處。體驗生活也好，網絡也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
你干嘛？老给我带这个呀？我要带上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我，像啲細時隻怪運對平旺嘅熱愛盡顯露出。所以我十分堅決將條歌上。我啲過一次當作出發。我想對啲個嘅體會當作用平旺中。 山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在，我在舞台上唱出自個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅進行都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌，而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做自個嘅披風，弄開角。愛來自山下。我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄英雄，我是憧憬平穩嘅傳道中嘅一員，愛也是平穩，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
everybody, and welcome to the NARAKA ASC. My name is Hitbrain, and after 6 months, actually, I am reunited finally with Darby after Worlds, man. It's been so long. How are you doing? You all right?
I've been good. You know, I got a chance to take a break myself as well. I know you've been out of the loop a little bit, and we both are coming in kind of at the same time here with the trios and all of this hype happening. We're kind of coming in like, hey, what's going on?
It's a bit of a learning experience for us, if I'm going to be honest. We're coming a little bit fresh-faced, but we're not entirely fresh-faced. There are obviously some familiar names playing in this tournament for us. I think probably the most recognizable is going to be Roy Hihi from the team VNGC. Obviously, Roy Hihi was the talk of the town during the World Championship. Played in both solos and trios, if I remember correctly. Absolutely stomped it at the beginning of the tournament. Did flounder a little bit as we moved later on into the World Championship, but you know, you're not dealing with the NBPL teams here. You are dealing with multiple teams with very different regions. You've obviously got like AS, Southeast Asia, some Japanese players, Vietnamese, Thailand, and Philippines. There's loads of people. And
y'all was spamming Roy Hihi, like from when we talked about Worlds. I mean, Rune was supporting Roy Hihi. You was I think everybody, at least on the roster, at least except for me, and it's not that I wasn't necessarily, but I definitely was focusing on other players at the time, but y'all was hyping up Roy Hihi. Meanwhile, currently from what we know, another team, 521 Esports, has been really big in the top 3, potentially first place currently in this Asian challenge currently, as we're about to get ready to lock this in for obviously 6 more games of Madness. You know how the map pool usually works. We have our Holleroff is number 2, so it's Morris, Isle, Hollow, 2 Morals, Hollow, and then we end at Morris like always. And I mean, it's still the same format like usual, but these are some different teams that we're not necessarily used to here. But currently, as of right now, you know, VNGC is definitely that team to watch, which is Roy Hihi's team, and obviously 521, which is currently in the lead right now.
Yeah, well, it's going to be interesting as well because obviously the way the meta is right now, kind of going off the back of the NBPL, you know, we were seeing a lot of these Cicada comps coming out. We weren't seeing quite as much Monk. There was Monk, but not as much Monk. And now obviously the addition of Zai, she's very playable right now. She's got quite a lot of strength. So I'm curious to see, you know, where her place falls in the trios. I'm going to assume that we've seen a bit of her already. Maybe me and you are just completely in the dark and she's like the best hero in the game. But I do expect to see, you know, some Zycomps starting to show up as well. The big thing for me, though, is Zai is another carry. And right now, the problem is actually when we look at like carries and the teams that have carries, I feel like we're actually pretty okay because you got the Cicadas, you've got, oh God, Tiger guy, Akos. You got Akos, you've got Yoto Hime. There's multiple different kind of... That is a big old prize pool, actually. Damn. Well, that's what's up for grabs today for our trio.
That's 20 racks. That's 20 racks.
Damn. 9K for first place. In USD as well. That's pretty good. That's pretty decent. Also, if you get MVP as well, you get an additional 600. Bit more dosh. Can't really complain at that. But sorry, just going back to my previous point, is I think the problem we have is there aren't enough support heroes in the roster. So what you have is you have lots of carries, but they can't actually pick up, you know, you can't run Tammy every game, who's really good for a lot of these comps. You can't run Z-Ping every game. Again, very good healer and kind of off DPS for these comps. And at the moment, there's actually kind of a bit of a lack of supports. So these comps struggle because they have to share their supports across all of these comps because there is still the hero pick limit. But I think right now we should probably have a quick look at the standings and see where everybody is. Unfortunately for Rude, they are sitting at the bottom of the table. They'll be starting with 2.1 points today. It's a big old climb. I see exactly how much the top end of the table are going to be working with here. But so far, not overly surprised by the look of this side of the table. Moving up, 4-2-1 are going to be at the top of that table, and they've got themselves a 9-point lead as well over VNGC, who are in second, and then BBE trailing behind VNGC by just 2 points. So pretty close close stuff towards that point of the table. These other teams just below. Honestly, not a massive amount of work needs to be done from even Raven to catch up to the likes of VNGC.
I mean, even with that too, that 29.2 is still a good place to start here for our finals, because like I said before, we still have 6 games left. And obviously when it comes to trios, points matter, placement matters, but getting those eliminations really matter. And obviously when it comes to these trios, we're going to see a lot of that. Obviously, even when it comes to solos, you don't see it too, obviously too much, because everybody's trying to save as much as possible. Meanwhile, when it comes to trios, if there's an opportunity to get right through that door, most of these teams are going to take that shot, especially when it comes to these finals. Now, obviously, this is one of the lower ending brackets. So obviously, I think I'm fully expecting for these players to just come out absolutely swinging in our first couple of games here. I don't think there's going to be any room for really trying to play it safe currently, especially for some of these lower teams that are down at the bottom. Now's go time. There's no time to wait. There's no time to think about certain things. You got to just go W key, W key, W key.
I think I totally agree, because I think what I've seen quite a lot, especially in the NBPL, with some teams, not all teams, obviously, I'm talking more like kind of middle of the pack teams.
Right.
The teams who, you know, are kind of stuck anywhere between like 6th and maybe 12th, 13th. I think what they do is they kind of try and get the feelers out in that first game, and then maybe the feelers don't work. So they go, okay, we'll try and get the feelers out in the second game, and then we'll...
I mean, the feelers are going to be understandable in that sense, like currently, as it looks like we might have lost the feed here from Jake mid-conversation.
Damn it.
There we go. He's back.
There we go. I'm back.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's back into this. I will actually give you that into this one, knowing that, because like I said, there is a lot of these players here that's kind of in this middle pack, and there's a lot of 9s. A lot of times 9's a little bit lower past the top 8. Meanwhile, it starts to get a little bit hasty when we're hitting like those 14s, 15s, and then it jumps up to the 20s. So obviously the difference between, you know, let's say first place, which is 29.2 versus 7th place, which is 12 points, is pretty big margin currently here.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, if 521 continues to keep the same confidence, we're obviously going to see them stay there. But when it comes to trios, it really only takes a couple of slips, and just like that, you know, it's a totally different reset. So obviously, coming into this, we got to see what they're going to cook up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just to go back to the point as well I was making before I disconnected. I do think what you see is, you know, teams playing too passively, and teams that aren't willing to kind of, well, I mean, what they do is they basically reduce the amount of games they actually have to play, because they kind of just get a feeler for the lobby and feeler for where they are and where they're sitting at. So I think what you should be doing is, if you're a middle team or a team trying to contest a higher spot, you need to go hard every game, because you're not going to climb if you're not getting kills. And yeah, if game 1 doesn't go great, at least you tried. If you're just getting yourself 5-6 points by the end of the game because you've got a couple of kills and a bit of placement, you're not actually achieving anything. You're basically just wasting a game, so you might as well try. So I think it's on these teams to really push it and basically explode into this first couple of games, and actually shake the teams up at the top, because I think the teams at the top can always play fairly comfortable knowing that there's going to be teams who are kind of playing passive at the start. So go hard, get those points on the board, and then run from there and see, you know, by game 3, if your W key hasn't worked out, then maybe it is time to kind of reassess exactly how you're playing the game. But kills are the most important thing. 4 points right now. That's why we see so many kill teams getting locked in, teams playing for these hyper aggressive early comps, because they realize that placement is important, but it's not the be all end all. The points are way more important.
Points are going to be important, and so is those eliminations here, as obviously, you know, just getting ready to lock this in. You definitely have to come into this saying, hey, we're going to need to make some points in. Now, currently, with the top spot, though, they can kind of just continue to do what they're doing, because obviously it's been working for them so far. I'm going to say even the top 5. As long as they are consistently trying to tackle these top few players here, I think a lot of these players, we're going to see a switch up in the standings by the end of this. I don't know. I have a feeling. I would like to see an upset. I love upsets.
Hell yeah.
I love surprising people. I love surprises, as you guys must know. Obviously, coming into this, also make sure to shout out chat here currently. I hope you guys are having a fantastic evening, morning, noon, nighttime, wherever you are in the world. We're going to get ready to lock in here for the Asian Challenge, our finals for our trios here. It's been a lot of hype coming in, and then obviously this new player, right? We didn't get a chance to really get a chance to see this player in action here. So I'm actually excited. Something new that we haven't been able to actually pay attention to currently.
I'm very excited to see a bunch of teams and a bunch of players who I've not seen before as well. Obviously, I'm very excited to kind of see the return of Roy Hee, at least for me. I know he has.
Y'all love some Roy Hee. There's some Roy Hee fans in this roster group chats that we have with the casters. There is a Roy Hee fan. I'm just letting y'all know.
I don't know if were you there at the beginning of Worlds when Roy Hee had like his insane run in like the first week of Worlds? I think you missed that. So you kind of came in, we were like, yeah, Roy Hee's insane. And you were like, is he? I trust you. And then he played really bad. Yeah. I promise you, the dude's really cracked. He's super good, man.
And then he played kind of mid, and I was like,
yeah.
This the hype I was talking about?
The crazy thing is he's a very, very capable player. I do think, you know, he did stumble at the end of Worlds. I feel like he's obviously got a lot to prove and does want to, you know, come back. I feel also he was shut down by the NBPL teams who really found their footing in that second week as well. Like they came alive at that point and kind of just took over the World Championship basically just became NBPL at the end, like with a couple of Vietnamese teams thrown in the mix. It was very much like that. The latter half of Worlds was just dominated by them, but the first half, honestly, we saw some light from some of the NA teams. We saw, I mean, VNGC just looked absolutely amazing. It wasn't just Roy Hee. I think the reason there was a lot of attention on him was because his solos was so good as well as his trios. And everyone was like, oh, this guy is really good. But you've got the likes of Simpson, you've got the like of Ivan as well on VNGC. They do look like a very scary team from Worlds. I'm assuming because they're second right now in the overall standings, they've pretty much continued that trend. I'm pretty excited by 531. I can't remember their name now.
521.
521, sorry. 521. Because I've not really seen much of them personally. So I'm excited to see how these guys do play. I'm having a quick look at their roster right now. I remember Pampy. That name rings a bell to me, but I think the other players I'm not used to. Also unique as well. Does that name ring a bell to me? No, I know why that rings a bell to me. That's a UK League of Legends team. But yeah, I think I feel like these guys could be really fun to watch.
I think it's going to be a good time too. I'm hoping that it's going to be a good time being able to see all of these players like really come through here, especially because, like I said, this is the last one currently for at least the ALC here, and hopefully we're going to see a wide variety of just absolute monstrosity with how these players can absolutely just put in work and time and effort, hopefully. And I think it's just going to be a good time, like, all around. Let's hope that it's good. Currently here, from what we're hearing, it looks like there's some internet issues currently, so we will take a little bit more time before we get started here. We got to make sure everybody is not only locked in, but obviously everybody is in the right place and making sure that there is no issues. We want to make sure it's fair for everybody.
So, have you seen Team BSC? Have you seen their name?
I don't think so.
Their team, well, they're not actually Team BSC, they're just BSC. And that stands for Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander. That is literally their team name. That's such a good name. That's such a good name, man. I was just having a quick look through like all of the rosters and all of that. So I'm like, there's some sick teams. There's some sick
Do you know there's a team by the name of Mistress for short?
Yeah, I just saw that one as well.
Huh? Excuse me?
Oh.
Hello?
I mean, where Mistress Sort? They're Philippines.
I like SE, serious esport. Because it's really serious esport. It's like...
I don't understand what I wolf you, and the U is all in caps.
That's because you're wolferful. I'm sorry, I tried.
That was bad, bro. That was real bad.
Listen, you know what? Gotta throw it out there. You gotta try.
Oh, that's audacious. I thought that was a team called Atrocious, and I was gonna be like, "Yep, that sounds about right for you."
Audacious is not that bad of a name. Actually.
That's all right. I like that. Rude is. Do you know what Rude is? Rude is a team name. I know we're already at the point where we're critiquing team names. Rude to me is like kind of early esports. You know, like early local esports team, like Team Rude.
Really?
Yeah, that's the vibe I get from that name. I guess in a way, I mean, they are a local team. They're Japanese. I mean, their 3 players are from Japan, so I'm just going to assume they're Japanese off the back of that. I think that's a pretty fair assumption. So, you know, from one of the smaller regions here for NARAKA, I'd love to see some growth. I'd love to see, you know, more games from the Southeast Asia, the Japanese.
I need to see Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander like in the top 5. I need to.
I can't remember how they were doing. I actually did not know how they were doing when we looked at them. They're Korean. Interesting. I didn't realize there was Korean teams here. Wow, I really should have done. Really should have read into that, shouldn't I?
I'm curious.
There's a pretty wide spread of regions. We got like quite a lot of Japanese players, mostly Vietnamese and Thailand. A couple of Taiwan in here. Obviously Korea as well. And there's a fair spread of kind of areas all over Asia performing today. So it's going to be really amazing to see, you know, another perspective. Because, I mean, you're quite lucky because you get to cover NA. So you get to see the NA side.
True.
And how those regions do. I haven't even covered EU this year because I don't think EU is having a finals until the end of the year before Worlds. I think they're only having one long split. So we haven't really got to see much from EU. That's all I really got to see last year was like the World Championship and then the 2 EU finals I did, other than MBPL, obviously. So it's nice to kind of get this league under our belt and kind of have a good read on some of these other teams and how they actually are performing. I'm very excited because, you know, realistically, at least a few of these teams we'll probably see again at Worlds.
That's true.
So it's for us as the casters and for you guys at home as the viewers, it gives you a moment to kind of really get acquainted and figure out, you know, what teams are going to be at Worlds. And I'm going to be curious, like, what teams are actually going to look good here versus the NBPL teams, because we know that, you know, there are teams capable of doing it. I can't remember that NA team, but there was an NA team who were like seriously putting numbers up versus the NBPL pretty much the whole of Worlds. So it'd be interesting to see, you know, are there any teams from this region that are going to be able to stand up to like the mainland China teams? Because, I mean, the game is very dominated by the NBPL teams. I mean, partly due to the fact that, like, I think the league is taken very seriously over there. Elsewhere, it's still growing. It's still being nurtured and in that kind of early phases. So, you know, the more stuff like this we get, the more exposure we get, maybe the more kind of injection of attention gets put onto these regions, and then they can grow and then potentially see teams that are capable of challenging NBPL. Because I think the problem you've got right now, and I'm going off on a real weird tangent here. It's a bit like American football to me, in the sense where, like, you guys are like, yeah, we're the best in the world at American football. It's like, yeah, because Americans are the only people that play American football. No one else plays that game.
That's kind of, I don't know, especially like because you think about it with basketball too. I feel like basketball is also that type of thing where you would think so, but like, no, some of the biggest players are like, you know, one of the biggest players who plays in Milwaukee is originally from Greece. The person, literally, there's a team that just won a championship. Jokic.
Yeah, but I think basketball's a bit more universal.
Like he's Serbian. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot more that's hidden in those cradles of those teams that you might not necessarily suspect. But yes, they're playing from the NA region, correct. But if we were in an Olympic standing, they would not be playing for the US.
Yeah, no, but what I'm talking about is, I'm talking about American football. Basketball's a bit different because I think basketball is a game where, you know, it's definitely way bigger in America than it is anywhere else in the world. But I still think it's a game that's played. I mean, there's still people who play it over here. It's something you do at PE during school in the UK at least. But American football, like, nobody plays that game other than Americans. So it's kind of like, what I feel at the moment is NARAKA is American football, where, like, obviously the Chinese region, they take it super seriously. They play it, hence they dominate at Worlds. The other regions don't really play it at all as much, or to the same kind of level. There's not as much kind of like competitiveness in there on that front, where like there's an industry for these teams and these players to spend their time and grow at it. Right. So at the moment, it's American football and NARAKA. It needs to get a little bit more global. It needs to become a basketball. It needs to become a football. It needs to become, you know, one of these sports that is international, and you have multiple teams and from all over the world who are the top and the best teams to be played. And that's that really bad analogy. Does that make sense now? Or did I just like completely fumble the explanation there?
It's not too bad. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, As we're about to get ready to lock in here for our map here on Morris Island. It looks like it's going to be a fair spread, all around eventide here. Usually we don't see this many teams landing there all the way on the very top here, but obviously this is going to be an entirely different game as we're seeing Infinity. We're seeing so many teams. They're going to be headed there. Is that I Wolf You? That is going to be I Wolf You headed there as well here. Meanwhile, the bottom section of Ghost Town? Who goes to Ghost Town? What?
I mean,
there's
clearly some teams.
There's a solo player by himself heading towards Sigma Mine, but then everyone else is headed to Ghost Town and Eventide Temple. Who goes to Ghost Town? This is a full squad team that's absolutely going to be going insane immediately into our first game here in Ghost Town. Who goes to Ghost Town? Excuse me?
Well, it looks like we're actually straight into action as we are just watching SE right now. This is Serious Esports taking themselves a fight here versus 521 and FA. Looks like Mines right now and the rest of the team just grabbing what they could on that drop. But no one's actually fully committing into a fight. I think there's just so many teams as SE. Do you see an opportunity to jump here onto FA and just get a little bit of poke and prodding onto that armor? But nobody wants to overcommit, because if you're overcommitted, you're going to get 8 partied by multiple teams jumping in. 521 though, feel comfortable to start this fight off. Already losing a little bit of HP, but we're able to get himself a counter off onto MVP. Pampy takes that charge click there from the katana, losing a lot of HP, but with the pole sword, just rips through the health bars of 2, knocking them down. But MVP actually finding a beautiful turnaround on to the leaders of the lobby right now. Pampy gonna go for a transformation, but he doesn't have a team. They're just going to go for the revive, tap dodging away from Shin Yuan, but he does get himself grabbed out here. Will be a slam as Peach Lee goes in for the heal. Pampy looking for the re-grab, unable to connect on that one. He's going to de-transform here. They need to try and stop him before he can go for the revive. Pampy can't do much, so he's just going to waddle away.
That's tough to come through here as 521 struggling by himself. Absolutely gets 2 massive hits on the Shuyan here, part of MVP. But here comes the rest of the team, obviously, to finish him off in terms of Pampu. Beautiful, trying to hold the defense as much as possible, but potentially could be getting third party. Look at the defense happening from Pampy, keeping the game alive, goes for the shield switch, and is able to actually get out with a little bit of fiber of his life. There's absolutely no way he's able to get out of this as the third party comes in and actually causes problems for the other team we were just talking about. MVP comes through with a sane parry. Both of them ends up getting caught with the Reza coming in from the spear. Immediately going to be able to heal up the rest of the team here as MVP's BK is lost out as they ends up SE is going to be able to catch the elimination here onto Shinyu, part of MVP. And it looks like it's going to be that 1v3 happening as FA decides to come in for another third party as well. Here comes the Monks coming in on both sides here. The Viper is also going to come out as well at the same time. He ends up getting the first grab. Can he get the second though? Kodo trying to hold on for as long as possible here. Oh, actually, no. I thought he actually had it, but is that a sword? He doesn't actually end up catching the first grab here as both teammates are going to come in and try to rain as much damage as possible here, but actually is able to do a beautiful reset here, so that way Shoyun could actually be able to back out of this beautiful moment here coming in as Kodo Hithu is going to be able to go for the reshield here as MVP. Might be able to come back here and start causing some problems for the same team from earlier before.
Well, it looks like MVP keeping the pressure up onto SE. SE are just going to peel away, move off into safety, but that is going to be the end of that one. So it looks like SE quite happy with the 6 kills they're able to put together on that front. BBE looking for just a couple of grabs here. Slows on that run, has got the temper from the Kurumi to keep him healed up as Toby, a little low on HP, is going to got himself caught. Slows knocked up for the moment, hasn't got that transformation, so they're feeling comfortable to keep the pressure up. Fat Milk gone in for that transformation, is just going to look and run down on Toby. RV desperately trying to get away, but they are just pinned with their backs against this wall. The slams coming in from the Yueishen, just one after the other, absolutely destroying the health bars as Fat Milk, one of our players who actually did play at Worlds as well. A pretty solid start here. They've got 3 kills to the side of BBE, keeping the pressure up on to Climax, but they are going down. The transformation does time out here from Fat Milk, as does look like Toby looking for that stun on the Valda, unable to connect it. And now even more teams joining into the fray. It's been chaos. Toby caught in a wisp, taken down, out jumps with the the Wu Shen to safety, has gone. able to get himself the kill and now move away to safety. Does actually think about going back in onto Mr. Smooth here. See if they can get the kill onto the MR roster. Gon does have to dash away for the moment. He's actually on the Zai, new hero here. Has got the ultimate up and ready if they want to throw it down, a damage from the chains. But Gon in a little bit of danger. Goes invisible there with that F. Tries to just block away for the moment. Shaka going to go for a transformation in the meanwhile as Imp, sorry, have to just run away. Gon on the run. Shaka caught in with a grab actually on to onto that player. There's so many players. It's so hard to read all the names. There's just so much going on. It looks like Kakera just getting himself into quite a lot of danger here. Gon has rejoined into the fray, but the transformations are causing a bit of problem. Gon using that F just to get himself invisible and unable to take damage for those brief seconds. I think you get 5 seconds in vulnerability on Zai's F. Lovely little play there from everybody. Just a really messy fight.
Messy fight indeed here as Paydo's going to come through actually. Trying to see if he can get some hits though onto one of these players here. Looks like that's going to be from Low by himself, and sadly is going to get absolutely destroyed in seconds by INF. INF doing a great job here with that team at Synergy. Not giving him the 1v1 in any of those players here, and obviously coming back here towards this other section here as number 28 and the rest of the team is going to be fighting against PX here. Both of them trying to hold on here. Both of them actually scrambling here. Both those shields actually helping them out in a great way, but it looks like Queen Phone is actually going to have a tough time here as he ends up getting eliminated here into this stature. Obviously, the rest of the team is going to try to see if they can create some noise as well, as the Wushin's actually going to be able to take them out. Hopefully far enough here where they will be able to pick them up. And it looks like they're also going to dip out as well as fast as possible. What a play.
Yeah, really nice. Fight's not done though. 28. Keeping the pressure on to Phoenix. Fang H gets himself caught, goes for the freeze immediately on the Justina, pops that ultimate, dashes through, gets the lockdown onto multiple members. Edward may just be under fire. That's one kill. He's still got another dash ready to go. He's just going to dash through twice. The lockdown, just the absolute carnage coming out from Phoenix, but they have been turned onto. His team are in danger. Edward loses his shield. Fang has a couple dashes left. He is just desperately trying to play around them. Gets another dash onto Mug. Gets Edward low. Can he keep this fight going? Yes, he can! 1 versus 3! Fang H finds the lockdown. He's got all the armor. He's got his F up and available, and he will turn this fight around. Fang H with a beautiful play. The freeze comes in to just to block out for the moment. He's briefly there. He's almost got his ultimate back up as well. This Justina carry has been flawless from Fang. Gets himself countered. Does get his ultimate back up and available. Needs to pick up the weapon. Finds the freeze. Finds the next freeze. No, he dodges away. It's getting so close. The transformation comes out and Fang holds fast. He still has the dashes to get away to safety away from Hypnos, but both teams end out losing 2, and Hypnos probably won't be able to find that revive. It's going to be so tight for him. Fang actually looking to try and come for the run back and try and finish this fight off, but it's not going to be doable. Looking for the bow shots. He's actually going to try and cancel out these revives. Looks like that is going to be one person who does time out here. They're not going to be able to pick them up. Hypnos loses a teammate. Fang being a nuisance.
Absolutely insane. Trying to see if he can catch the fight on all of these spaces here and is able to do it in many different ways here. What a shutdown to find here. As WolfU.choice. Looks like it's a little, looks like WolfU versus Mistress for short. It's going to be able to fight this out with WolfU here as Choice is going to be able to back off here, going for the shield. Meanwhile, on the inside here, Yoso trying to see if he can do something. Mr. Smooth ends up doing a nice parry on to Mr. Choice. Choice forced to try to back off here. Nice bell for the reset here and is immediately going to be able to pop his Monk. Causing issues for the rest of the team here. Let's see if he's going to be able to get a free grab here. Looks like he's not able to, though. Roman Tico so dangerously low as he does end up getting eliminated here by Hong. It looks like he's able to get the grab off of one player, though, and tries to see if he can get the throwdown, but it's not going to be enough as the player's going to be able to get out of it. A whole lot of action happening, though, but it looks like it's not going to be enough here as Team WolfU is going to be the ones to eliminate that team. Mistress for short. And get the elimination, get the find, and get the finish. What a finish.
Honestly, what a game we've had so far. It's been so explosive.
Really
crazy thing. It's crazy to me that we've had, you know, only that was the first realm of Yangs spawning up. It feels like so much has gone down leading up to this. I'd love to see the scoreboard and just have an idea of like where the points are at with all of our teams, because there's been so many kills. There's been so much action. BBE here, Slow's the only one with the kills for his team. We've got 3 as MVP BK gets caught by the Wisp and is immediately jumped onto Wolf You Choice. Does get himself caught. They're going to transform as BBK transforming inside the building. Suboptimal, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Not particularly the greatest place, but I think it was a bit of a panic transformation coming out from him. He's trying to see if he can find the grabs through the walls. Is just gonna demonk and try and get some of that armor back. Meanwhile, MVP definitely feeling the hurt here. Is Hong jumping in, and that's gonna be Shin Yun down. Wolf Yu able to find themselves a kill off the back of that Wisp.
What a find too, and a finish though, as Wolf Yu. A whole lot of confidence coming in immediately, coming out of the realm of Yang, and now look at him. 5 eliminations deep so far. Hong with 4. Big MVP for their team here in this game 1 of our Grand Trios finals so far. A good look for them currently. Definitely has the confidence very, very high for them. Curious where they are on the roster leaderboard here as we look back at BSC here. By themselves, it's Pedo, Kekera, and Shaka. All on this side as well here, and it looks like they're going to try to see if they can do it. By the way, just to give you guys, I can't wait. Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander. That's their. So I'm curious, who is Bulbasaur? Who is Squirtle? Who is Charmander?
That's a good question. I mean, Shaco's wearing a yellow skin, so I think he's playing Pokemon Yellow, and he's got Pikachu out as his starter.
That's confusing.
Yeah, that's just throwing it into the mix. I wonder, maybe that's been asked. I hope we can ask the players that. I'm curious who chose what. What was your starter when you first started playing Pokemon?
I think mine was Squirtle.
It was Squirtle. Interesting. I was they got Bird's Might, by the way, so don't worry about this. Although I only got 20 seconds.
The question is are they gonna actually use it?
Oh, they're standing in the realm of Yang, so I'm gonna assume yes. I think they're looking for a free rotation. Down we go.
Massive free rotation. A little too early though. I'm kind of surprised.
They had 20 seconds left, so I guess they just felt safer to go down to the zone, bleed out there, and then use Bird's Might to reposition to a safer position.
There you go.
That's gonna be my assumption. And it does look like Mr. Smooth here coming in nice and smooth, taking himself a fight here versus INF. Does look like the lockdown is gonna connect. Damn, that's a fair amount of damage from Gon coming out there. Able to get himself that free kill streak as well. Mopping up that kill nice and easy. Jumping up into the trees. Chasing on. As it just looked like Infinity are able to take him out. Mr. out. They're knocked out of the game. Oh, it's Mistress. That's who Mr. are.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's Mistress for short. Yeah, that's the team here. Is gonna look in here. Looks like we're gonna be on this far section here, right near Shipwreck's Expanse here. Looks like BBE is gonna be near SE here for these next fights here. Let's see. We're gonna be able to take advantage of this moment here. It looks like the nice bits. We're gonna be ricocheting off of the cannons though, but it looks like Kodo doesn't really want to push in towards this fight at all. As the end was gonna start to head out here towards the upper regions here and back into the beautiful space that is Eventide. Or no, sorry, Celestra, the Immortal's Temple. I Wolf You. Looks like they're going to be going through and doing some shopping of their own currently as we look out at the overall circle here. Looks like the next realm of Yang should be happening very, very soon here. Looks like BBE is still right next to BSC. Looks like we could be seeing the next big fight happening here. BSC, SC, RV, AS, and BBE all within a close vicinity here. Either that or they're all just going to try to wait for this realm of Yang here. It might not be much fighting happening because you know what happens when it comes to these realm of Yangs here. Not anybody's really willing to risk any eliminations.
I think the flashing red shows some action though.
There is some action, but the question is anybody going to fully commit though? I don't know.
I mean, you get those teams who don't even care about jumping into the Roma Yang because they know the teams want to hold their ultimates for the Roma Yang. So you get some teams that just pop that ult immediately and just try and take the fight. As 5-2-1. Wait, they can't get in. Someone else has already entered before them, I assume. They tried to get in, but they were too slow. So 28 versus RV right now inside this Roma Yang. We'll see who comes out on the top for end of this. RV looking a little bit like those blueberries. Very easy to pick with the blue shields. On the other side of 28, they've got themselves that purple armor, so they're feeling very strong right now. Looking desperately for the grabs from atop that pillar. Unable to connect them here as Edward looking to see if he can find that opportunity. Does find one grab. Can he get the second is the real question. They're just going to go in for the bows. The slam comes down. There's going to be the ultimate out for safety there from that Wu Chen as Edward looking for the grab. Finds one. Can he find the second? There's going to be a lockdown from the Vipers. He's going to try and find the stand, but they got the ACOS to get the staggers onto Edward, and now he's in danger. D-Transformation comes forward. Got that purple armor to keep himself nice and healed up as RV going a little bit low on the HP. The ACOS needs to buy some space for them. But the healing coming in from the Kurumi, 28 feeling comfortable to go in with the pressure. They've got the UA Shen as well to keep even more damage up. RV are being mopped up nice and easy. Edward with the follow-up with the finish onto the final couple of members of RV. It's all onto the one player who's being juggled around here. And 28 played that very, very clean.
A good job of that as well here. Using their ultis at that time to their advantage, obviously seeing the opportunity here to get that monk down and out. Obviously that stun doing a massive job here in that moment here. And obviously that comes with a massive reward here as it looks like they're still going to be able to fight this out. Meanwhile, GE is in a totally different situation as 5-2-1 finds Tian Don by himself. It looks like the Grapples are going to start clutching in. He's trying to hold on for as long as possible, but the Wushin's going to be able to rotate and see if he can get out of there as fast as possible, but it's not going to be enough as Akame is going to be able to find him. Question is, do they have enough speed to catch up to him? It looks like it's going to be a most likely, but I could be wrong here. But check this out. SC is eliminated, but they started this game with 12 eliminations.
That's a really good score.
Decent start.
Like, flat off a great score. The NGC, who started in second, have slipped into fourth. You can see how close it is. 5-2-1, only with one kill. A lot of these teams are on track to catch up and kind of pull them back. I mean, Infinity have 10 kills. Yes, actually, they're all their players are... Oh, no, they've lost a player. They've lost Gon. But overall, there's a bunch of teams with a whole load of kills here. And I think you might be right, Darby. I think we're going to see some shakeups, at least in the scoreboard, especially after this game number one. And I think that's going to frighten the likes of 5-2-1, who've obviously played quite passively. Playing this Transformers comp means they want to be playing for the late game and the later phases of the game.
Right.
But they're going to find that there's not so many people to grab because it's been such a fast-moving lobby with so many kills going down. Very interesting to see that things like the ACOS aren't getting as much attention as you do see in the NBPL. Instead, people are kind of opting more for these Transformer comps and a couple of Zai comps as well coming out. As well as seeing a whole bunch of teams just scrap out here. Does look like we're going to see Toby try and go for that 3-man lockdown on the Viper. Are able to break away. There's just too many bushes, and Toby finished up by BSC. They're quite happy to put that third kill on the board for themselves as Wolfyu getting caught out by the double spear. Juggled though as Wolfyu find the turnaround. Transformation comes out from BSC as they are just keeping the pressure up. Wolfyu getting slammed by the tornadoes there. They do get Choice though, who finds himself a grab on 2-1. The Kurumi Teva keeping the healing up onto Kira just to make sure that they don't go down, making sure that they will be able to survive for just a little bit longer. Shaka losing a fair amount of HP here already as Pado desperately trying to dodge away from Choice. Transformation comes out, so Choice can't find that grab onto him. The UA Shen, it looks like BSC are just trying to get away as Choice is going to de-transform and is immediately jumped onto. They're going to chase him down. Pado has the movement and the capability to finish up on the Choice. Choice low HP. Pado is getting himself juggled around though by High, and now he's low HP. May have to just look to run away. RV are in the area as well. Pado needs to find a comfortable place to de-transform and heal and reset if he wants to keep this fight going. But I think he might find himself in some serious danger as High has his number and is running him down. Down he goes.
Got to be careful in these instances here, obviously, even with the ulti here. Still has to know your surroundings and where to go here, and obviously by yourself is obviously not the best place to be. Meanwhile, BSC by himself, MVP by themselves, PX also by themselves. There's a lot of people that are slowly just getting eliminated here, little by little, and some of these solo stragglers are still by themselves here. Meanwhile, RV trying to fight it out. Climax using his ACOS here. Each jump has him going a little bit faster each time here as AX Tatsu is just trying to keep up with him. Climax obviously not making it easy for him as RV by himself trying to keep the game alive just a little bit while longer, but that team AS is not going out. They said that is a free elimination. Do you think we're going to let you go? Not today, sir. He's going to try to rotate this, but he is... Oh! The way that these players are able to read the map and know what little intricate places are going to be very helpful, and sadly, oh, it's not going to be enough here. It looks like he was ready to go for the 1v3, but obviously the immediate parry, he gets sent back. The team absolutely dives on him and says, night-night, see you in game 2.
He did play that well to kind of dodge away. Yeah, and they know these maps. They know every little nook and cranny that they can use to their advantage. But unfortunately, once that ult time's out, you lose a lot of that mobility. And then, unfortunately, when there's 3 people who can cut you off on your escape routes, you're eventually going to get hit by something that's going to stagger you. And all that does is just buy enough time for the rest of the team to come in and finish you up. So having a quick look, VNGC did go down as well, so they only got 2 kills this game, so it had a rough start for them, as Infinity honestly started to peel it back a little bit here. They need to try and see if they can find those rebirth charms. I can't actually tell. I think Zai is in the game, actually. I might just be completely wrong. I think it's just Zai's icon is quite grey because of her hair, so it looks like she's not in the game, but she is. I think Zai is in this game, so they'll be happy with that one. Running the Yuashen and the Tammy with that comp as well is quite an interesting way to run the Zai. Lots of kind of space that can be bought for it, and I guess Zai is quite self-sufficient thanks to her invulnerability she gets from her F. Does look like Pampy though has found himself one of the members of RD here, or Rude. Seeing if they can find themselves a little pick onto them. Does look like Rude are quite happy though to play this at range. And I think we're now at the point where we've lost a lot of players. We're down to 22 players and we've still got 8 minutes left on the lobby. I think we're going to move and transition now into that point in the game where it becomes more of a Buccaneer phase. It becomes more that kind of range harass and kind of seeing if you can burn resources, keep those rage bars up, and keep the attention off you. Because if you're getting another team lower than you, the rest of the lobby are going to focus the lower health people.
I mean, that's fair, but the question is for how long? Meanwhile, 521 has got their eyes set. Looks like another team was technically behind him, at least from what we thought, but look at the roster currently here. 22 players alive. Still have a decent amount of teams here. It looks like Edward's going to try to push this up as well. BBE trying to give a little bit of some problems for 28 Edward. Edward looks like he's going to be able to scramble outside of this and not get caught up in a bad situation as the circle is going to start to close in. That corruption spreading all sections here. So Edward might be able to use this to his advantage. Nice hit coming in right in front of him as Wolf has to be able to get out of here. Gets hit by 2 of them. And that burn tick is going to be absolutely massive for him here. Smart move coming in from Edward, but obviously the burn tick is still going to hurt. It's still going to hurt.
I can't believe he landed 2 shots as well. That was just pure confidence to sit in the zone, go for those ballista shots and land 2 of them.
Pampy get elimination.
Pampy is very geared, by the way. Golden armor, purple weapons. He's going to be able to land some serious damages. Does look like Aya is going to get taken out by AS here. Quite happy able to pick that one up. 6 minutes left on this game, as it does look like 5-2-1 trying to get their hands onto this Mora's Blessing. They want to get a golden weapon onto Pampy to make sure his damage is as spiked as it can possibly be. Unless it's a purple cannon. He has the swarm. I know it's only a grey cannon. Okay, he really wants to get himself a purple weapon then. A golden weapon then. Has got that swarm, I believe. But realistically, swarm's nice. but you want a better cannon than a gray one. Gray cannon is going to help him build up his rage and do as much damage as possible, but ultimately not going to be doing quite as much. Here is Pampy is desperately looking to see if he can just find that poke, find that prod, find that opportunity, that opening to do some damage that can start up a kill for his team. It is going to be a bit of a waiting phase now. 21 players left in the lobby with 5 minutes left. It's a fairly open circle. All these teams are just going to be looking to trade out and waiting to see where the opportunity is.
Could be a lot of them here. Hopefully, let's see if anybody actually pays attention to it and see if anybody's going to take advantage of it. Decent stack of eliminations for a lot of these players here, except for Team Rude. And 5-2-1, even though they're in the lead. They have 3 eliminations currently with 33.8 up at the top. Meanwhile, Rude with 1 elimination, but they're at 4.3. So they are absolutely struggling. Meanwhile, 28. 8 eliminations deep into this game, 19.3 points total. But it still be a good starting score for them as well. Meanwhile, leading the pack is INF with 11 eliminations. Currently in 4th place with a 23.9. As Edward ends up getting the grab, gets the slam. The question is, do they get the elimination? Yes, they do, as 28 is going to get their 9th elimination into this game and also eliminates MR into this and out of this. Fat Milk ends up getting destroyed as Edward is going to be able to get that throwdown here, and that's 10 eliminations for Team 28. That's going to be huge for them coming into this game. That's Ming ends up getting eliminated, though, but it looks like the Wushin's going to be able to take him out in such a great time. It's 5-2-1, trying to hold on here. Campy catching Snack by himself here. Could be a nice snack for both of them, though, as a 5-2-1. Akame is going to cause some issues and then gets the elimination. Beautiful finish, though, coming through, as now 28 is caught between the mesh of both them and 5-2-1. They got to be able to get out of there and not get caught up in a bad situation here. Trying to fight this out on each side here. Where is the other players? There's other players happening here. I'm surprised that we're not seeing more of them actually come through and cause some issues, though. Where's the bows? There we go. As Mug is also going to be able to throw that out and start causing some damage as well into this final. And ends up getting the grab off of Edward. Does he get the double? Yes, he does. Gets the double slam, but no eliminations, though, on each side. He ends up getting the first grab. Gets the regrab off one. Edward is coming back again. Ends up surviving that with an inch of his life. Literally, he was 2 HP.
That was brutal. Pampy? Pampy can't stop missing. He just hits every shot. Beautiful stuff coming in. Pops the bell to dodge away on some of that damage. His 5-2-1's Yin has been caught. Is able to wiggle their way out as Edward is looking for the re-grab. Unable to connect onto Yin. Maybe Akami might get caught, but it looks like they are able to dodge away for now. 28. Absolutely shutting BBE down, though. Beautiful stuff from them, getting those 2 grabs. Denying the team who were in second have now dropped down 15 kills to Infinity. Infinity really reeling and just jumping up the ladder of an amazing game on this. Zai here from Gon playing super clean, as now it does look like 5-2-1 starting to pick some kills up in these later phases of the game. Golden jewel swords onto Pampy with golden armor means that he is going to be super strong. 28 get finished up and knocked out here. Meanwhile, Gon just going for his 6th kill. Look at the score that Infinity have put together, and it's a good old 3 versus 3. Akami going in for the transformation. Gon pops that ultimate to try and get away. Gets that phase of invincibility. Pampy gets countered, gets the counter off, gets thrown into the zone here. Goes pretty low onto that member of Infinity as they are going very low. Gon's going in for the healing as now with the man advantage. 5-2-1 are just going to look to take this game over. Gon's going to have to somehow 1 versus 3. He has the ult on. He's just dodging and ducking away, waiting out the transformation as long as possible as Gon. Desperately avoiding away, using that chain on his ultimate to try and get as much damage off as possible. But now Pampy answers out with his own transformation, and Gon just decides he doesn't want to give a kill over to 5-2-1. He gets himself caught, gets himself in danger, and down he goes.
Unbelievable. What a finish. What a strong finish for this team, though. Whole lot happening with this game.
Yeah.
For our game number 1. 5-2-1, holding on for as long as possible, keeping their lead very strong, but 28 coming in with some massive surprises. Really getting those finishes, getting those slams, holding them down for as long as possible, and just bop, boom, boom. Getting those finishes exactly the way that we expected them to. Wolfview also holding on for as long as possible too. It seemed like everybody had a decent set of scores. I don't think there was really anybody except for Team Rude, apologize to y'all, a little rude, that really had more than 5 to 6 eliminations. I saw 7, 8s, 10s, 12.
I'm now convinced that you are VNGC's bad luck charm. Like, they came in second overall. They looked like a good team.
Don't do that.
And then they just played atrociously in this game. They got absolutely slammed and punished in this one. We didn't see much from them. They got taken out very early, and they struggled this game. So Darby is banned from casting Rorihihi from now on, man. Like, bro, every time I cast Rorihihi with you, it's so disappointing. It's so disappointing.
I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I don't know what you're. Listen, I'm just here. I'm here to do my thing, right? Because at the end of the day, so it's all about NARAKA, baby. Okay, listen. This is the great thing, though. It could be the triumph. Maybe this isn't necessarily the good. Maybe there's more happening, and we might not know. Maybe they pop off in Holoroth in our game number 2.
I mean, they need to. They need to after that game number 1. Infinity. Can we just talk about these guys though? They may have just won that game overall, to be honest. I think they had too many points from kills for 5-2-1 to actually catch up to them. But man, if Gon especially on that Zeit looked super, super clean. They were just farming kills. And I think the reason they lost that game was Gon got caught quite early and chunked out. And in the time it took him to get a full reset off, his team lost all of their health. And then suddenly it was just him versus the rest of the world. And he tried to avoid giving the kill over the 5-2-1, and unfortunately, it didn't kind of go work for him. But damn, they look super crisp, look really, really clean. I'd be very happy right now if I was a member of Infinity, because that was, I can't remember where they started today, but they were at least at the lower end of the top end of the table, and they've just like rocket jumped up the overall standings. And they basically Infinity good, Darby's British impression bad. That's the way I'll look at that.
I've been learning, although they also make fun of my British accent as well. Anyway, getting ready to lock this in here for our game number 2. Surprises happening for this set of players here. As I wolf you, BSC, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charmander.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring them up every time. I'm going to say their full name. I'm not even going to say BSC. BSC is an insult to...
You can call them starters for short.
You call them what?
Starters for short.
Nah.
That's quite a good one. Or I choose you.
I choose... Oh! That's a good one.
That's quite a good one.
That's a good one. Write that down.
I mean, what you do is when you have a monk, it's like them throwing a Pokeball. It's like, I choose you, slam. It's an option. There's a. I'm trying to kind of just digest that game because there's quite a lot of what happened. There's quite a lot of kills that went down. I mean, it was very, very aggressive game number 1. Serious amount of points earned for the likes of Infinity, but they're not the only ones who scored a lot that game. There was a lot of fighting. I mean. The way I always look at it is at 7 minutes, if you have about 26 players, I'd say that's pretty much on brand and on pace for like a normal MVPL game. And I'm kind of using them as the standard because, you know, they get to play the most games. They're the ones that we follow the most tightly. So, you know, for me, that's the way I'm going to have to use as my comparison and set my benchmark. But yeah, it's about 25, 26 players at 7 minutes. Any lower than that, and that's a pretty fast game. That means a lot's happened in the early game, and there was 22 players, so it was a really, really quick game. But as you can see, Infinity do take that first game, really, really clean stuff coming in. Huge 5-1 coming in, just 5 points behind them with 12 kills. So their late game team did pop off in the tail end of that, but you still have the likes of 28. AS, Wolf, SE. I mean, look at these kills, man. It's such a high-scoring game.
I did say that coming into it as 7th through 8th place have 7 eliminations. Everything else, 2 9s coming in from AS and Wolf U, 12 eliminations coming in from 5-2-1 and SE. Even though SC is in 6th place, that's still a massive bump for them. Meanwhile, and I think that was the team that I'd said before, they had 12 eliminations in that, but they got eliminated early.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, 5-2-1, 12 eliminations. Obviously, those ranking points are massive, and getting that dub with those 5 points is going to be enough. And obviously, we're going to see some of the replays here from things that we missed or that we wasn't able to see. Look at BBE Slows. Massive throwdown all the way towards the edge of this as Slows tries to hold this between him and INF, and then still was able to get the finish and the elimination here. That 1v3 was so close.
It really was.
That was
really was. Absolutely huge. This is that kind of, this was Feng H here from Phoenix. Honestly, this was such a beautiful 1v3. Yes, they lost at the end. Well, they didn't lose, but they didn't get the full kill and the reset for their team. But man, they played super crisp. Really, really nice stuff coming in from them. And then this is the moment it all fell apart for BBD. They got a grab onto Slows and then immediately a grab onto Fat Milk. And 28 suddenly just went from a full 3-man squad with a bunch of kills and quite happily sitting in the lobby to just eliminated. And it was all down to 28 with just some really, really solid grabs. So they're going to be very happy with the performance they had there. Did unfortunately crumble here as 5-2-1. You know, the team who are at the top of the tables did finish them up, and this is kind of the end of gone at this point. But even so, absolutely amazing game coming in from Infinity. And you can see that Sue from the side of Infinity is going to be the MVP for this game. 16k damage coming out for them. Honestly, that's a pretty low damage stat for the amount of kills they had.
That's not bad. 16k damage, 8 eliminations. 4700 coming in from the bow, but with a burst arrow repair roll, scatter shots, nunchuck sap, assassin's lunge, and a health soul day. His first MVP. What a grand start for Sue coming into these games here for its ASL for 2023. A lot has been happening here for ASC, and obviously it's only going to get better here as we're going to head over to Holoroth. I'm very curious.
I'm very excited
how this new player actually does for Holoroth in this section here, because obviously there's still a whole lot happening as obviously there's going to be more in these areas. And let's hope that we start to see more and more of these games pop off just as much, because honestly, this was an amazing start, especially for a lot of these teams here that in reality, we didn't really expect for them to pop off the way that they did. But man, they put on an absolute show for us.
They really did. I mean, I'm hoping we get all our games like that, like very, very aggressive games. I mean, obviously, David, you haven't casted me all year, but you haven't seen the excitement I've had currently towards the state of the game. I was very, very vocal about how much I love the Worlds meta because I think Roma Yang did some amazing stuff. But I still had one issue during Worlds, and it was an issue I had especially at the beginning of this season for MVPL was Transformers is still too strong, like still way too strong. And we had, you know, the rise of the Pharah as well, jumping in and kind of buffing up the teams. But now we started to see Monk fall off, and I am so happy. He's finally not dead, but definitely not like the S tier pick. I think he's a solid A tier comp still. And I think they do very well during the Roma Yangs, but I think, you know, the fact that we started to have more Takeda, the fact that Zayde now seems to be playable, the fact that Akos as well, very, very playable. There's so many kind of carry teams who don't rely on Transformers, and it makes the game so much faster paced, and these early fights are so much more clean because what you get is teams who want to fight early when Monk wants to fight late. So Monk becomes less relevant because there's less teams in the final lobbies, so it's harder to find grabs to transition those into kills, because when you're playing Monk, you're playing for your kills in the final circle, so you don't get as many kills early. So they struggle in the current meta, and that was a midday, I believe. So depending on the rest of the daytimes for the days for today, we may see less and less Monk go throughout the day, because if we start to see, you know, the early morning, the night times, when the Fireflies are on the map, expect to see loads of Akoses, loads of Takedas. You know, the comps that are going to utilize the Fireflies to make sure that they have rage fills up that they can then use and transition into those ultimates at the beginning of a drop and win team fights. It's such a good meta, Darby. It's such a good meta.
I know we were talking about how certain things ended up getting nerfed with some of these players, and I know for a fact you were super happy about some of these monks not being as powerful, nor were the healers as powerful as they should be as well here. And there were so many times where I was playing, I was like, I can only imagine the amount of hype that Jake has now, knowing that it literally what he's been wanting is finally happening.
I mean, look at this lobby, bro. There's 2, 3 monks. That's it. There's a whole bunch of Zays coming in. There's 4 monks. There's a whole bunch of Zays coming out. G running the ACOS. I'm curious whether or not teams are just recognizing, like, teams aren't comfortable in this region with the ACOS, because ACOS was, he was basically must pick during the NBPL like finals. And I know we've had some time, I know we've had some patches, but it is interesting to see that Zay's taking such a high priority role right now in the meta over the likes of the Cicada comps, over the likes of the ACOS comps. I guess maybe because it runs this UA Shen and there's Tammy, so you have like double disruption, and it's very sustainable because Zay can stop taking damage for 5 seconds. Can't remember if it's a V. It is her ultimate, right? Or is it no, it is her ultimate. Yeah, when she has her ultimate, she can't take. She takes for 5 seconds. She can't take damage. So when you then have a transformer in the UA Shen who can basically give himself a second health bar, play disruption, and then you have the Tammy who just adds even more disruption and pick potential with the Wisp. I can see why this comp has risen in priority quite as much. I'm loving what Phoenix have adapted though. Instead of running the UA Shen, they're running a Matari. So now you've got an invisible Zai, who also has loads of time so they can't take damage. The Wisps are going to just be appearing out of thin air. That is a really cool comp actually from Phoenix. I think that could be very, very disruptive if you can find a team isolated, because they're not going to be able to deal with you. You're going to be invisible. You're going to be locking them down with CC. You're going to have the arena sand trap, and you're just going to have Zai. Zai is so powerful.
Let's hope that it's good though for a lot of these areas
immediately
here.
Lose a player.
Hey, what?
I literally am like, man, I love this Phoenix comp. Immediately lose a player on drop.
Well, that's
and it says I.
Good start as BBE and VNGC immediately are going to start fighting this out here off of this. Meanwhile, he's going to get absolutely bullied on each side here. Slows looks like he's going to be able to force the back off here as Fat Milk ends up getting caused by a massive hit by those nunchucks here. Beautiful retention happening on each side here as the defense is trying to hold on for as long as possible. Roy Hee able to back this off here. Beautiful hit on each side here. BBE getting them nice hits on each side here. It looks like it's going to be a 2v1 between this one. Could be a nice little stack happening though. Try to hold on. Beautiful right click here to connect. And it looks like he's going to connect it right back onto Roy Hee. Trying to see if he can do the parrying act, though. Beautiful parry on each side. Nice bail to be able to come in. But the long sword is going to be able to absolutely shredder and destroy Snack here. Snack just trying to hold on for as long as possible here. Maybe trying to see if maybe he can get a free elimination, but it's not going to be enough here as Snack does end up getting eliminated here. And obviously, VNGC is going to keep the game alive. See? What a switch around. And you thought, you thought they were done.
I'm glad that we saw some life out of them. Really nice play on that Matari, though. Able to honestly play super effectively in that too. It's nice to see Matari kind of returning. She's a hero that I've wanted to see back in the meta for a while because she's so much fun to watch. And her kit's really unique. As we are watching right now 28 taking themselves a fight here versus Infinity. Lovely little vertical strike coming in from Lob there on to a couple of members, but he's getting himself juggled around, low HP, trying to get away. Sandstorm goes down to buy a bit of space here as Edward goes in for the transformation. 28 looks super good in that first game. Did get knocked out a little bit too early, but were able to do, you know, some pretty good stuff there. Are now just going to go quite happily for a fight, but they unfortunately only get the single kill in. But even so, it's something for the side of 28. They did have to, unfortunately, use that transform on Edward, though. So now they're going to be very, very vulnerable and need to just disengage away. The AS are going to be looking to run down 28 here. So they're going to be able to get away. As we're going to cut over to the side of Mistress here as Mr. Yoso is taken down and Shaka is absolutely squashed by Mr. Smooth. As now they're keeping the pressure up on to them as turning this back around onto BSC. Kirara, they're really trying to avoid away. Kira, sorry. So drawing away Smooth with that pole sword, keeping the pressure up onto Kira. Lovely strike coming in. And down they go. That is the end of Mistress for short now, but they will be able to go and get a revive off.
Mistress for short. What a...
They're such a great name because it's also Mr. is their tag. So it's like Mr. Smooth, Mr. this, Mr. that. I love it.
And then it stands for mistress for short, which is like completely opposite. You're like, wait, huh? Meanwhile, Dowie 20 trying to hold on, but VNGC is just this big, massive bully. Is going to get the finish. Tells them, see you later, buddy. You thought you had an opportunity, but not today.
Does look like they've made a recovery. Does look like they've bounced back from that game number 1, which is absolutely needed. Because if you look at the table right now, VNGC, they did just jump up to 4th, but they were in 6th place. They started today in 2nd. That's how bad game number 1 went. They went from 2nd to 6th. Whole bunch of teams reeling it in on them. Infinity, again, running the exact same comp they ran in game number 1. Not having quite as much early success as they did in that previous game. So questions on them to see if they can kind of continue that power, because they're only going to be able to pick this particular comp so many times. So realistically, they need to translate it into as many points as possible if this is going to be one of their best comps.
Let's see if it's going to be, though, as BC Shaka ends up getting bullied right off of the outside here, as BSC is going to be able to cause some issues there. RV getting caught here, as it looks like he's going to be able to catch the Viper. Gets the stun on basically the entire team here, as everyone starts to get caught up. But Hui's going to be up top, though, on this wall, free from damage and free from any strikes here, realistically. And it looks like he's going to be able to hit him with the chains here, gets him caught up, and there goes that reach coming in from this new player here. Absolutely so helpful, though, in this situation here, but you guys still have to be careful, though. The Yonahime still going to do some massive damage, and still going to be able to get the finish, though. So Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charmander still alive in this game here. It looks like the third party is going to come in, but Timax is not going to be able to do too much, as Pato is going to do a massive amount of damage here, including that with the parry. Gets the finish. 3-kill elimination streak and 6 eliminations for Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charmander.
Squad wipe, I choose you. Absolutely beautiful. Kaimao being run down here by Gon. That extra range on the chain is so oppressive. Really nice stuff coming in from Gon. He is showing some real strengths on this hero, showing that he really knows what he's doing. They are going to just get the revive off on to Su, get them back, the MVP from the previous game. And Infinity finally on the board with those 3 kills. 5-1 though, once again, running a traditional Transformer comp here. So interesting to see what their game plan is going to be. They haven't got any kills, but they did this last time, and they made a really big recovery in that final stage. We talk about this a lot on the MVPL, but the problem with this map is the verticality. There are very good spots for monks, but there are also a lot of bad spots for monks just because there's so much terrain and hills, and monk can't climb hills. He has to like slowly jump up and hope there's a ledge that he can kind of grip onto with his jumps. So we'll have to see if the gamble of running a full monk comp, full traditional monk comp, is going to work out for them here. It does guarantee you quite a lot of strength in those Realm of Yangs though, so they could just use it for that. As right now we're seeing FA taking themselves a fight here versus 28. It looks like Eyes just going to step back. I think they're going to look to try and go for the teleport out, just about avoiding the Yue Shin slam there. Last second dip as 28 are just going to chase them back in. Remember, you can't take the portal back out now. 28 Edward is going to go for the transformation, as FA just going to look to try and desperately get away from these grabs. The realm is coming, the zone, sorry, is coming in, as it does look like Ice has found himself caught here by the members of 28, desperately avoiding away on the grabs, just trying to get out. The stagger locks are going to lock him in place. The repeating crossbow onto Edward, though. Edward needs to de-transform. He's going low. The Realm of Yang may finish him up. No, the healing is going to be enough. They're going to try and jump in and see if they can find a turnaround here onto the members of 28. Edward is pinned against the wall. He's taking so much damage. The counter comes down. Edward's finished up. FA with the tidy up. Beautifully played by them.
What a way to get the finish here. T-Mug. Oh my goodness. This man is getting absolutely juggled and being sent off into the edge. Oh my goodness, how far can you fall down, Mug? As Mines is going to be able to get the finish here, gets the shutdown and says, see you later, buddy. You thought you had an opportunity, but not today, not here, not ever. That's just disrespectful. I'll be honest. That's so disrespectful. He had to do it something like that.
They're lucky it was their full damage.
He sent him down so far. So far.
Well, we're into the realm of Yang. And it's like our two front runners from the beginning of the day are going to go toe-to-toe. Transformations coming out. Traditional monk comp versus traditional monk comp. Pampy going to get himself knocked back, going to get himself staggered. Actually losing quite a lot of HP here to Roy Hee, who is slowly but surely just ripping through his health bar. Roy Hee got the healing on him as well to keep him up and alive. Pampy losing a lot of HP. Roy Hee even able to get a grab onto Yin. Yin is able to wiggle their way out of that one, but Pampy is now going to start to get healed up by his own Karumi. Roy Hee stepping away. The transformations are going to run out on both of these monks, and we'll see the Uations come in, but Ivan immediately gets himself counted and taken down by Akami, and all of a sudden 5-2-1 have control of this fight. They had the man advantage. Simpson going low, down they go. It's all on Roy Hee on a monk without a transform to win a 1 versus 3, and I don't think he's got it. I don't think he's capable. Down he goes, 5-2-1 with a clean fight.
Unfortunate coming in. Meanwhile, here on top of this mountain is an entirely different fight here as GE. Trying to see if he can get some hits there with the dual blades here. It doesn't look like he's really able to connect anything here into this stature, as it looks like GE has already lost a player here. We're curious of whether or not they're going to try to see if maybe they can catch for the sneak pickup. Could be here as Dow 20, part of SE, is going to try to see if they can back off of this. Patatsu all the way still back up on the top of this mountain here, trying to see if they can get the grapples and getting the hits on each side. Oh my goodness. The scale rushing on each side is absolutely insane, but make sure to be ready here because there are some free codes incoming, ladies and gentlemen, for you to be able to redeem here for your Steam. Patatsu just trying to put it together here as he's trying to just keep it alive. Make sure that his team is still alive throughout all of this here, trying to hold on for as long as possible, though. Let's see if they're able to keep it happening, though.
The pressure up, Pampy. Obviously, with that Vermilion's birds might feeling quite comfortable to take this fight regardless in the no ult zone. The bell's going to get popped to try and block out some of that follow-up from the counter, but did land in onto him. And SE, they had a solid start to that last game. Got 12 kills, but knocked out very early. Struggling here in this latter half. As down goes another player. SE losing 2. Rethan moving away to the distance. Doesn't want anything to do with this fight. But 5-2-1, they are not even remotely done as Tatatsu being run down here by Pampy. Pampy giving the pressure up onto him, though. Desperately trying to catch with the grab as Pampy turn it back around onto there. Losing a lot of HP coming in as Aya able to get some damage off into Pampy. Pampy being stagger locked down, and down he goes. They still have that burst might to use. They will be able to go for the revive, but GE desperately now trying to avoid away from 28 Edward with those grabs on the high ground. This is the problem with the monk, is you can just kind of run under him on this map, especially at this location. This is probably the worst place for a monk. There's a lot of high ground for them to use, but there's just so much
happening, though, and you are correct here. It's 5-2-1 Akame, trying to see if he can hold off for as long as possible. Gets the hits. Tatsu is going to come through out of nowhere and actually snatch the elimination away. What an absolute finish here to be able to go through as much of this as possible. He's able to do a lot more, though, but obviously still a hectic amount happening, though, in between these fights here. Is obviously still able to put more of it in towards it, though. Let's see if they can keep it all together. A whole lot happening throughout this final one as Ayaya trying to see if he can keep the rotations alive there. Does a good job of it thus far. Good start to these games, especially in this game number 2 here. Is obviously he's just trying as hard as he can to find the open spaces here. Catching anybody slipping realistically within this, but obviously it's not making it easy as Roy Hee, the top player everybody's been talking about here, and so is VNGC. Just in general, looks like he's going to be able to find a solo player by himself. Is that SE? Yeah, that is. That looks like that's going to be Kodo. As Kodo is going to be able to pop that ulti here. The question is it going to be enough for that ulti to be able to get him away as fast as possible? It's not going to be easy, though. They are going to grapple as far and as fast as possible. Hits the pistol, trying to see if he can get the pistol shots here. It looks like he's going to scale rush it as fast and as high as possible here. Looks like he might have lost him.
Well, uh-oh. This looks like a VSE. Keeping the pressure up here on to PEX. Going to get away.
A whole lot happening here within this moment here as BSG Shaka trying to see if they can keep it together as much as possible here. Mr. Yoso comes through also with some issues as well. And here comes the free codes as well into the game here. Make sure you guys are checking in as well. Because now there's so much happening, though, within this space, though. Mr. Yoso just trying to keep it together here. Tries to go for the back and forth. Looks like they're going to be able to go for the reshield here. It looks like 5-2-1 does not realistically want to fight this out here. It looks like they're going to try to dip this out and back this out. Doesn't really want to force this fight if they absolutely need to. So obviously it's probably going to be a lot better for them if they just say, no, it's better. Let's see if they can play this a little bit easier, though, towards this one. And now, a whole lot happening in towards this next section. Got to be able to keep the game alive for themselves.
Oh, that was just like a scramble for the zone there. Everybody wanted to get into that realm of Yang. Does look like 5-2-1. Quite happy to go up versus FA here. They won that last one. It looks like they want to win this next one as well. They got the ultimate available on Pampy. He's actually holding this time. Doesn't want to immediately throw it down. Waiting to see where the enemy team fall. Here comes that transformation. No, it's just a bell. He's holding as long as possible. Maybe waiting to see what's going to happen. As Akami actually has already used that UA chain transformation. So I think they're waiting for that to go down so they can keep the pressure up. Pampy now transforming in. And this is going to be Yin actually losing their life already. 5-2-1. Losing a player, losing their healer. Really, really bad for them at this point. They're going to be in some serious danger. The Sandstorm doing a lot of work here as Akami goes down. And Pampy is just going to be easy pickings here for FA. The team who are currently in 10th place are just going to be playing dodge around Pampy, waiting for him to de-transform out. And the moment this wears off, he is going to get run down. Here they go. Crossbows in. Pampy run down. Nothing he could do about that.
Unfortunate of a find, though, as FA going to be the winners of this one, though, as MVP. Deep into their fight here is BK just trying to see if he can hold on as Romantico is going to be able to patch this in. Everybody's so dangerously low here within this game here, trying to keep it together. The scramble holding on. Shiun trying to see if he can hold on as Mr. Romantico is going to be able to capture that elimination. The question is, now it's a 1v2 here. Dangerously low here, trying to see if he can get the elimination onto Shi Young here. Gets that free one. Yes, he does. It's just like that. They are able to get that going, and they are able to take up Mr. Smooth, and he says, get up, sir. You're not done, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep the game going. Let's keep the game alive. Meanwhile, Fountain Milk trying to dip out as fast as possible, trying not to get caught up as well here. Has to be very, very careful here. The Wushin's going to be able to take him out in a beautiful way, but so is the next team, as BBE is going to get caught in a bad situation. 5-2-1 decides to cause some issues. Campy's going to decide to end up getting it backed off here. Really hardcore. Get juggled, though, by those chains. So have to back off here and be very careful. Look at all the Soul Jays just scrambled all around this fight.
5-2-1 need to win this fight as well. They need to find these kills. Remember, they've got that debuff on them. 3 minutes left until the Rama Yang just bleeds them out and finishes them up. Does look like BBE quite comfortable right now. They were just in the middle of doing some shopping. Pampy has found them once again. And BBE unable to really do that shopping. As Slows is going to get turned onto. Pampy is able to find onto Slows. Slows in danger. Desperately trying to get away here. But he's being staggered down. They can't find the opportunity to get away. He got caught against his back against the wall. And his team left him for dead. 5-2-1 has cleansed that debuff off him. But still, they need to finish up Snack and the rest of the team if they want an opportunity to survive, as Pampy chasing on the top of the roofs here, trying to catch out onto Snack. Snack just playing evade right now and avoid 5-2-1, hoping they can draw this team into maybe another team. Snack desperately trying to get away. Pampy has got himself caught. Wolf coming in, actually springing a trap here. Bell gets popped, keeping the pressure up, scrambling up to the top of the tree. Snack desperately trying to get away as Wolf keeping that that side just cut off here. As Pampy unable to do too much here for his team. Snack able to get the healing done for the moment. 5-2-1 though, keeping the pressure up. Look at the damage from Fat Milk with the nunchucks. Absolutely massive. Taking out 2. 5-2-1 just crumble in the snap of a finger.
What an insane finish coming through here. 5-2-1, trying to hold it together here. And just like that, Yin by himself. Pampy's still alive here, as it looks like he's going to be able to risk it for the biscuit, and it looks like he will be able to, though. Let's not sleep on the fact that BBE's Fat Milk trying to hold on here as he catches iWolfU and ends up almost getting caught inside of the blizzard here, but they're all on the outskirts here. They are going to have to push in towards this, though, as the circle's going to catch them, though. And it looks like it's not going to be able to catch him inside of the freezer, as Wolfu's choice is going to be able to find him. Ends up going for that Arctic. Decides to go for the heals here. Fat Milk trying to see if he can get some damage, though. They're all outside of the circle here. This is very dangerous for a little bit of everybody here, as 2 of BBE ends up getting eliminated, and Wolfu is going to be able to keep the game alive as they push forward. They could. His player is still alive. They could be able to come through, get the pickups, and keep the game alive for themselves and the rest of the team over at BBE. They might not be necessarily done.
Somehow they are still in this game, but they got 40 seconds to cleanse. Pampy! Yin is juggled in the air, and 5-2-1 are taken out by Wolfu. They do lose a player, though, to the realm of Yang. Well, not the realm of Yang, the Shadow Corruption. That is so weird. Absolutely huge fight coming in, though. As VNGC, I was critical of them. Dabby, your curse is cleansed.
I told you.
They have 15 kills. They are back in the game, baby.
It ain't just me. Don't sit up here and be throwing that mojo on me like I'm the one that's doing. No, that's not how this works, sir. Meanwhile, Roy gonna be able to force himself to go get some heals here currently into this fight as IF New. He's gonna be able to catch New in this corner here as IF Gone is going to be able to catch Ibin, sends him on the outskirts here, actually drops him, gets him on the captured parry. Ibin is going to be able to try to keep himself alive here. Matari is going to be able to do it and hold for as long as humanly possible here. Is Gone decides to back off here. Roy ends up catching the monk. It's it alive. Let's see if they can keep it together here, but so far it's been absolutely insane, though, to see what they can do here. Not looking good for them as Gone ends up getting hit. It looks like it's going to be a fiery bow happening straight towards him, though. Roy he decides to back this off here. Simpson also dangerously low as well. So you're going to have to be careful. A lot of these players, no shield at all. So you're going to have to pay attention to what's happening. It definitely does not want to get caught in a bad situation. It looks like they're all going to be able to back off this and play this game alive for the next set. Woo! What a game so far.
Absolutely brilliant game coming in. VNGC just making this comp work for them so effectively here. Heading towards the Thorny Roller. Been a hot minute, actually, since I've seen the Thorny Roller do much. I'm going to do a bit of shopping. Just going to go into the replay here. This was the second round with Yang. So VNGC did lose their first. I believe they won their second pretty whole-handedly, actually, at this point, as BBE were getting juggled around here by VNGC. Really clean coming in from these guys, and yeah, it just looks like there's been a bit of a recovery. Game one, they were rusty. They were a little bit you know, nervous because it's the final day. It's the most important day as well in the grand finals.
That's fair.
So, you know, just had that game to kind of shake it off, and also they had to deal with the fact that they got the Derby curse on them, so they had to kind of get rid of that as well.
Man. We gonna put a name on it now?
Yeah, it's the Derby curse. Bro, I'm sorry, man, but like, every time I hype up Roy Hee in front of you, the whole team crumbles. Every time, without fail.
I don't know, it doesn't look like they're crumbling currently.
No, it looks like they have bounced back. It looks like they have, they were exercised in between game 1 and game 2. Called a priest in, got rid of the curse, and now they are, back in fashion. Finding Fat Milk here from BBE, who is just going to look to put some distance between them and VNGC. BB, honestly, taking out 5-2-1 as well with some style earlier on in this game. Actually, I'm going to quick look just at the overall standings as well. Infinity have bounced back, got themselves 9 kills. It was a bit of a slow start for them, but they now got those 9 kills, feeling pretty comfortable, especially when the front runners are out. Right now, if this game goes well enough, Infinity could usurp 5-2-1 from the top of the table. They could take that off from them. And the biggest threat right now is going to be VNGC with those 15 kills.
Absolutely insane amount of eliminations too as well. As they're going to be able to go for the heals here, number 28. Rest of the team here as Roy he actually ends up getting hit on each side. They're trying to unlock this though. They're not going to make it easy for them. It looks like they might possibly push in here for this potential strike here as Ivan is going to take some of that damage here. Looks like they're going to be able to go for the trades here. Gets those gold shields and says, listen, you know, that's cool what y'all doing, but it's not going to stop us from getting our bag. Or in this case, a chest. Obviously,
that is
gets the fine. It says, hey.
That's something you just wouldn't see in NBPL. If one team took that much damage opening a Morris Blessing, the whole lobby would just converge on that moment and just take those kills.
And that's true. Usually they would in this situation. I'm curious. Like, why did people decide not to? Is this because it's the finals?
I just think also we're in an area where like these teams don't play the same game. They play a similar game, but like their play styles are very different. I mean, the fact that we consistently have very small lobbies in these first 2 games shows you that, you know, while NBPL has been very aggressive, I feel like these kind of, I don't want to call them it, but like what quote unquote wildcard regions, they're like mega aggressive all game long. And we are standing in a meteor shower. So this is going to be a really fun final circle, actually. Is I think the meteor shower is just on the edge of the zone, so we won't get too much seat. But you do get energy, I believe, off picking up the meteors once they hit the ground. So there's going to be a lot of uptime. Gone. He needs to prove to us why he played this Zai and played it so well in that first game. This time 5-2-1, the team that denied him are knocked out. Gon immediately jumps in, loses a whole chunk of HP. Mines with the ultimate on the Takeda, trying to run him down, keeping them pinned against as Mr. Yoso in a whole heap of danger. 28 Edward as well, going down. FA cashing in on a whole bunch of kills there. Quite happy off the back of that one. As Infinity playing it nice and chill. Mr. Smooth hiding in a corner as Mines find themselves losing a little bit of HP, are going to be able to move away and get to safety.
What a finish though happening from a lot of this stuff is they're able to find more time to see where these next sections and these next spreads are going to be here. You love to see it here, as obviously it's only going to get crazier here as VNGC trying to hold us together for as long as possible. This is your team. This is who you've been talking about the most here. Wolfew at the very top here. BBE looks like he's by himself here. Actually, I take that back. Snack is nearby. Don't necessarily know if his third party or if his third player is going to be nearby. It doesn't look like it, so it looks like it's just going to be those 2 players. It looks like there's going to be scrambling as Roy E gets burned on each side here. So much ricocheting from all of these cannons happening on every section on every side. Definitely have to play this a little bit smarter here. Obviously, taking a little bit of that damage is not going to be good because they're going to have to use the resources to be able to get those heals back. But luckily, they do have a Matari to keep the game alive for themselves here as Goon and the rest of INF also trying to do very similar, causing some damage and some issues. Meanwhile, Mr. Smooth down below by himself is just holding on for as long as possible, not forcing anything as FA is just sitting at the very bottom. Also just resting and just letting the team go for their fights here. Meanwhile, Roy Hee, very similar situation here. Here comes the ulti coming in from Tumult. Same thing happening. The Monk comes through. The problems start to ensue, and then the chase starts to happen as everybody starts to scatter.
This is one of the worst circles for a Monk, though. Look how there's so much terrain to hide around. There's so much verticality to use to just avoid Roy Hee. VNGC, it's been a great game for them, but I think, honestly, Final Circle RNG might come to bite them here unless somehow they just make the most miraculous plays go down. I say that as they find Gon in the grab, isolated from his team, immediately jumps onto. He pops the ultimate to give that invulnerability for the next 5 seconds, and now he can disengage away. But in comes everyone as soon as the Monk transformation wears off. FA spring the trap onto VNGC. Simpson trying to buy some space here for the side of their team where they can get the healing in, but the cannon fire, the repeating crossbows, just a constant rain of pain coming down. Mines with the vertical strike on the longsword, able to get the kill. In comes Hong, though, from Wolfview. That is a massive lockdown, and this could just be an easy tidy up. It's absolute carnage to freeze the lockdown, the damage, the burst, instant Wuxian out ult to safety. Absolute carnage. 1 minute left on the lobby as well. Infinity still in this game. Down a healer on BNGC, though. This is going to be a real sore point for them now. They haven't got the monk transformation up quite yet, and they are going to be without a healer, as Simpson is going to be playing it nice and safe as he goes for a reset away to safety. BBE using this high ground to hold as they got that dagger soldier just dash around and just buy so much space. It's going to be carnage, Darby.
Absolute carnage happening, though, within this final spread. As that Terracotta Warrior all the way up top, trying to use their momentum to try to get out of this as much as possible. Obviously, the ulti comes through and immediately starts the burn. Getting caught inside of this Sue. Caught in a bad situation. Ends up getting caught by the burn tick. And it's not going to be able to do much as Mr. Smooth is going to be able to capture the elimination at the very end of that. Meanwhile, Fat Milk is trying to hold on for as long as humanly possible, though. This circle starts to close in little by little. Fat Milk trying to hold on as he does end up catching that elimination, though. Drops all the way down to the very bottom. Mr. Smooth actually getting caught by the fire tick. Fat Milk catches a second elimination into this one. Beautiful find. No way! He tries to do as much as he can, but Simpson ends up getting elimination from the outskirts. And now everybody is just getting hit from the outside ticks. FA Love's gonna try and see if he can hold on for as long as possible. Ends up catching one elimination. Does he get two? Stack takes two. At least three. What a finish coming through with the final circle. Nothing left. Everybody goes all the way towards the very end here. What an ending. I cannot wait to see the stats in this game.
Man, all right. So much went down there. Mr. Smooth sat in a bush for like 4 minutes. Nobody saw him. He just sat in that bush because his whole team was out. And then he just appears at the end of the game, gets a kill. Yeah, he goes out, but like, he at least got that like last kill, removing VNGC and Infinity. Basically got them a pretty decent kill multiplier and placement points there. So pretty good stuff there for the side of Mr. Smooth. But then on the other side, Fat Milk just popping off, another player who did play at Worlds, coming in with just such a huge final circle. FA looked really crisp there. I honestly think that VNGC unfortunately kind of got played by the final circle. That's just kind of down to being greedy and picking a monk on Holoroth, because we talked about this so many times over on the NBPL, but the problem with Holoroth is the verticality means that picking monk can really come to bite you in the backside, and we were in such a perfect location for anti-monk comps, and like it was such a bad circle for VNGC. They had such a good game leading up to that point, but they kind of got enough points to kind of alleviate what you'd normally see, because a typical monk team would have entered that circle with way less kills and then been like, we can't really play our comp.
They probably knew that. Probably knew that going into it, that obviously depending on where the terrain is for the map, it's not going to be in their favor. So they might as well try to go super, super hard and hopefully try to catch people in these situations. And then obviously they're like, we can focus on getting that other sense of those eliminations later. We can always focus on getting those finds and getting those feeds later into the game. But obviously, let's just focus on now. Let's focus on good. Let's focus on what's going on. Let's just take this all the way towards the very end. And look what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, the team played that very well from the side of the NGC. Yes, they got played a little bit by the end. But can we talk a little bit about Infinity? Because I feel like they were a team that we didn't really talk a lot about coming into today. After that game 1, I was very much sold on them. Game 2, that is cemented. These guys have looked really, really solid. The question for me, though, is what are they going to play instead of Zai? Because they've now played 2 comps. They've played the Zai comp twice, the exact same comp twice as well. So they're going to be burning through those hero points fairly quickly. So I want to see what else they've got in the tank. I mean, Gon looks very good on the Zai. So realistically, you could see things like the Takeda, the ACOS come out as well. Obviously, next game's going to be Morris Isle. I'm curious what time of day we're getting from Morris Isle. If it's a nighttime, I think Takeda is kind of a must-have I think Takeda is going to be so strong, or ACOS, either one, because the Fireflies means you basically immediately get the ultimate, means you can immediately take a fight and just absolutely shred teams, because they'll be lined up with gray armor, and that ACOS ult is going to absolutely rip them apart. But here we go. The standings overall after that game, it is going to be a win for BBE as VNGC do take second.
The finals game 2 with a 27.4 and a 24.1 coming in from your team. 17 eliminations. VNGC absolutely popping off, but FA surprising us at that very end here with 15 eliminations and 24 points. Even with those 3 ranking points is going to be absolutely huge for him, on top of Mistress for short, which is also at 14 eliminations and at 18.8. What a top 4. A very strong presence from a lot of these players here. And obviously, insane coming through. But look at 5-2-1. 7 eliminations on the board, though. But those eliminations all the way at the very top, that's huge. Huge.
Really, really big. I mean, we saw so many kills. I am loving this region and like this cup, because we see so many kills. These are really, really hyperactive teams. And I think the main thing is we're seeing a very good read on the meta, a meta read that matches what the NBPL are playing. Something I said at the beginning of the day when we started the show was, I want to see how these teams compare to the likes of the NBPL teams. Obviously, it's a fairly hard comparison because we don't have any NBPL teams to kind of hold against, kind of have as a benchmark here. But seeing their read on the meta and their play style, it's not too dissimilar from what we see in the NBPL, at least what we saw last month, because it's been a whole month since we've had that league, and we didn't have Zai during the NBPL. So I'm excited to see how she plays when Season 2, when the summer season kicks off. But I'm seeing, very similar trends here. Mechanics, it's hard to judge because we're not really judging them against them, but I feel good for this region off what we're seeing already. Obviously, it's early days and Worlds not till the end of the year, but I'm very comfortable in what I'm seeing out of these guys, and I think these teams should be very happy with their performances so far.
I would be too, the way they've been going so far. They've been playing absolutely out of their mind, and obviously it's been helping them in a lot of different ways, and obviously it's been looking good for them in many sources. Oh, great find, great signatures, great finishes, and obviously, look at this. BBE's Fat Milk able to hold on for as long as humanly possible, though. And it looks like one of their players here, look at that. Look at Snag is able to come through here. Hits those massive hits. And obviously, Fat Milk is going to be the MVP here with that 27k damage, 6 eliminations. Second MVP, and 8,200 damage coming in from the nunchucks. That Thunderstorm, Merciless Havoc, Blue Blades, Dual Blade Sap, Target Lock, Melee Resist Soul Jade, and an Attack Soul Jade. Literally has everything to his leisure that he needs to with those 14,000 healing.
That's more damage. That's what I was talking about. It's 16k last game. That's proper damage. 11k more than our MVP from game number 1. One thing I am noticing that's very different between mainland China and the Southeast Asian teams is there's not as much Soul J shopping. I find like a lot of the teams over in the NBPL, they spend time at some point in the game to go find a shop and just roll Soul Jades and make sure that they're really geared. These are 2 MVPs in a row who had double blue Soul Jades. Like, you never see that over in the NBPL. So I feel like one thing I would like to see is maybe these teams take a moment, take their foot off the gas for just like a second, just to get themselves some decent Soul Jades towards the end of the game, because it feels like some of the Soul Jades are partially random what they've got rocking, and then also like it just feels like I don't think money is being spent on the shops to get those decent Soul Jades. I mean, we've seen some teams go for it, but also that maybe in partly is due to the fact that the lobbies are just moving so quick that they don't have time to loot that much. Like, they grab what they can and then they just fight. It's just action, action, action. And then any Soul Jades that get dropped, they'll pick up.
There's a lot of that happening, though, within these games. I think there's been a lot of different opportunities for some of these players to be able to do what they need to. And obviously, they've been able to create so many different opportunities for themselves to really manage these moments where they can really just hunker down and just boom, 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 cause these issues, cause these problems, and do an amazing job, obviously. And I mean, just look what happened, though, when we finally were able to see all of this happen. I mean, they were able to absolutely shut it down. And yeah, look what we see right now. It comes with VNGC at the top of the leaderboard with those eliminations, and obviously it's just what you said. You said I had the curse, sir. They've been doing well. Don't blame me for that.
I mean, the final circle could have been better for them, so maybe there's still like a lingering part of the Derby curse on VNGC.
They'll figure it out.
They honestly, they definitely bounced back in this game number 2. But I mean, it's that. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say the thing. Consistency is key. They need to play like that every game. They can't play like that for one game and then be like, that's enough, because I think there's too many teams who are performing way too well. I mean, we'll have a look at the points overall at this point. Rude have slipped into last place. I know they've stayed in for last place. They started today in there. Rude not having a great game, unfortunately, a day. They've got 5 points between the 2 games they've played, plus those pre-proposed points. MVP slipping a little bit down the ladder, starting with 12, slipping into 12th, and RV as well. Raven not having a great go of it. 5-2-1 narrowly hanging on to that top spot as BBE absolutely pulling it back. Same with Infinity, really starting to jump up that ladder. While VNGC, it was a great game for them, but that was a recovery game for them because they had a bad game number 1, as you can see, 2.5 points for them.
A lot of magic happening here. We're already at 59 points, and it's only 2 games deep.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
I'm loving SC's logo, by the way. Their icon's so cool.
They do have a nice logo. I do like that one.
That's pretty good. That's pretty nice. Infinity's is cool as well.
I like 5-2-1s. It's simple, but like, you know, a little sword slash. I like it.
To be fair, I actually always liked BBE because they played at Worlds as well. I actually really like that one. It's quite a, it's very like, you can tell exactly where they're from. You know, you can see that, you know, this is a Vietnamese team, seeming as that the flag is in the logo. And it kind of encompasses what a logo should do. And it should show you who the team are, where they're from, and kind of, you know, what they're about. And I think that does a pretty good job of kind of, you know, showing some of that national pride over to that Vietnamese team. But we got a whole bunch of teams who have now started to climb up that ladder. 5-2-1, not as comfortable at that top spot as they were at the beginning of the day. Keep in mind, they had I think it was a 10-point lead at the start of the day, and that has now slipped down to 5 points. And also, that was 10 points over VNGC. They had a way bigger point lead over the likes of BBE, the likes over Infinity, who have done a really good job of actually just reeling this game back, and now sitting quite comfortably close to the top end of the table. I mean, at the top end, but close to first place. 5-2-1, probably starting to sweat a little bit, and they've used 2 of their monk comps up, so we'll have to see going into game number 3 if they've got these Cater comps, these more aggressive comps ready for them. Anyway, we're going to throw ourselves over to a quick break, and then we're back with game number 3, so we'll see you in a moment.
You're a Buddha now. Show me your true form.
Get lost, Wukong.
You're no fun.
I said get lost!
Are you mad?
Ladies and
Hello,
gentlemen, welcome.
everybody. Oh, sorry. I thought you.
Yeah, I said I was gonna bring up the kid.
Go on, Dobby. You do it.
Yeah. You did us a fantastic intro. You had the intro absolutely locked in, so it's only right that I come back and bring us all back into this as we're 2 games deep. We still got 4 more to go, and we're close to the halfway mark here for the ASC Challenge 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. My name is Javier. I'm your host and caster alongside my main man, Hip Rain, as we've both been a little bit out of the loop here throughout the month of during this ASC. I think Rune and Moxie has had a whole lot of fun. I hope y'all have been enjoying this. Meanwhile, we get a chance to see all of the action here for our final, so sucks to be you.
I'm low-key jealous, man. Like, I would have loved to see more of these teams. They've been really fun to watch. They play the style on NARAKA I love, the very aggressive, very bloodthirsty version. I don't like these overcrowded cannon fests at the end. I don't like it when there's 30, 40 teams.
I like it when it's a cannon fest.
I hate it, man, because it's just monks and cannons, and it's just grabs, and it's like, it's like, what are you watching? You're just watching someone shoot into the distance for like 7 minutes, and then they're kind of forced to fight because the circle's closed. I much prefer these hyper-aggressive teams. I love the Decadas. I love the Akoses. I love the Zais. I mean, all of our recent releases have been amazing for the meta. I mean, ignoring Farah. As much as I loved her when she first came out, I didn't love what she did to the game. But I feel like, all of these recent very hyper-aggressive teams and comps that are starting to show up, and what we're seeing from the game leading into the Realm of Yangs, into all of the action, and like 20-man final circles are brilliant because they're big enough for stuff still to happen, right? But there's been enough that's happened leading up to it that it's not just reliant on the monks, and it's so fun to watch. I think the current meta is brilliant, and I'm happy to see that Zai is got a place in that meta, but also isn't sharing Takeda and Akos's support, because I think that was a major problem. Was Akos and Takeda kind of shared supports between each other, and then it kind of made it like a game of like, oh, who are we gonna play with that? Like, are we gonna play this version of this, or are we gonna play with the Tammy instead? It's so cool to see, but it does look like we are getting ready to go in to game number 3. It's a little bit too much monk for me, but there's also quite a lot of Zai. There's a little bit of Akos, and I think that's the main thing I've noticed. Is I don't know if it's just a meta or if it's just the region, but it feels like these teams are way less likely to pick up the Decadas and the Akoses than the MBPL teams are. Maybe Zai is just that strong, but teams prioritize her now, and she's taken that S tier spot. Or if they don't feel comfortable on those things.
I mean, it's just kind of one of those things too, where I think more of those comfortability is only going to get shown as more and more of it. As we are seeing some of the teams, some of these new players start to come through here. It's, RV, GE, Rude, and VNGC is also going to take out some of the new player as well here. And what do you think about the new character as of now? Obviously, getting a chance to watch
Zai.
Zai. Yeah. What are your thoughts on Zai after watching it for about 2?
Well, so I spoke to Rune a little bit before the game started. He hadn't actually covered that much trios.
Right.
And he was saying, I expect her to be good. I expect her to be pretty pickable. I came in with that same expectation. I think her kit's very, very solid. I don't think it's broken. I think it's solid for trios because it kind of has what Yoto used to have, where you've kind of got like a better version where, like, do you remember Yoto's old F? Like the original version where like you kind of gave like a big safety net to your team to work around. It's not as powerful as old Yoto F because it's only you, because when you get the ultimate off, you get the 5 seconds of vulnerability, but you also get the damage from the chains. She's very solid and very self-sufficient as a carry, so I feel she needs less support. Like, that's why we were seeing like Takeda needed Z-Ping, he needed Tammy, or he needed Matari. He needed things to kind of enable him. Zai's works very well with those things, but also you can run the UA Shen because you then at that point have very self-sufficient comps put together where like each individual unit doesn't need another person to enable them and make them work.
Right.
So it's really cool to see. I'm surprised that she's getting picked as much as she is. I thought she would kind of just be like a sub-in for the Takeda and the Akos, but it feels like people are picking her rather than the Akos and the Takeda. That has got me curious. However, I will say all of our games today have taken place where there's been no Fireflies. So maybe in the latter half of the day, we will see games where the Fireflies come in, and then we'll see the return of the Acrosses, the return of the Decaders a little bit more in the day. We'll have to find out when we get to that point, though.
Have to find out once we get to that point, indeed, as obviously still a whole lot happening here, and we're not done. Coming into these games, it's only going to get even more insane as BBE is getting caught. FA all over the place here, trying to see if they can scramble it out as much as possible as the Bane's Breath getting absolutely surged throughout this as they're using this to their advantage here. Let's see if FA does end up getting caught by a Banes. It looks like they will be able to successfully get out of the terrain. It looks like they will be able to pick up their teammate, though. What a great call. Be able to get their teammate up here throughout all of this. Obviously, a nice little bit of fine happening here as PX and the rest of their team, Fang Eggs, trying to see if they can catch him. It looks like Nai ends up getting caught in between both a tornado and a bunch of blades on each side here. As it looks like he's going to be able to back this off here with the repeating crossbow. It does end up getting slowed here, which is not going to be helpful for him, but obviously it's not going to be too long for him to back out of this as Team 28 is going to come through and cause some issues as the Monk decides to pop out, grabs the Tiger by his back, gets hit on all sides, but it looks like PX actually ends up snatching the elimination away from 28.
That is rough. Something that I actually have noticed is we're starting to see quite a lot of the Justina comps. Now, we saw, I can't remember their name now. One of the teams over in MVPL actually pulled this Justina carry comp out. And it's interesting to see, but that actually has a place and has risen in priority here in the Southeast Asian teams. They are picking this one up. And, I mean, we've seen some pretty sick Justina plays coming out. Speaking of people who've been playing well, Infinity just farming more kills. They even get themselves a counter off here, get a whole bunch of follow up. Toby does blink away to safety, but I don't think they're going to be able to live for long, as all it's going to take is one of those Zephyrs. It's not even necessary. Infinity just picking up even more kills is gone, keeping the pressure up as he's able to secure himself a kill. Is getting jumped onto by 28. Does pop the ultimate though just to get himself a little, Zeph, just to get himself a little bit of safety. Is gonna heal himself back up before jumping into the fray. Has that ultimate burning as Edward is getting chained down. Gon eats a whole bunch of damage. F comes out from Gon just to buy him a bit more safety. The rest of his team are coming in. Gon's buying some space as he is just going the long way away. Su has been left on his lonesome though, and it does feel like 28 playing as a unit should be able to finish up Su here. Maybe there's a room for Infinity to turn this fight around, as we are going to see Hypos lose their transformation fairly soon. Su in danger. Infinity want to try and find the turnaround, want to find the pickup, but it looks like they may just have to be using those revives. Down goes Gon. Only one player left standing.
Absolutely tough to be able to see the nice little bits of Surgeons trying to see if he can hold on for as long as possible, but it's not going to be enough here. Ooh, is that a camera inside of the cave? Hold on. What was that? It looked like a placement camera cave. That was actually kind of cool. The way that we was actually seeing that. Could have just been the placement of where it was specifically, but it could have been from other places as well. As it looks like he will be able to find the bell. At least knowing where the other players are here, as it looks like, I mean, look at Slows. Slows is not being slow currently in this game. It looks like he ends up catching one by himself. Akane caught in a bad situation, ends up getting caught with the 1v3, forces the ulti out, and here comes the massive one, as it looks like the Monk also is going to be able to get called out too here. That's the beautiful thing about this game, though. Knowing that strategy and being able to back out in many different situations here, realizes the amount of time that they have, tries to catch one out, and then just like that, forces the rest of the team to come back and force that fight. That's what they want to do. They want to force these fights.
Absolutely. 5-2-1 though. Honestly, having a pretty rough go of it. Akame not really going to do too much here. Pampy is going for that transform. Slows basically wasted his transform though, as Akame is going to go down. They're keeping the damage up, and Akame is going to get revived here by the tether. Maybe there can be a turnaround. Pampy also wasting a fair amount of his ultimate, eating quite a lot of arrow shots coming in. The vertical strike as well. Snack dodging away. Really nice stuff actually from BB. They're playing this fight very slow. They know that Fat Milk still has a bit of time before he's in danger, as Pampy unable to find the grab. Now though, with a man advantage, this could be dangerous as Slows gets himself caught out in the spear charge. Going very, very low. Slows needs to find an opportunity to get away from this one, but I don't think he's going to be able to do so. Dashing towards safety, unable to do it, unable to survive as BBE go down. 5-2-1. Beautiful little turnaround from these guys. Cutting over to RV. got themselves in a fight here versus RD. That's going to be confusing. As I'm going to see Hildu Spot. Sounds like a Swedish name there. Is going to get himself taken out as Climax. That's an amazing name. It's got himself out of Sandstorm. Climax? Bro, that's such a good name.
I love how stoked you are about the name.
Think about it. Let it cook.
With all that too, you still have to be patient in terms of what's happening here. And obviously, there's only going to be more and more of it happening. As Shaka. Try to see if maybe he gets a free grab potentially here. Don't necessarily know if it's going to be that visible, but we'll see what happens. Trying to see if he can grab it onto Shinyu, but it's not going to be enough as the 1v2 starts to happen. The 1v3. MVP, Shaka just trying to back off here as hard as possible, trying to see if maybe he can get out of here, but he ends up getting juggled, and it's not going to be enough as he ends up... Once you catch him in the air like that, it's pretty much a wrap. That's pretty much exactly what happened.
I'm going to see SE here get himself in a little bit of a scrap here versus FA. Using that ACOS' Tiger just to really rip through those health bars, but is also getting Tigered himself by Loves, and almost down he goes. Not quite. Is able to heal actually up off that Soul Bloom. Problem is, he doesn't have any problems, I say. He doesn't have problems. He's fine. They get the heal. They're fine. They win that fight. I don't know what I'm talking about. VNGC. Interesting to see these guys because it's been a quiet one again for them. They seem to have very slow starts to their games. And they are near Mr. Smooth and the rest of Mistress for short. So maybe, just maybe, we'll see some action break out from these guys. There is a Roma Yang spawning up in the area. So VNGC, a lot of the kills they got in that last game were from them going to Roma Yang, and then from the Roma Yang using the Vermilion's Birthmite as a safety net to take fights and secure as many kills as possible. So I'm going to have the expectation that these guys are very much going to want to get into that Roma Yang. Roy He's in, Simpson's in, and Bin's in. He loses a little bit of HP, but they will be able to heal up. It only really cost Roy He's F, which is back off cooldown. Perfect timing, because this Roma Yang's about to kick off. The circle opens up as Roy He opens with a cannon. Transformation has come out immediately. They want to play the waiting game here. They want to wait this one out. Sandstorm will buy a bit of space. Edward going to basically be blocked out somewhat by that. As Roy He just looking to farm some cannon shots off onto these members. That transformation's halfway used here for Edward, and he hasn't been able to find himself a grab. Trying to find it, unable to connect as Hypnos getting opened up onto Roy He just gets a little bit of damage off onto him as Edward about to lose that transform, loses a fair amount of HP, but does have that tether from his Karumi to keep the pressure up as now VNGC feel comfortable to step up and go for the fight. Roy He pops that F, has that ultimate up and available, waiting for the opportunity to throw that down. Here we go. Healing actually atop the pillar for the moment as he's waiting for the rest of his team. Hypnos actually losing a fair amount of HP. Edwards getting opened up onto. The chains are being used. And PMG losing a lot of HP here. Roy He using the chains. Look at that damage there. Just lined up. Getting absolutely ripped to shreds. Simpson as well. Just buying space for Roy He. Edward is able to turn onto him, but the F comes out here from Roy He to reposition and replay this fight. Look at the damage from the chains. Roy He with a triple. Absolutely huge stuff coming in.
And you said that they were cursing our game #1. Now look at them being absolute bullies and causing problems for this team here, which in reality, they had no chance against VHGC the way they've been playing. And obviously, Roy He has absolutely been locked in from the very start. And obviously, you can tell because, man, they have done such an amazing job. And just like that, they're not only back in the game, they're back in their mindset. They are absolutely killing it. And they are just making it so much harder for everyone else to try to see if maybe they can get even as close as they are to them currently in this game. Let's hope that maybe we can see a little bit more of that action happening within this one as INF is going to start to close this in here. 11 eliminations for SE. SE has been absolutely popping off currently in these games. We might be focusing on 5-2-1, VNGC with those 4 eliminations. Obviously, FA with 7 eliminations, but SE overall has been non-stop with the early early picks, the early eliminations. I would love to actually see an SE early game. Now watch when we finally get a chance to see SE in the very early games. They get eliminated like super quickly, but they have been getting these eliminations so fast. They get to double digits before we really see any of the other stuff happens. Meanwhile, Gon stuck inside of this corner. Massive hits though onto it. Looks like a Yonahime ulti comes through at a good time as well here. Terracotta Warrior comes through and is able to patch through as Su. He's gonna try to see if maybe he can juggle back here, causing an issue. Gets absolutely caught inside of another one with someone else too, as Mr. Smooth ends up catching elimination onto Shi Yoon. Meanwhile, Mr. Smooth and the rest of Mistress for short. Trying to see if they can push forward towards another team here. There could be an opportunity, though. They are going to be able to play the numbers here. Trying to see if they can play that aggressiveness as much as possible. The question is, can they catch one? It looks like they will, as Su ends up getting caught out and finished. Meanwhile, Peach Lee by himself decides to back off this. I don't think they know. They might have seen him potentially.
I think Gon expected an F1 to come out from that Yoto. Because you saw the F come down, he walks up and then gets immediately the recast and knocked up. He was not ready for that F1 on that Yotohime here. As Simpson maybe looking to see if he can get some damage off on to PMUG here. As Simpson, I say looks to, is able to. That healing is not going to do enough. 28 Hypnos though does join in. Edward as well coming in as well. Simpson losing a fair amount of HP. They're trying to keep the pressure up, repositioning around to the edge of the window as in jumps the Yue Shen. We do see Rui Hihi actually go down to Edward here. Edward doing a lot of work as 28 keeping the pressure up onto the VNGC guys, getting them nice and low, but is able to hold for the moment. They are Ivan starting to feel her pressure a little bit, turns it around, gets her back pin to the wall. The bell comes down for a bit of space, and now it's all on Simpson to 1 versus 3. The question is, can he do it? I don't think he's going to be able to. Is able to blink away as actually Rui Hihi has joined back into the fray. Remember, VNGC, they're rocking that Vermilion's Bird's Might, so they just come back stronger than ever, turning the fight around. And 28, they bit off more than they can chew. Edward on the run.
On the run here with extra opportunity, though, for some others as Tatsu going to try to see if he can hit some ricochets with that cannon. Trying to see if he can connect anything, as it looks like a Kaimo. He's going to try to see if maybe he can get anything from his ulti, as Kodu is also going to be able to pop theirs as well at the same time. Trying to cause some issues for many of these players and many of these people here. Tatsu able to hold on for as long as possible here, as they are going to be able to come through with the rotation. Looks like they're going to try to see if they can retreat this as hard as possible. Kaimo ends up getting caught here as Estates Dao. Looks like he's going to be able to catch him in a hard way. Ming trying to catch him, but he ends up getting caught in a cycle. Ends up getting easy eliminations for all of these players here as AS just trying to hold on for as long as possible. Tatsu trying to do what he can, and obviously Perry gets the finish, gets the elimination, and AS is out. SE just positively putting in so many eliminations. 16 eliminations for this team. They're going to drop a 20 bomb before we get to the halfway mark.
Let's go, baby. That's what I want to see. Pampy now running down onto BBE slows. He's in danger. He's down. Nice little finish up there from 5-2-1. And they've got 10 kills on the board as well. So I think they've been spooked by these first 2 games. They have made a phenomenal recovery after both BBE and Infinity did win those first 2 games. Remember, 5-2-1 started at the top of the table today. So really on them to hold that top spot. And with the game going this well, so they are trying to bounce back as Wolfview have been found. Pampy gets caught by the grapple. They immediately open up onto him. He pops the bell, but in comes High, and a fight inside the zone ensues. Pampy pretty healthy still at this point as Wolfview, Hong, low HP. He just wants to get into that zone and look for an opportunity to heal. Wolfview not doing too particularly great in this fight here, and it actually looks like 5-2-1 just have the power advantage. The transformations coming out from Pam, and it feels like they're going to just look to turn this one around. Already Hong goes down. There's the grab. Hi, you are going nowhere other than to game number 4.
There's the grab. There's the finish. Oh, there's the parry coming through too, as Choice ends up getting shut down as well as 5-2-1 finally is able to catch up as well here. Looks like that's also going to be their 13th elimination, but back into the realm of Yang. Roy Hee, can they do it again? Can they do the two-peat? It looks like they might be able to as they capture the first elimination onto this enemy team. And obviously, Roy Hee getting the double. Question is, can he absolutely capture the finish and get the triple? Unbelievable! As it looks like Simpson is going to catch that third. VNGC are playing for their life currently. And it's only game number 3. It's only game 3.
That was beautiful as well. Coming in with the, I can't remember the name of that soldier, but you get the dash on the katana. He's got a legendary katana as well. Roy Hee is set up for success. He's on Zai, you know, one of the heroes who, at least in this region, the players seem to kind of rate as one of the top heroes. Very S tier, at least here at the ASC. And then gets himself the katana, gets perfect soul jades for it. VNGC are set up. They got 10 kills under their belt. They do have to worry about the likes of SE, who have 16 kills, and 521, who have 13 kills. So even so, it's a good game for VNGC. It doesn't guarantee them this game is completely theirs in the bag. They have a lot of work to do if they want to secure first place in this game.
Gonna have to do a lot of that as well into this one, and let's see what they can do here. Obviously, more of it can be a little bit easier for them, but obviously, Prado just trying to hold on for as long as possible. The question is are they going to be able to, though? He's dangerously low. It doesn't look like it as the take his damage. It's just going to hit him more and more. Ayaya has more of the advantage here as G is going to get a free elimination off of that. And BSC, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charmander is going to get the finish, or is going to be eliminated from this game. Kind of a crazy finish here.
Roy Hee is looking to see if he can get a potential pick and try and pull in that score line, because he has some ways to go. They've got that Mystic Might, so they're feeling comfortable to take this fight, and especially when the health bars are running that low. Sandstorm comes out. If Roy Hee can line up that katana charge, this is going to absolutely shred this fight wide open. Here he goes, dashing forwards with it. Does get a bit of damage down onto Tiandun. Gets a bit of damage down onto him for the moment, but it looks like this fight's starting to get pretty messy. Multiple people joining in on multiple fronts here. Tiandun needs to be careful. Roy Hee caught by the Zephyr, but is able to avoid away for this second. Dash comes down. There goes Vico. Simpson's able to finish that kill up. Roy Hee gets another charge click off. Ayaya is going uppercut and down. Ivan dunks the kill, and there's the counter. There's the follow-up. GE are out, and that is another 3 kills over to VNGC. And with that, they jumped overall in the scoreboard into second place.
Can we talk about how SE has 18 points?
Oh, my word.
18 points so far, 52.5. This is going to be a massive game for them regardless. And they're going to have to, a lot of these players are going to have to do a lot of work if they're really going to see themselves end up taking over SE for this game. This is going to be huge for them. And if they end up getting this dub, this is going to be huge for them now. Dao is playing out of his mind here as he's juggling, trying to capture as many opportunities as it looks like it's not going to be easy for them, though, as he ends up getting burned on both sides. 2 players from SE is eliminated just like that. And the game has turned.
Redan gonna dash away to safety, using that Justina mobility as 5-2-1 chasing down the Redan. It looks like they should be able to get away, but do you remember what I was saying earlier? When you hit that 7-minute mark, if you've got 25 players, that's a pretty quick game. We're not even at 10 minutes. 10 minutes, 30 seconds, 16 players left. This is an unbelievably fast game.
That's what you said too about how much you love seeing these players like really dash in as hard as possible.
This is what I want, man. This is what I want. I want these high tempo, high explosive games. It's exactly what I'm after. And Infinity, they're looking to take another 3 off the board. They are chasing onto FA. FA, I don't think they're going to be able to get away from this. The health bars are too low. They haven't got the resources to try to heal, but the grapple locks are coming in. Gon's coming in with the chase. The ult burning down. And Mines just jumps into the combo. They need to break away. Gon, able to dash out of safety away from the stun. as Infinity keeping the pressure up. But 521 also joining in onto this fight. This fight is not done. Mines goes down. Gon's able to secure the kill. If 521 fall here, Infinity may find their opening. Akame gets countered. Kicks back. Pampy's keeping the pressure onto Gon though. Gon, no ultimate, no ability to get away. Does actually have the ult ticking for just a little bit longer, but no F to get that invulnerability. He's trying to avoid. He's trying to dodge. He's trying to dive away from 521, but the repeating crossbow is keeping the pressure onto him. Grapples away to safety, but he can't press F in time. Akame with the pistol secures the kill. 13 players left with 9 minutes on the clock. FA are able to come back around and get a revive, bringing that number to 14.
Absolutely insane finish, though, to get this going here. You love to see it, though, with many different areas. Obviously, gonna be able to shut this down, though. Looks like they're going to be able to do much more than that. Obviously, Pampy and the rest of his team ends up getting caught here. He's got to be very, very careful. And it looks like we'll be able to get what they need to here. I mean, obviously, these teams have been playing miraculously. FA only needs one more elimination, and just like that, they're also back in the roster as well. They're also back into getting more hype towards this as well. They get those double digits, and now they're also in the 10s as well. 10 coming in from INF, 10 coming in from FA, that's if they can hit it. 18 from SE, even though they only have a solo player alive. 14 from 521, VNGC with 13. I mean, these games have been incredible.
I mean, if they do that, then 5 of the top 6 teams are all in double digits on kills. That is crazy. SE getting themselves frozen up here, trying to find the lockdown, but not going to be able to survive. Is able to just dash away briefly, but I think Rithan may just be going down to 521. 521, they're done messing around. They need to keep onto this top spot. They need to hold their spot at the top, and they've seen the quality of the players in these games. Rithan, though, desperately trying not to get caught. Always on that run. Doesn't have the ultimate available for the dash, though, and down they go. SE are out. Pampy secures the kill. VNGC, though, they find these members of FA on that bottom floor, and Simpson's going to try and get some damage off. Look at the work from Roy Hehe on that katana. Absolutely ripping Love's health bar apart. He's caught out. They're going to jump out with a Wu Shen. That fight was too close. FA, another close call. Somehow, they limp away.
An absolute finish coming through here as FA able to keep the game alive. Sadly, does not claim an elimination towards this, but Roy Hehe looks like he wanted it. He wanted to push that. Still looks like he's going to.
Got his team with him. Does look like they spotted out FA. They know exactly
where they are. A little behind. Gonna need to catch up there.
He's just buying time, keeping them in place. MVP and knocked out. This could be a fast game, Darby. There's only 12 players left. And VNGC are trying to remove 3 from that lobby immediately. Roy Hehe actually loses quite a lot of damage to that bow. Does pop the ultimate. Mine's looking for the lockdown onto Ibin. FA loves keeping the pressure in. Now they're going to jump forward. Roy Hehe with the chains, with the ultimate on. Mine's low HP. We see Ibin fall down, and VNGC suddenly starting to crumble a little bit here. Now FA have put themselves up to that 10 kill mark. They might try and stretch into the 11. Roy Hehe does have the ultimate, is able to finish up 1. Now Simpson getting himself cooked a little bit. Roy Hehe low HP as well. Can VNGC hold? Can they save their teammate who is down? In comes 521 with a third party onto Roy Hehe. Akame chasing him. The F's burning. Roy Hehe can't be hurt, but it's not going to go for long. He's in some serious danger. The grapples, there's no space for him to run. There's no safety net, and Akame should be able to finish this one up. Down he goes. VNGC lose 2 players.
Absolutely insane. Coming through with that one, gets the shutdown the way that they need to here.
So let's take a look at who we got. We've got 3 members of FA, no members of VNGC, they've been knocked out. 3 members of 521, and 2 members of RV.
521 is probably going to win this. 19 eliminations on the board. They end up getting that top 4. If they end up getting anything higher than this, obviously, it's going to be pretty unanimous, but it's going to be close. I think SC is still going to end up in this top 5.
Oh, I didn't see SC's kills. I'm pretty sure it's mathematically impossible for 521 not to take the MVP and take first in this lobby.
Right.
I think even if they get knocked out now, just because of placement points and the fact they've got that one extra kill over SE, and there's not enough kills for Infinity or FA to overtake them. Unless somehow, maybe they get 16 kills. I don't think it's possible. I think it's mathematically impossible. Pampy as well. This is the great thing about this point in the game. Because there's so little teams, Mora's Blessings just don't get contested. Because you wouldn't be able to take that Mora's Blessing in a regular game at 4 minutes left. Because there'd just be too many players. There'd be like 16 players still left in the lobby. Everyone running around. But this is just like too close of a game. Love's desperately trying to run away from that heat-seeking Wisp. Is able to dodge away from it. And actually looks to get himself to heal in somehow. Able to pull that one off as RV just getting himself to the top of the tree away. You do see one of the Infinity boys. I didn't notice there was a member of Infinity left in this lobby. Avoiding all of the action as Loves going low on HP. FA are out of the lobby. That's another one, and it's the 20 bomb for 5-2-1. They are set up so successfully in this game. It has been just a carnage game as the final member of RV as well is going to get cooked, is going to get finished up here by 5-2-1. Pistol coming in, able to actually avoid away for now. As they do use that Zion vulnerability to buy space, but down they go. That is the end of them. RV, they actually still have a single player left in this lobby. But 5-2-1 should be able to close this game out nice and simple. As Infinity jumping down in onto them. Their only real play is hope the Sandstorm is able to control the final small section of the zone. And the zone tick does enough damage here. That is the one win condition here for Lob on this Tammy. And he is just trying to buy the next 3 minutes worth of time. But that is going to be such a hard ask with 5-2-1 hunting everybody down. And with the numbers advantage they have over everybody left in the lobby, this game is going to be so hard. As Climax, I think we've hit the climax of his time in this game. As he is going to get slowly but surely whittled down, playing around the edge of the zone. With that Sandstorm being used maybe a little bit too early, it's going to be a problem.
Might be no problem here. Meanwhile, Timax is trying to hold on for as long as humanly possible here. This could be huge. This could be huge for him if he keeps this game just for a little bit. INF just trying to hold on a little while longer here. Trying to get some damage, though, onto 5-2-1. Obviously, it's not going to be easy for him as he is going to be able to do that. But he looks like he's going to let the rest of the outside circle to get the finish. But 5-2-1 is going to be the MVP for our game number 3. But what a game that was. 2 teams with 18+ eliminations. SE popping off and in such an insane way, causing issues for a lot of these other teams here, but at the same time just shutting it down in so many different ways. But obviously 5-2-1 said, hey, we can do the exact same thing, but we'll one up you. We'll win too.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I mean, yeah, it's a really, really big win there for 5-2-1 and a needed win. Yes, they were still in first, but the teams were reeling in, and these are high-scoring lobbies. Like, our top teams are all scoring a decent amount. And right now, honestly, if you're second, third, fourth, like, you could just drop a massive amount in the placement just like that, because the teams are scoring so high, but they're just rocketing up and down the scoreboard. And it's so hard for these teams in the lower positions, and even for 5-2-1 to kind of hold on to their spot with the points being reined in, the points being kind of secured. So a needed win for them there. And that game ended before the circle closed. I haven't seen a trios game do that in an incredibly long time. The teams in this region are super aggressive. And again, we still not had a map with Fireflies. Like, the Firefly maps are typically quick maps because you get those early ultimates. I think the next game has to be Fireflies. I feel like I'm pretty sure there's no other Mora styles you can do without Fireflies at this point. I think we have Night and Dusk now. So we are set up for a very, very explosive Mora style for game number 4, and then game number 6 as well. I'm curious what time of day we've got for Holoroth as well, because if it's Holoroth Night as well, you have Fireflies there. suddenly the Monk comps start to fall apart a little bit. It's nice to see some ACOSs. We saw some ACOSs in this game actually playing it to really good success.
It's going to be kind of an interesting one, especially with more and more of these types of games happening here, especially because, like I said, this is the finals. They are going to be hardcore. These next 3 games, they are going to push for as hard as possible, especially teams like 5-2, 5-2-1, especially games like SE. SE is playing out of their mind right now.
Yeah,
is playing out of their minds. Sadly, they're not. Sadly, they're not able to confirm that their top 3 in terms of their placement points. But those placement points, I'm not going to say that they don't matter, because they do. Because look at 5-2-1. 5-2-1 is able to pull off the exact same amount of eliminations, if not more, and is able to get a first place finish. That is going to be huge for them. This could be a 50 bomb. This could be a 50 plus game.
I think they got 25, maybe 26, 23 kills. A 30. I think you're a little bit too overeager there, Darby.
Oh.
A 23 kill game. 37.
I'm sorry, there's no multiplier.
Points.
I thought there was there's no multiplier.
Wait, it's got to be, right? Yeah, there is.
There is.
Yeah. It's 1.4, I believe. So each kill's worth 1.4. So instead of 23, I'm not going to do the maths, but 32. They get 32 points from kills, then the 5 points from ranking. Big stuff from them. VNGC getting themselves a third place there as well. Probably quite needed for them. Infinity, though, these guys have been consistently in double digits on kills today. They have been playing out of their mind. Really good stuff coming in from these guys.
Out of their mind. Absolutely out of their mind. It's almost unheard of.
Yeah. It's really good stuff. I mean, look at the damage spread, though. 25k coming in from the Kame. Pampy coming in with 24k. 15k coming in from their Karumi on Yin. These guys, though, have only shown us Monk. That's my major concern. I think they've played Monk this comp in all 3 games. I'm pretty sure they can't afford to do any more Monk games, at least like this. They have to start changing things up because the heroes are starting to cost too much. Remember, if you hit 0 hero points and then you play a game on those heroes, you don't actually get points, or you get half points. I can't remember the exact way it works, but either way, they need to change up their heroes going into game number 4. They need to change things up and show us that they're a team who are capable of playing more than traditional Monk, because the meta isn't really traditional Monk. Yeah, that's been a great game for them, and yeah, they are in first. But when we start looking towards international and the current state of the MVPL, Monk is a solid go-to comp, but it is not the be-all end-all. And I mean, the NGC looked amazing on this Zai comp, and they've had enough time. Zai came out in April, so the players have had enough time with her, this unit, and kind of know how she plays. So they should be capable of playing her at this point.
I mean, obviously, the way they've been playing it here, it's only going to be a lot more crazier into these next 3 games. They still have more to do, and they still honestly have more ground to cover, though, if they're really going to be able to see the success of this team come through as a massive champion. But in terms of Akame, he's the champion for our game currently. Our game number 3 is 4th MVP, 25,000 plus damage, 13 eliminations, Dragon's Roar, Phoenix Blast, Thunder Call, Juggernaut, Advanced Heal, and a Phantom Step. 8,000 damage under the longsword. Absolutely insane coming through with this. It's exciting to see what they can do with it. Let's see what happens next, and it's a good time had by all.
Really is. Massive stuff coming in from Akame, and a really needed point score here. 4-5-2-1. They did not want to enter the midway point today with all those teams being that close to them. This has done them a great job of just bridging that gap a little bit more, widening that gap between them and second place just that little bit more. They can't relax, though. Sometimes we get to the point in the day where we can say, oh, well, this team have played really well all day, so now they can kind of afford to have like a bad game. 5-2-1 can't afford a single bad game, because the level of the points that are getting scored by these teams is just so high that, like, if they don't, they just get overtaken. If they have a bad game, they will be overtaken. VNGC look too good. Infinity look way too good. SE look really good. BBE, bad game for this one on this front, but outside of that, still looked amazing. There are way too many good teams and way too many teams consistently getting double-digit kills per game for 521 to relax at any point. This is going to be a stressful 3 games for the 521 guys. And for us, a stressful game for them makes a bloody good game to watch. It is going to be so explosive. I mean, we just had game 3 end before final circle fully closed. It's chaos, Darby. It's absolute chaos, man. We're just getting so much. We're getting so lucky with these games.
Absolutely insane with how these games have gone so far, and obviously they're only going to get better because, like I said, it's just like how we said earlier, these games are only going to get crazier. These games, they are going to push to be the top team here, and obviously, speaking of top team, we still have to see the leaderboards here for this with 9 through 16 here. Obviously, Rude still struggling, 2 points, 1 point, 1 point. GE struggling, but starting to find a little bit of some strides here with the 7.6 in their last game. 11.4 coming in from RV. 11.4. RV was actually putting in a little bit of noise. They actually kept up their team alive for a while. I think they ended up in top 3 in terms of placements. So those placement points are going to be very helpful for them as well. Leading themselves up a little bit higher. They do a little bit better than what they did currently, and they can see themselves easily in the top 8. And speaking of the top 8 here, I mean, 521 at this point is about to hit 100+ points already, and it's only game 4 we're about to hit 37.2 points and a 96.9 coming through for 521. Meanwhile, a 30-point difference between them and VNGC.
I will say, though,
5.5.
I still don't think 521 can afford to have a bad game. I think, honestly,
they can afford one.
Oh, I feel if they give that one, we're gonna have a very tight final.
It's a very tight game. That's what I'm hoping. I mean,
that's what I want.
To be a tight game.
I mean, low key, what I don't want is 521 to have another like 37-point game, and then this lobby's just over. Because at that point, catching up becomes not impossible, but just monstrously hard. So I kind of hope we do get a bad game out of 521 just for that kind of story and the excitingness that will bring in that final game. But it does feel like 521 have progressively started to ramp up. It felt like it took them a while to kind of get up to speed and kind of get running. The moment they got running, they have just looked. I mean, they have looked phenomenal. They look super, super scary. And you know, for the other teams, the question is now, are they going to be able to handle this? Are they going to be able to keep up with 521? He looks super, super good. Anyway, we're going to throw ourselves to a quick break. Before that, we'll be back, and then we'll be back with Holoroth and another Morrisai. We'll see you in a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NARAKA ASC. We're getting ready to go into our latter half of the day. We've got a Morasala and a Holoroth coming up back to back. It has been amazing, W. We've had some really, really good teams playing, some really high level of play, actually. Very, very aggressive lobbies. And I mean, you know me by now. I love me a W key lobby. I think they're so much fun to watch. I don't like all this kind of mathematical and brainy thinking. I want to see you press W and just headbutt walls until they fall down. That's what I want to see, and that's what the ASCTs are giving me. So I'm a happy boy right now. That's what I'm very happy.
You guys, you've done a fantastic job. You got Jake to be absolutely ecstatic for the gameplay and how the guys have been going. So obviously keep it up, as obviously we still have 3 more games left to go. We're going to be heading right into Morris Isle, and then game 5 is Holoroth. And then we end right back here on game number 6 for Morris. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be crowning an ASC champion that I think they're going to move to World. No, moving to the championship.
I can't remember. So I probably should have looked that up.
So it's a whole lot happening here, and there's also a lot riding on this. So let's obviously keep the same momentum going in, as obviously, like I said, 3 games left still, but so far 5-2-1 with a 30+ point lead. Absolutely insane lead so far in this trios games. But like you said before, it really takes one slip up, and just like that, this game can be very, very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the thing. Is like, yeah, there's a pretty significant lead for 5-2-1 right now. But as a team, that 30-point lead is very, very easily close. I mean, they just got 37 points in the game. We are seeing Infinity. We're seeing VNGC. We're seeing SE very consistently get at least 10 points a game. And I mean 10 kills a day game, not points. This is just the kills. Then you get the multiplier, then you get the placement points. Suddenly, those 10 kills have transitioned into 18, 19 points. 2 games of that, and suddenly that 30-point lead has been closed and overtaken, in fact. So I think for 5-2-1, there's not a second to waste. They got 3 games left. A single bad game won't spell disaster, but if they have a bad game where they get like 2 to 6 points, they're probably going to start to sweat a little bit because they realize that these teams will catch up to them. And Infinity, over all of the teams today, I think have been the most consistent. They're not actually the highest scoring, and they're not the best team in the lobby right now, but they are at least getting, you know, over 10 points a game. They are playing very, very well. They keep pulling out the Zai comp though, and I think that's my biggest problem I've seen with the ASC teams. It feels like they kind of crutch on one comp, and then that's their only comp. And I want to see some growth out of them because, first of all, hero points are going to start to bite them in the backside. I also think, you know, when you get to Worlds, inflexibility versus the MBPL teams is going to be a major weakness that can be punished by those MBPL teams. And we are now starting to see what the teams are locking in and getting finished up. A lot of priority right now on the ACOSs and the Kaders here and the Zais. There's one monk coming in from Wolfview. You don't want to be a solo monk in these lobbies, though. You really don't want to be a solo monk in these lobbies because you are just going to get absolutely omega bullied out of the game. But look at 521 now. They have got 6 hero points left. They have basically burnt all of their hero points at this point on those monk comps. So now at this point, they have to be super flexible and super sparing with what they pick for these last 3 games. I think that could be their downfall. Same for Infinity, though. Infinity ran that Zai comp a lot, so now they're having to change things up, running the Atari, Viper, and ACOS comp.
A lot happening into these games here, so let's see if maybe they're going to be able to figure this out, too, towards it. Looks like it's going to be a good one, though, for a lot of these, as the ACOS looks like it's going to be kind of a decent spread as well. ACOS also been showing a very wide variety in these games. It's been very good to see how they've been able to make that happen as well.
Absolutely. Actually, something to note is VNGC have over doubled the amount of hero points that 521 have. So 521 have spent a lot of points to basically trade that for comfort, but then have resulted in good games for them. VNGC, they've got 14 points going into this next phase of the day. So going in for this halfway point, going for game 4 onwards, they have a lot of control. So I'm excited to see how these guys are going to play with that. As we can see where the teams are dropping, a bit more of a spread this time. We've had quite a lot of clusters. There are still some clustered areas, especially over by shipwrecks. But we are now moving on to that point in the day. Actually, it's not shipwrecks. I can't remember where that is now. We are moving into that nighttime, though. So we'll have the Fireflies. There's Cicadas. There's ACOSs. They're about to get a whole lot stronger.
Listen, the map, that's my territory. Whole lot of knowledge into these incredible places in terms of where people can be able to put out. Obviously, 521 near Shadow Jade Mine currently in the crumbling platform. Even with all of this happening here, SE is going to be able to fight this out, as it looks like Raython is eliminated, and so is Dao, as Kodu is going to have to go for the wait. Looks like he's going to hide currently.
Interesting thing to note, by the way, is 521 have actually subbed Unique in. I think they've taken Yin out and put 5 Unique in for this last half of the day. So they're using that 4-man roster and actually rotating the players around. Maybe now that they moved off that Monk comp, they want to play a comp that they feel more comfortable on. Bin doesn't want to take this fight. If he doesn't have his ultimate up, he just doesn't want to take this fight. So they're going to move away from the no-ult zone and move to a safer position here for the side of VNGC. Quite happy to move away to a different place, where back down here at the ruins, it is just absolute chaos. As they actually, from the side of MVP, got the Bane's Breath, and Fatmail just about dodges away on that. BBE, they've been having an absolutely amazing first couple of games. Really, really solid stuff coming out from them. And Fatmail dodging away on all of those Yoto slashes from Shin Yun. Shin Yun getting the dagger down, though, with that purple dam on to the players. There's BBE, Sandstorm coming out. Shin Yun in danger. BBE needs to heal. They've got Sandstorm, they've got the Bane's Breath to work with. Fat Milk keeping the pressure up, though. He's low HP. He's desperately dodging away and somehow gets to safety into the Bane's Breath. Gonna go for the heal. They're gonna try and keep the pressure up onto them, but it's not quite done yet. 28 joining into this fight nice and late, as PMUG finds himself one, just about dodging away on that Bane's Breath charge. as BBE moving back towards their safety net.
Decent safety net to be able to find as well here. Let's see if they're going to be able to find any more as Guitar going to be able to go for those heals as RV. Oh, looks like both of them end up getting juggled though as MVP. Going to start to cause some issues here. Shinyun trying to keep the game alive, but obviously it's not going to be enough as you go up against 3 MVPs and obviously getting that shut down very, very dangerous. Looks like the Bane's Breath gets called in though, as the opportunity to get both of their teammates back into the game. What a decent call happening. But obviously now they do have to play it to their strengths.
We're seeing Infinity take this fight here. They, like I said, I've been very positive about this team. They've been really, really solid. Unfortunately for them, they have lost a player, but it is an equal fight between them and Mister, as down goes the kick. Gone with the counter. And unfortunately, Mr. Yoso, he's about to be Mr. No-So as he goes down. Gone secures the kill. Nothing, Dubby. Not even a snicker.
I mean, you know, listen, if you give it another try. Give it another try.
That was such a good joke, man. I'm disappointed in you. RV, though, taking himself a fight versus Fat Milk. Fat Milk trying to find himself the counter. Unable to get it, but... Oh, BBE! Bye-bye! RV slamming them there.
Was that a two-piece?
Snack, the only one standing. It was a two-piece. Beautiful stuff from RV. Snack, he does have the revive. Doesn't want to be using it. He's got that purple longsword. Just wants to keep running away. And Toby chasing him down. Snack is going to get some healing down, but he's only got the grey armor. Cutting over the 28, though, get himself in a fight versus PX. As Meow Kick is going to actually get turned around onto, and 28 are bludgeoned to death.
Absolutely insane game coming in from PX, though. Gonna be able to hold strong here. Gonna be able to pick up their teammates here. This standings, I can't believe, are probably gonna be just as insane as it was on the last one here already, as PX already has 3 eliminations into their game so far here. Let's see what they do. Wolf U also able to on the rotational spawn as well. So currently within this meta, it's been very, very, very aggressive. If there's anything that you really realistically want to see outside of what we've been seeing so far, anything else that you feel like would be just icing on the cake?
I feel like I've ticked so many boxes in what I want from these games. Like my favorite thing is genuinely when we don't wait till the final circle to fully close and like a game ends early, just because it means that the players have played W enough. I mean, a game without Monk at all. I mean, this is pretty close. We've got 1 Monk. We have started to see it in MBPL games where like monks just don't get picked up at all. I do think Wolf you are going to struggle here, because I mean the problem is you've now got a monk comp, and you're the only one. So normally what the strength of monk comps is when one monk's up, all the other monks monk up, and then suddenly there's multiple targets. It gets very hairy. This time, if you monk up in the final circle, if you survive to the final circle, that is, as a monk, everybody just turns around, and repeating crossbows are the meta. You're going to get railed by every repeating crossbow in the lobby, every cannon in the lobby, and you're going to look like Team MVP, because Fat Milk is going to come along and whip the chains down and just make the easiest kill. MVP just got absolutely cooked there by Fat Milk. Really, really rotten stuff. And BK needs to break away desperately. As it looks like Infinity are looking for the RV members here. Sue having a really rough go of it. Gon's going to try and find the lockdown, though, onto Climax. Climax is going to get locked and finished up. Lovely stuff coming in from Gon. He's been playing super well. Sue does go down once again, and it leaves Infinity with them in a 2 versus 2 scenario. They are trying to see if the hero can come up. The cannon fire comes down, though, to make sure there isn't going to be the opportunity. Gon opening up the fire. Lob trying to get some bow shots down, but Gon has been left alone, and now losing a lot of HP. He's been trying to buy time for Gon to get the damage off, but Gon dodging away, avoiding on the damages. They actually do find the turnaround. Toby now has to see if he can win this fight versus the two members of Infinity. Gets one slam down. Lob's going low. Toby goes down. They need to get the healing off to get it in time.
Oh my goodness.
Oh!
I mean, technically, they still had their teammate right there ready to pick him up just in case. So if they did go down, they still was able to. But the fact that they were able to do that, that was just impressive within itself. Wow. That timing couldn't have been any better or any more closer than they needed to really get that finish going. Anyway, back at it towards the next one, though.
So again, sorry to interrupt, but Infinity are playing so good again.
I mean, they've been playing decently thus far here. They're still in the top 3. They still have the advantage the way that they need to. Obviously, they just need to play to their strengths. They need to play to what they've been doing thus far here, and hopefully it'll be able to work out as Kurogasai Agaki obviously gets stuck inside and trying to get healed from the outskirts, but it's not going to be enough here as Ayayaya is going to be able to get the elimination from that one, though. Trying to scramble it on both sides here. Able to do so much with each of these players, though, but it's not going to be enough as the Akos is going to try to see if he can do something. Oh, ends up hitting him on the outskirts as well. And that Tiger Chase is just absolutely dangerous. You got to be able to get out of there in the worst space known to man.
Yeah, was able to secure that kill and get the res on to their teammates as Eclair on that run. No ult zones pop, so Eclair, even if he had any ult charge left, it is Gonzo desperately trying to get away as Tiandan running them down. Meanwhile, in the realm of Yang, VNGC desperately trying to find their first kills of the game. Oh, sorry, their 7th kills of the game. I'm an idiot. Closing in on this one, but I've been going very, very low. Mine's doing pretty good to turn this one around. Roy Hehe finds some space as they are going to look to try and equalize out the score. It's a 2 versus 2. Transformation has been working out. Mine's doing so much work with those chains onto Simpson. Simpson's low HP. Roy Hehe opens up on the Mines. Strips through that armor. The final member, Simpson, getting run down, but is just about able to get away. Mines gets caught in the sandstorm. Roy Hehe comes in with the hero play. Mines falls. And WPG, sorry, what am I saying? They're a different team. VNGC take the win.
Absolutely insane coming in from VNGC. They've been playing out of their minds. This is the type of thing that JB's been absolutely hoping for here. Meanwhile, 5-2-1 playing the game of their life as well. Finds Queen Fong. PX on the outskirts here. Catches that elimination. That's their first elimination of this game so far. All this time. And it's their first one. Meanwhile, it looks like they're going to might potentially be able to bully and get themselves a secondary potentially here. As it looks like they're going to scramble onto the next one. And oh no, actually, BBE actually steals the elimination away from them. Wait.
That is so rotten. That is so rotten for them.
Now, what if this is a game where they just like continuously play towards the end, but they just end up getting a lot of steals, the kills just stolen from them?
No Monk. The Monk's dead. The only Monk of the lobby is down. VNGC.
Oh, now you're
take
excited.
out Wolf Use. This is the kind of game I live for. Very happy with this. They're even camping the body. Damn, that's rude at that point. I'm seeing the Mistress team trying to see if they can get themselves a kill here. Mr. Yoso being opened up onto by Toby. Toby gets turned around onto. Health bar very, very low. Being pinned down as Mr. Yosu just dodging away. The sandstorm comes out. Mr. Yosu sandstormed in response, but he is going to be sitting quite pretty. Still got a couple of charges on his F, but he's getting his health bar stripped away. The range on Zai is brutal. Toby trying to get some damage off here with the final couple of charges on his slam. Mistress for short, slowly but surely getting run through here. Toby is about to lose that transformation as Mr. Smooth may look to try and finish him up. Sandstorm comes out once again as Mines not going to get that kill. Actually, it's AIDS. He gets it instead as Loves earns a round as well. Mistress for short. It looks like their lifespan in this game is pretty short. Raven also finished up. I think FA are a team we've undersold.
FA, I think, has definitely been a team that you have undersold.
Okay, yeah, all right.
You have undersold them. I have not undersold them at all. Meanwhile, even with that is because all you've been talking about is VNGC, VNGC. Meanwhile,
bro,
I've been INF.
I've been talking about Infinity.
I've been looking about I've been looking at SE because SE has been popping off with so many surprise games, has been shocking. I believe, honestly, the world at this point, the way that they have been absolutely playing and just shutting it down, they've been doing such a great job of it. I feel like it's one of those things where I have to be able to pay attention to these people. Like, hold on now. Like, these teams have been kind of playing out of their mind currently here. Let's see kind of what's next for them, though, as obviously they're going to be able to work towards what's next. And obviously, they've been playing so well. Meanwhile, VNGC, just like how you said, has been absolutely popping off here. Now, imagine if they take this and they take the lead very, very strong. This could be big for them. Yeah, I know you've been hyping them up as much as possible here, so wouldn't be surprised if they really do this as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I very much had my eyes on Infinity, though. I think they're the team who kind of really caught my attention because I had the expectation that VNGC would be good. So I'm not overly surprised by that. SE, definitely. SE have really caught me off guard. And while this game hasn't been going quite so good for them, and unfortunately, it might be going even worse for them, they've been playing pretty consistently good across the day. Infinity, though, have just not missed today at all. Unfortunately, we do see one of the members of SE go down. And that's actually them Dunzo, as I've been here trying to see if they can find the turnaround. Ming getting low, Ming getting himself poked down. Roy Hee with the uppercut, and ASR out. VNGC, 17 kills into this game. BBE, though, also starting to pull those kills in. 5-2-1 probably starting to sweat somewhat at this point, as this is getting a little bit too hairy for them. Infinity also, with a bunch of kills cashing in, jumping back into third place. The points are getting close. It started with a 30-point lead between 5-2-1 and VNGC. VNGC, without multipliers, without placement points, have reeled those points in massively now.
Massive opportunity to be able to do so much more on top of that as well. Let's see if they're going to be able to take advantage of it, though. Because that's the one thing that we need to focus on. Are they going to take advantage of what is in front of them? A 5-2-1 on this rotation as well. Pampy, I don't know what Pampy's doing. Is he praying? There you go. He's about to solve something. There you go. There goes the bounty. He was just standing there looking at it. I was like, what are you doing?
Uncertain what to do. I did worry for 5-2-1, though. When I have a look at their gear right now, as a new term I've heard recently, blueberries. For these players who kind of get into the late game with just blue armor, they're very easy to pick because of that blue armor, making them blueberries, which could be a real problem. As a similar problem could occur here for Wolf use high. Blueberry versus VNGC. Choice is going to go for the Evolve immediately. Gets himself a lovely little grab onto Ivan. Ivan immediately going very low. Sandstorm comes down as well. Ivan has to dodge away to safety. Is not going to get re-grabbed, but Choice is losing so much HP to Simpson in the background. This could get hairy. Roy Hee on the transform. Roy Choice is just out of the fight immediately. And Ivan, he's just been doing a great job of dodging and avoiding as Hong is getting cooked. VNGC, they didn't even make this look close. It's so crisp, so clean for them. Roy Hee finishes up high. Ivan played that fight so well, immediately getting chunked and then avoiding. Cutting over to FA, the team who I apparently have undersold, are going to take themselves a fight here versus 5-2-1. Akami loses his transformation. Mines has got full armor right now, so he's feeling very comfortable. Does get caught out by the Whistlos. That's going to be pretty rough for him as Akami's trying to find himself that vertical strike. Mines is going to eat it as Unique also taking a fair amount of damage. He's going very low here. If they can find the finish up onto him, they may be able to get it as Mines gets caught by the Hector in the midair. Absolutely dismantles his health bar. Akami again. 2 Hectors back to back. Yeah, Unique is down, but Akami, he just keeps landing these vertical strikes. He's a menace with the longsword. He's going to get his ultimate back up and recharge, as now he's going to turn his attention towards Mines. This is so hard here for the side of FA to play around. Double transformation from Akami in this game. All they can really do at this point is wait out the 19 seconds and hope but they just out-sustain 5-2-1. But Mines is unable to move. He's being slammed consistently. He needs to dodge away. Akami, his health bar's going low. Dimer is running solo. 6 seconds left. They may all fall. They may all fumble. Akame, can he buy the time?
Oh, he does!
Yes, he can! Oh, that is so rough.
Korra thinking 300 IQ in this game, making it so much harder for the rest of the teams to really successfully get those finishes and get those eliminations the way that they have been trying to. With everything happening, they've been able to do so much here, and they just cannot seem to find that opportunity the way that they've been wanting to. And Akame was able to use that as his advantage and say, hey, y'all are still trying to get this elimination. Let me stick you guys out for a few more seconds, and then everybody wins.
Oh no, it's gonna be a salty run back. They all spawn in the same place.
And it looks like it is for everybody here. He said, oh yes, you actually threw that. Now it's time for me to be able to get some payback here. Beautiful. The VRAM gets hit on the inside here as VA Mines causes some issues onto this other side. Meanwhile, Pampy starting to cause some problems as well. Beautiful hits from the chains as Mines ends up getting absolutely destroyed as Pampy catches the first elimination. The question is, can the rest of them do it?
Oh.
5-2-1 absolutely shuts down FA. Doesn't even give him an opportunity to get the shutdown. SE got eliminated also with 0 eliminations.
Yeah, they got taken out quite a while.
Honestly, shocked. Well. VNGC has 21 eliminations.
Yeah, this might be their game. That 30-point lead, but we thought was going to be quite a hard catch back onto, has just turned around. BBE getting turned up as 28 to come in. Massive charge with the katana. Oh, guitar. He played it so smooth, so beautifully. As Snack goes down, guitar. Absolutely beautiful. That was so clean. Mr. Smooth gets found out here by the side of VNGC. And that 22 kills, sorry, 21 kills, about to become 22. He is easily taken down, smoothly taken out by the members of VNGC. Absolutely beautiful stuff coming in from these guys. VNGC, 22 kills deep. Very, very set up for success right now. And Stubby, do you remember what I was saying about the game timer? 7 minutes, having 25 players, pretty good time. 10 minutes, 58 seconds, 14 players. These lobbies are so fast. We are so blessed in the speed of these lobbies. It's been absolutely amazing to watch. Really, really clutch games. And I think we might be on track for another fast game. I think we might be on track for another game that ends early. Because it does look like Wolfyu, their final player. We're actually about to fall to 13 players because he has not got the time left. And even so, Realm Yang Depletion would finish him up regardless. Hong finished up. And there it is. Pampy with the vertical strike. 5-2-1 using their four-man roster, rotating their players around. And it's still working out for them. Some pretty big success. The problem for 5-2-1 right now is the NGC have 23 kills.
And who's going to catch up to him? Absolutely nobody. Top 4 teams already here into this space. 5-2-1 with those 6 eliminations. INF with 9 eliminations. 28 with 12 currently into this game. But is it going to be anything? Is it going to be anything else in this? I don't think so. It's going to be pretty much impossible. It actually is impossible. Not pretty much. It is impossible.
I'm pretty sure one more team goes out, and as long as VNGC aren't that team, they're guaranteed win. They might actually still be guaranteed win, but I'm 100% confident to say it. If they take out 5-2-1 here, Rui just testing the waters somewhat, taking a lot of damage. He's going to have to go for the heal. I think he's just getting a little bit too eager, a little bit too confident in himself. And he just ate way too much free damage for basically nothing there. Pampy seeing if he can find an opportunity to jump in onto Ivan here. Ivan now also losing a lot of HP. 5-2-1 may have found their opportunity to get the damage off onto the VNGC boys. And they're all going low because they're having to juggle the damage so efficiently. Pampy gets himself the ultimate down for the moment here. Sandstorm's getting used. Voihihi goes in for the transformation. He's looking to finish up on the Pampy. Pampy caught in a wisp, caught in the damage. He's going to get locked down. Pampy goes down. 5-2-1, losing a player. Slam coming in from Akami to try and see if he can find the follow-up. Ivan using this space just to get himself out. Uses his F to get the invulnerability. Bell pop to see if anybody is in the area. Akami pressuring up onto these last couple of members of VNGC. As Akami losing his transformation now, needs to back off. Damage coming in from those cannons. As Pampy is going to get his clone camp, there is no way they're going to get that respawn off as Infinity have closed in, and Unique now spotted out by Gon. Gon wants to keep the pressure up onto him, and I think with that kill, 521's hopes of reeling a decent score here to keep VNGC off their tail has just evaporated, as Gon is going to keep those pressures up onto Unique, as Unique has a new set of problems. It's not going to be VNGC. It's going to be Gon. It's going to be one of the most consistent players from this day. Infinity, they're 10 kills in. VNGC, actually,
we love to see it.
Yeah, we do. VNGC at 25 kills, Darby. They're guaranteed first. They're guaranteed first regardless in this game.
What a way to come back. Coming in from VNGC. They've been able to play this game so well in these sections thus far, but to be able to really see them top off towards the very end has been absolutely monumental into these games here, as obviously they're still going to be able to poke towards this as in between massive sets of these stairs here. Guitar is going to try to see if maybe they can catch him as well off this, and then here comes the massive Viper stun coming in from INF, and it looks like he's only going to be able to catch one here, but sometimes that's all you need is just that one, as P-Mug going to try to see if he can back out, ends up getting juggled, still alive with the amount of heals, but it's not going to be enough, as VNGC actually snatches that elimination away, making it a 26 elimination
30 bomb
so far. This
30
could be
bomb?
30. This could be a 30 here, honestly. If VNGC can be able to do it, he hits it with a double. He hits a tree. It's a double into this game. VNGC is playing out of his mind. He hits it, ladies and gentlemen. We just saw a 30 bomb. We just witnessed a 30 bomb happen.
Wait, is that a 6-minute game? It's over. It's done. 6 minutes left on the lobby, and VNGC just book a 30 bomb. Absolutely disgusting stuff coming out from these guys. Oh, I love this region. I love these teams. VNGC showing us their main strength is their flexibility, as they just took over this lobby. Darby is speechless. 521 actually just got beaten purely off kill points there. They lost first place because they got 30 kills in points. That's before multipliers. That's before placement points. VNGC are in first going into our last 2 games of the day. Holy moly.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
we just witnessed a 30 bomb before our very eyes.
That's quite a game. That was quite a game. Is that our first 30 bomb? I can't remember. I don't think I've ever seen a 30 bomb in trios before. I think I've seen like 28, 29, but never a full 30. I hope that's a 30. I hope that's a 30, and I hope we're not wrong, because we're about to look real stupid if
No,
this is like
that was a 30. There's no way that was a 29, because we saw the double.
Yeah.
Then we saw that elimination immediately after that. That's 3 eliminations.
Someone's typing in our production chat. We're about to get humbled, or we're about to get well excited.
Don't tell me we're wrong.
Bernie, don't give me bad news. Your dog.
Don't tell us Don't tell us we're wrong. Don't tell us we're wrong.
He's got such a cute icon as well on the server. It's his little dog. Don't make me sad. Don't make me sad. I don't want that dog to be bad news.
Stop typing.
Okay, we need the score.
Why would you cliffhanger us like that? You know what? I'm sad.
Okay, so I think we need to talk a little bit about like the what this does to the same thing. Right, first of all, Infinity still looking good. Like, it wasn't the bomb of a game, but like over 10 points, they're still happy. They played very, very well. And they need to do more if they want to close in on top spot. But man, this is gonna be a tight one.
It is. It's going to be tight. I think even with a lot of the momentum that's been happening thus far here, they still was able to shut it down in such a good way. That was absolutely incredible, though. A 30. I'm hoping it's a 30. I'm feeling it.
31.
Oh! 31, ladies and gentlemen. We got not only a 30, it was a 31 with a 48.4 deficit game score, taking over the top spot. That is a wide margin for a game. That is a wide spread. That is 40. Oh my goodness, that's insane. Wow.
Almost
and then production says in chat, never mind, LOL. Never mind.
Oh, Bernie. What would you do without you, mate?
Babe, why'd you do that to me? INF with 17 eliminations, 17 points, 15.4 coming in from BBE. 5-2-1 with 6 eliminations and a 9.8 score. Obviously, VNGC is going to take over that top spot. And man, oh man, did he do it so well.
Oh, look at the damage.
Wow.
All of them are well over 20k. 22k is the least for Ivan. He had the least damage, and he was playing the Zai, who is the damage dealer of the comp. Interesting. 26k coming in from Roy Hee. This man is unstoppable. Roy Hee is just cracked. Like, do you remember him at Worlds? Yeah, this is the Roy Hee I was talking about, Darby. This is the Roy Hee you missed. Absolutely huge.
This was the hype that you were talking about when it came to Roy Hee. This is that guy. This
is what I wanted, baby. This is what I wanted. Having a look at the replays. I mean, every time we have a replay, I swear the replay stops.
Replay starts at such a decent time, though, even with all of this happening, though. He still was able to get the shutdown, though. But obviously, I mean, looking at it from BBE's perspective, they still were able to put in some damage as well towards this. This finish also was just as great here. Gets a nice grab, gets the double. Doesn't confirm the double slam, but he ends up getting the re-grab. And that re-grab was able to get a nice little double slam here as well. And look at FA just trying to catch him out as well. Ends up catching that elimination. 5-2-1, getting some damage after that that insane clutch with 5-2-1 and FA stalling. So that way they got eliminated from the circle was monumental. That was 300
but then they like obliterated them. That was the crazy thing, because like they obliterated them on the salty run back. They just agreed to fight and just say whoever wins this fight gets to live. But this for Ivan, that Zyle was just so nasty. I mean, it was so nasty we actually get to see it again. That's how good that was. Roy Hee tries to reposition away. In the background, his team is just tidying it up, and Roy Hee just goes to finish up Infinity on his own. Like, just unbelievable levels of cracked. They were so good this game. I am speechless as Roy Hee. 28k damage, 26k damage, sorry, 12 kills. An MVP for his third time. Heartstopper Kick, Skyforce, Sky Pillar, Overcomer, Hector, Phantom Detach. This guy had the Soul Jade set up. This guy played out of his mind, and it's his redemption arc as they work their way towards the World Championship, because VNGC were a team who I think were maybe a little bit robbed at the end of Worlds.
And it was well deserved too, obviously. Roy Hee. I mean, obviously, with that 12k damage, or 12k damage with just the skills and the ultimates alone, at 26,000 in total here. That was almost 30k in damage. This is what you've been talking about. This is what you've been hyping up. And I mean, obviously, it shows.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those days where we just like, I'm so constantly speechless by like the level that we've been getting. Like, I want this from NBPL. Like, I think the player level is really high at NBPL, and I think that's why we don't get games that end with 6 minutes on the clock. But they're such fun games to watch, where like there is no downtime, there is no room to breathe, and I think, you know, it's a skill in its own right to kind of be able to push teams to this point, because it's a very different game. And I know it's weird to say because it basically looks the same, but it is a very different game when there is no downtime. Downtime is like maybe a couple I thought I disconnected. I did disconnect. Hey, I'm back.
Connection service is sometimes tough between both me and HitBrain, to be honest with you. You're not the only one that also has internet issues sometimes. You know, sometimes I'm also behind as well, and it happens to the best of us, obviously. We're going to look at the roster here in terms of where we are at, and it is absolutely insane. What a shutdown from a lot of these teams and a lot of these players here. But obviously, the big story is who really took the top spot. And I feel like we knew exactly who did that, though, as VNGC drops that 40+ bomb, making it a 113.9. This is still close. This is still close. They took the
very
lead.
close.
This
It is very close. Man, but like Infinity, I just their scores aren't as like big as an impressive. But they're just there. They're just good, right? Like the fact that 11-pointer is their worst game, when you compare that to like VNGC and 521, who have like an 8-pointer, a 9-pointer, and even a 2-pointer in VNGC's sake, like Infinity are proving us that like they started with way less pre-proposed points than the rest of these guys, but they slungshot themselves up. They just really found their own here today, and it's a bit of a shame in a way, because I feel like this team actually could be way closer to second right now if they just started with a better pre-proposed points. I mean, they were what, almost 20 points behind at the start of the day, and they have just caught up amazingly. So I've definitely got my eyes on Infinity. I think these next two games have to be like real bangers for them to win, but I think I do see them being a podium team at least by the end of today, unless suddenly they just kind of forget how to use their hands. But I feel like Gon's just been so consistently good, and I also think Infinity are maybe the best early team in this entire lobby right now. I think they've just been playing super consistently in the early game, and that's where they just seem to shine. It's just such a good early game fighting team.
Consistently, the way they've been has been very impressive. But on top of that, though, the way VNGC has been able to use everything to their advantage. I mean, the way that they've been landing, their placement in terms of how they've been fighting, trying to catch the 1v3s, and then also using that amount of momentum to go into the Realm of Yang to double their chances. Yeah. You know, they've been winning back-to-back in terms of the Realm of Yangs, right? They have yet to lose a Realm of Yang in the last 3 games. 3 games. Crazy.
It's scary. It's scary. They are looking like a really scary team. I just want to get on the Holoroth, man. I just want to see what we got. I'm hoping we get Holoroth Knight. Because I don't actually know what we've got for Holoroth, so I'm hoping it's Holoroth Knight. Mostly because Fireflies, which means no monks, which means more Takedas, more Aegis, more Zai, more Yotos, more W key, because W key has been the way for these games. I'm buzzing, Dubby. I'm on a high. I swear, every time me and you get the cast, we're at like a point where like the meta is so good for us.
And the crazy thing is
how happy I am by the meta every time I cast with you.
And the crazy thing is that we have this hype, but then at the same time, the game gives us more to be hyped about.
Yeah.
It keeps feeding us such good games, such hyped energy, and then on top of that, now we're at a point where the game is tight.
I think, honestly, the next major thing I want from the game is, because I feel like we've hit a lot of the things I like the game. I think what I want is just more heroes. First of all, more heroes is just great because it gives us like a way bigger pool of heroes to pick from. And then once you have more heroes, you can start to reduce the hero points. So it forces the teams to play more heroes. But mostly, I want more supports, because I want to see what the likes of like these Zai, these Takedas could be if you have more flexibility in their comps and more playstyles. Because at the moment, Takeda, Zai, Aegis, and even Yoto to a degree share some heroes between themselves. I mean, if you're having a look at the comps right now, there's so much being shared. I mean, SE running a very interesting comp with Justina, Viper, and Zai. This is like, okay, no, they switched to Takeda. That's basically like early Yoto. If you remember like the original Yoto comp, it was Justina, Yoto, and Viper, which made for like a heavy CC comp. And right now, BSC locking in a traditional monk comp. The only ones doing it are not traditional, the Tammy version of the monks, but locking in a monk comp. They're gonna have what happened to Wolf in the last game, where Wolfview basically just got bullied for being monk, because it's easy to punish a lone monk. It's hard to punish a lone monk when there's lots of different monks in the lobby.
That is true. A lone monk is a lot easier, to be fair. And that is good observation, obviously, coming into these games. Is obviously there's still more really to have done. And hopefully we get a chance to see more of that happening later on. But obviously now they still have more to do. And obviously, as we're going to lock it in for our map, ladies and gentlemen, Alaroth is here. And it's going to be exciting here as everybody is going to be in different places. The only place that's going to be a little bit different is Salvation Podium, which FA is going to be by themselves. Meanwhile, Raven, Wolf U, BSC, and so many other teams are going to be in the city of Tang. Meanwhile, the exact stack of 5-2-1, Infinity, and so many other places are going to be in Emfrio Village. All within this space here. Meanwhile, Grizzly Rise is going to be headed out by Rude and one of those other teams, but FA is going to be the only one by themselves in Salvation Podium. Meanwhile, everywhere else they're going to it's going to be a slaughterhouse in our game number 5. They have been landing, so I have yet to see a game where everybody's spread out. We're about to see.
And we had one game where they were like kind of spread out, but there was still like 5 teams on top of each other, and the rest of the teams were spread out. But like City of Tang and Imperial Village is about to get real juicy. Roy Hehe gets himself that great sword, gets himself the armor. AS getting themselves a fight here versus Green Esports. And Green, unfortunately, I think it might be a little bit hairy already as Tiandun is going to get taken down. AS able to pick that kill up nice and easy as VNGC just grabbed what they could, and now they want to get into the mix. What a grab. The Great Whiff does come in, but Mr. Smooth, he is not so smooth with it anymore, as Mr. Yoso as well. Cooked, taken down, and VNGC, they're kicking it off in style. 3 kills deep. Maybe 2. Actually. Oh, they only got 2 there. Oh, no, they did. It's just slow to... The shopping is slow. VNGC, they're going to grab themselves a little bit of goodies.
3 kills from MVP, 3 kills from VNGC, 3 kills from SC, 4 kills from 28. And it looks like 28 is missing a teammate at least. AS is about to get eliminated. It got Kai Mao, as Wolf U is going to be able to get their, it looks like that's going to be their 4th elimination as well into this game. I'm very curious as to like how this has been happening so far. The Bane's Breath is going to immediately start to surge. Roy He is going to catch their next one immediately off of this one. Tatsu is going to have to be careful trying to not get caught into the surge. The Bane's Breath is not going to be enough as he catches the next one. Roy He is just on a whirlwind spree of danger, and he's a monster into this game here. He's going to have to be careful. Oh, as he looks like Roy He actually ends up getting juggled though. Has to be careful though towards this as the Bane's Breath starts to cut. Still surging into this. Actually almost pushes him on the outside as Aya is going to be able to hold on to that one, but Roy He is going to catch another one. He is going off right now. He is.
I mean, they're doing it again. They're doing it again. They've got like 9 kills, 8 or 9 kills now. Just wait for it to tick over, but even so, 8 kills in the early parts of the game. The NGC is so set up. Cutting over into Imperial Village. We're seeing Infinity here, actually. Again, starting off with some pretty good kills for themselves as securing themselves their 3rd kill. Are going to be chasing forwards. See if they can find anybody else. They are just going to play it nice and safe. Infinity still been playing very, very well. As Dao has been found. PX are already out of the lobby. We are like 3-4 minutes into the game and we've already lost the team. That is rough as Dao gets himself a lovely little counter into the Bane's Breath. No way! Infinity are just slammed by SE. They're your man. What can I say?
Absolutely insane coming through here. It's 5-2-1. 3 eliminations. 8 coming in from VNGC and SC with 15, with 6 eliminations so far. So is MVP with 6 currently. I mean, I feel bad for Rude though. Team Rude has been absolutely having a tough time here. BBE ends up pushing on VNGC. I've been with a little bit of some confidence here. Dual blades absolutely slashing on each player here, trying to create that monstrosity of damage for each other here as Roy He actually ends up losing some of his shield here into this. Actually, never mind. Nice little fight happening on each side here as they're trying to keep it together. I've been pushing out, causing a little bit of some stress towards him. Let's see if he's going to make it harder for him, though, in between this one as Roy He's going to come back there from the healing process. Immediately starts to come through, juggles Fat Milk, immediately gets caught again with the heals. The Matardi able to keep the game alive for themselves here and still able to catch him, though. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get any type of parry into this, but Fat Milk does get eliminated into this game. Right clicks happening on all sides. Roy He might have to back off this, but it's not going to be enough as Eclair going to catch the elimination onto Roy He. The question is, are they going to be able to really finish it off? RD able to play the game and go for it. The backstretch. I've been able to hold on. Oh my goodness. They are absolutely bullying this team right now. RD coming through with a little bit of some problems here.
Yeah, really nice. They're actually cutting over here. GE, they lost their initial fight as the moment they dropped and immediately find themselves in another fight here. They have got themselves 2 kills, though, so it's not completely over for Ayaya, who's actually looking to finish up Timax. Timax trying to desperately get away. Lovely little counter, not back, trying to catch a breath there for Ayaya, but he is getting himself a return counter, and Raven are knocked out of the game. Green Esports bounce back strong into the earlier phases of this game. It was a bit of a hard start. Having a quick look, actually, VNGC are all on respawn right now, so they got kind of bullied a little bit as 5T1 able to try and pull this game back somewhat.
I'm surprised that it came from the hands of the lowest team. Rude came through and actually eliminated VNGC in a third party. Mind you, it's a third party, but still, Rude has been getting swept so much that I'm actually surprised that VNGC didn't reverse sweep them.
They'll hunt them down for that. When they get their revives off, they will hunt them down for that.
Oh, it's on.
It will pay. Oh, Infinity. I mean, singing their praises, but I think this might actually be the end of them. They're having a really rough go of it. It's Guitar. It's going to get turned around onto Stu. Gets the uppercut. It's a nice amount of damage, actually, off onto Guitar. It's going to get turned around onto a somewhat here. They are trying to see some level of a turnaround. Coming in with that charge down, and Infinity. Counter comes out from Gon, but Gon is falling as Lob next down. Infinity, it's their first bad game of the day, but they really didn't need it to go this bad.
Not as bad as it could have been.
3 kills.
There we go. There's the grab he was waiting for. Ooh. I didn't know he can jump on the... Oh, I thought he was jumping on the chains. I was like, wait, I didn't know he could do that.
I'm pretty sure he was on the chains. So I don't play Monk, to be honest. So
I'm not the greatest Monk either.
I'm
a talking.
I mean, you know my disdain for that hero. I refuse to play him. So I actually don't really know where he can stand and where he can't stand. So Pado, though, thinks he is going to find himself a Peach is chasing them down for the moment. They are a blueberry, so to speak, with that blue armor. Same for Pado, though. They quickly try and get some damage off. Peach getting juggled around. Lovely little turnaround, actually, there with the pole sword. Pado using a fair amount of HP. MVP Peach getting himself caught in the knock-up. Maybe he can find a turnaround. Is just about to get that whisk back up. Maybe. Nope. Kikira able to finish that kill up nice and easy as BSC securing themselves yet another kill under their belt. That's their 4th of the game. They are 13th overall in the standings right now, so be a little bit of a nothing team, unfortunately, today. Slowly waiting to try and have some level of a comeback as Pampy, there's a 5-1. It's been an interesting game for them. They definitely making a comeback after a struggle in that previous game. Pampy trying to avoid a wait immediately. They don't want anything to do with that, so they just Wushen out. 5-1 don't want to risk a fight. They're just going to try and maybe look to contest this realm with Yang. But it looks like they're not even going to look for it. Revan gets himself taken out, and SE crumbling here to 5-1. A team who've honestly been performing super well this entire day. Starting to really have a bad tail end of the day, unfortunately, as they are just going to be eliminated. Only one player left standing, and Pampy, he's on the hunt for them. Meanwhile, VNGC getting a whole bunch of people pinned in place. Roy he's in danger, trying to get the damage off. He's got one last charge on his R, is going to miss it. Trying to get that damage off onto those members, as it's all now on to Ibin to try and save the day here for the members. of VNGC. Royhihi juggled up. Sorry, IBN juggled up. Taken down 28. Able to take down VNGC. It's not been their day.
No, definitely has not currently. It's a tough one. It's a tough one to try to see if they can catch up towards it and see if maybe they can have an opportunity to find it, but obviously it's not going to be enough. Been tough throughout many sections of this, and obviously they still have more to do, but I mean, they're not going to make it easy on them.
Absolutely not. 20 minutes left on the lobby. 25 players. This is normally the moment where I'm like, okay, we're at that point where 7 minutes, 25 players is reasonable. Yeah, these games move fast. These games move real fast. Massive amount of players have been knocked out already. BSC trying to finally have a good game under their belt. We're going to do a bit of shopping here while they've got the opportunity. Not really rocking too many Dark Tide coins though, so it's going to be a bit of a budget spending, bargain bucket. Soul Jades for the side of BSC. So I'm just going to quickly grab as much Dark Tide coins as they can and see if there's any more shopping for Soul Jade Lotto they can do. Deciding that no, they need to probably get some gold under their belt, some Dark Tide coins under their belt before they think about going back to that one. And it feels like for the first time today, Dubby, we've had a bit of downtime. Like, this is the first time of the game's felt quiet.
A little bit of some quietness after all of the madness we've had in the last 4 single games that we've had here. And now it's actually going to get a little bit of some downtime. I think everybody has been W-king so much and everybody's been pushing so hard that I think maybe they've been able to take a little bit of advantage of it. Or maybe we've just been in the wrong places as VNGCC doesn't give them much of an opportunity to rest as they immediately start to push into this. And Royhihi goes through with a massive parry. Is juggling 1v3 as much as possible, but he does end up getting slashed as well into this. But his teammates are going to come through and pick up some of the pieces to help him be able to back off this and get some shield on him as well. And it looks like RD, which is Team Rude, decides to come through and cause some problems here. It looks like it's not going to be enough as he does end up catching the elimination onto his player. But also, listen, we were just talking about it before. This is their payback.
Yeah, this is that payback.
And this is that sweet, sweet, delicious Sinclair revenge, you know? That nice, sweet cream filling and...
You hungry, bro?
Yeah, a little bit. Pastries sound real good right now. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, they do. They do sound real good. But VNGC happy with that one, bouncing back. They've cleansed the Rema Yang debuff as well. Immediately, they find themselves in another scrap, though, as FA do find them. Speaking of revenge, FA were the team that just beat them in the Rema Yang. So if they can take them out here as well, they're going to be feeling really happy. The Bird's Might does actually time out in the next 18 seconds as well. So if they can wait it out a little bit longer and beat FA, they will knock them out of this lobby. Pampy being run down now, being chased down. As it does look like GE, Green Esports, actually making some level of a bounce back. Pampy losing a lot of HP, coming in for the lockdown, coming in for the stun. Can they finish him up before it connects? I don't think they can. He's going to find the lockdown onto 2. MVP able to move away. Pampy needs to go in for a heal as GE are crumbling to 5-2-1. Aya is just going to have to look to go for the escape as he's lost all of his teammates. No way he's going to be able to survive this. He's actually hunting Pampy right now. Maybe to see if he can find a revenge kill. Maybe to see if he can be a nuisance. That might be a little bit too overeager, my dude. You are surrounded by 3, and he is going to get himself finished up. MVP actually chasing in. Aya trying to break away, but Green, they're out.
Whole lot of madness happening as it looks like BK is going to be able to call his teammates back here.
At least one of them.
He's one of them currently into this game here. Two teams tied for 11 on each side. Looks like they're both going to be able to work towards this one as well. 11 as 28 is also going to have 10 eliminations, but it looks like they're going to go for the resurrection as well here. Last ones for everybody here. Let's see how they're going to do it.
Well, VNGC gonna do some shopping. But still, I feel like the level of like Soul J shopping is way lower than what we see from the likes of the NBPL teams. I feel like they're actually more invested in using their Dark Tide coins to buy grapples, buy pots, and by kind of safety nets. The problem is Roy Hee only has 1 grapple left. So he really needs to get some grapple sorted for himself right now, because he is a little bit lacking in that department. As you can see, he's running around grabbing what he can, grabbing as much money as possible so that he can buy some more grapples for himself. You're going to struggle in the late game with a single grapple under your belt. So you can see where the circle currently is. 15 minutes left on the clock. 27 players left in the lobby. And VNGC going to get their hands on to this Realm of Yang. Going to be going up versus 28, a team who actually beat them out earlier. I believe 28 were one of the teams. No, it was what do you call them? But either way, does look like VNGC gonna get himself airborne. Roy Hee does have the ultimate, comes in with the charge strike, immediately ripping through some health bars, but Simpson as well also going a little bit low here, trying to just juggle him around. He's being absolutely obliterated. Now it's time to unleash the Takeda from Roy Hee, but he himself is finding himself staggered. If he can find the lineup, if he can find himself a good chunk, he can get the damage off Guitar, take some damage from him, but is still in a little bit of danger. Used all of those charges as Ivan's being run down. Massive damage from Roy Hee for a bit of a return. Tries to get a bit more damage off as he does connect onto one. The healing, though, is just too big. Counter from Guitar. Roy Hee goes down, and the Dragon's Rush coming in absolutely huge. 28 are having the game of their minds right now. They're having such a good game.
Playing it out so well here in this game. Number 5 for themselves here. 28 has actually been a team that's been also putting up a hefty amount of numbers here, but sadly just has been so short when it comes to getting their placement points here. And that's kind of the thing that they've been struggling with the most here, as Pampi is going to pop that early Viper just so they can get a little bit of knowledge, just in case if anybody wants to push up and get a little bit busy, but it's not going to be enough here. So, ooh, Pampi, you better be careful. Oh!
Oh. He's all right. That was maybe a little bit too close, but he's all right.
Okay, now let's not get crazy here, Pampi. I need you to calm down.
Wait, okay, we're up to 19 players. 13 minutes left on the clock, 19 players. Getting real hairy is 5-2-1. Find themselves Shin Yuan trying to catch up on the points. Remember, they are only just behind VNGC. And VNGC have lost both their Roma Yangs this game, and have lost their rebirths as well when they initially started. They've not been having a good game. Still, though, keeping themselves competitive with those 11 kills, as FA keeping the pressure up here onto VSC, as Mind's desperately trying to dodge away from Shaka and the Grabs. Looks like he is able to do so. Shaka and the Grabs sounds like a really good, like, 70s reggae band.
Or like Shaka Khan.
Shaka Khan? Yeah, I just feel like Shaka and the Grabs sounds like such a good, like, 80s, 70s, kind of like, you know, soul music, probably. Well, I say soul music over reggae. Shaka and the Grabs are out, so don't worry. We don't need to talk about them anymore. They're knocked out.
Even with that, Roy he ends up getting that nice little throw slam down onto it. It's 5-2-1's Pampi. He's gonna try to see if maybe he can capture one here for this Viper, and it looks like it's going to be Ivan. The NGC just trying to hold on, but the heals is going to be able to heal the entire team towards this one, and now also the Wushin is going to be able to take them out as well. It looks like the NGC is going to go for the hunt immediately to try to see if maybe they can find them. These are the wolves, ladies and gentlemen.
They've got 2 minutes left until they time out, so they have to go for this fight. They're actually forcing 5-2-1 with their backs against the zone. Gonna get some damage off there. Roy Hee does get countered, immediately gets followed up onto. He's just being juggled around, desperately trying to reposition and survive this, but he is down. No opportunity to live. This is ACOS. This is his power. He's so strong. It's staggering, and you just can't move when an ACOS hits you. Locking in place in VNGC. This game has crumbled for them, and 5-2-1 taking out their chief competition right now from this lobby. That is huge.
Huge for a few reasons as well. As 28 is going to catch another elimination into this. 14 eliminations deep. This is going to be huge for 5-2-1 here. If they play this smart and get this dub, this is going to be a big jump for 5-2-1. This is huge. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head into the back and forth between these two, between now and the final game. Jake, I'm excited.
I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited. Final game's going to have so many stakes on it. As I said the other day, there's going to be so many stakes on the line. It's going to be like a butcher's laundry day. It is all to play for. I can't believe I can't get a laugh out of you today. What the hell's going on with you, Darby? You disappointed me, man.
Actually, you did get a laugh out of me. Don't wash your whites with your reds.
Oh, God.
Don't mix them up. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you... don't mix up those colors, you know? You know, you actually had me.
Finally. I've been trying to make you laugh all day, man.
No, you got me with that one. That was a good one. That took time. Even with that one, though. 16 eliminations deep towards this one. Pamby just trying to dip out as much as possible. Ooh, mine's got frozen. Where'd that come from? Hello? Looks like Pamby is going to get eliminated out of this one, though. Looks like the other two teammates might have been able to dip out. Oh, no. They caught him up in the trees. What good aerial view coming in from FA, though. Was able to keep the game alive. That milk. I'm wanting to come through with a little bit of some problems here for FA Loves. It looks like he's going to force the ulti as they're both going to be able to push in on this beautiful parry on both sides here. Both three parries. 3 parries coming in from all of these teammates. Fat Milk actually ends up coming up with a nice little parry, returning it right back into FA. Meanwhile, right in between all of this, both end up Iron and Mines ends up getting hit. Fat Milk actually ends up taking the elimination onto Mines, and immediately they're going to start to push in for that as Fat takes 2 down into this. What an insane finish here as VNGC or INF is officially out.
That's pretty rough for them as 5-2-1 being chased down. Unique inside the zone taking doubles off because he's got the burn on him as well as Guitar trying to put some damage in. The lockdown could be really detrimental, but the Guitar is able to break line of sight. Pampy's low HP. Looks like 28 able to survive. Pampy falls to Guitar here, able to secure another kill. And 28 having an absolutely phenomenal game. Akami desperately trying to run towards that Bane's Breath to avoid. They are chasing on. Akami getting chased down even more. Flamers in. There's the Wu Shen out to safety. 28 happy with that one. They will get the revive. So 5-2-1. Their hopes and dreams in this game aren't quite done, but BBE sliding in and finding them. Akami's cooked. Snack has himself a meal as Unique is going to be next up on the menu. Keeping him pinned. Purple pole sword is absolutely destroying them.
Jump parry. Wow. The jump parry into the Reza. Gets the charge. Gets the finish. And just like that, they were able to get it done and shut them down as 5-2-1 also is eliminated out of this game, which 28 has a massive opportunity here to get a dub and a big jump into this leaderboard here if they play these next couple of rounds smart. Meanwhile, BBE, 7 eliminations here. This could also be huge for them as well. 7 eliminations deep currently. They will need to get a decent amount of points here, but they could see themselves in top 5 easy. Could potentially if they go a little bit crazier, could be even a top 3 and snatch this away from BBE potentially. But let's see what happens here, as obviously they still have those 15 eliminations deep here. Slows ends up doing a beautiful right click, but the heals is able to keep Guitar alive as Guitar's going to decide to back off, use the chain to create a little bit of some damage for themselves, but the circle tick is going to start to close in here. They're going to have to be careful because that circle will start to hurt a little bit more. Obviously, it's starting to take a little bit more of that damage. Fat Milk just trying to hold on here with all of this secession. Snacks just trying to keep them alive here, giving them as much streaks as possible to keep themselves moving and obviously keep them away from harm's sight as Fat Milk ends up catching elimination onto 28. The first part of 28 is eliminated out of these games here, and now we're back at it as Hypnos also gets eliminated as well into these games here, and it doesn't look good for them as it looks like 28, the full team is going to get eliminated out of these games, and BBE is going to snatch them away. 10 eliminations deep. MVP is going to come through with a third party, and here we go, the final fight into this BK ends up taking out Fat Milk. MVP decides to cause an issue here. Beautiful hits coming in from the katana. Nice strikes on each side here, able to hold on for as long as humanly possible. It's a 2v2 situation between these two. Can BBE hold on just long enough to get themselves and see a dub? Potentially, this could be absolutely huge for BBE here as Snack ends up getting parried into the final circle. This is not looking good for him. Meanwhile, the spread on each side, holding on, slows, ends up getting finished. Snack ends up actually taking it. It's now the 1v1, goes for the shield trade, and just like that, it's purple versus gold. BK versus Snack. Snack might be able to, oh no, here comes another one. I actually didn't realize there was another one. SC actually has been holding on this whole time. Now it's a 1v1v1. BK, dangerously low here, ends up getting shot on each side here. Could be huge as he ends up getting stolen away. SC could steal the elimination away, but he holds the heels down just long enough. Now Kodu is gonna have to go for the reset here. Snack trying to hold on for as long as humanly possible. Beautiful parry, but Kodu is gonna be able to go for the reset. The reset helps him just long enough to keep the game alive for him. Doesn't need a shield swap. It's not gonna be enough.
No way!
Towards the inside, and FC shuts him down and gets the finish and the dub.
Holy moly, what an ending! These games are so sick. We're all getting so much good stuff coming out. That game ended. 5 minutes left on the clock. We've had 2 games end incredibly fast, and that ended with like just an absolute brawl of just teams just going toe to toe to toe. Oh my word. We are blessed. We are absolutely blessed, mate. And we're going into game 6 with our top 2 teams very close to one another. All of the teams very tight. And with the way that these W keys are going down, I think we're going to have another fast game. I think we're going to have another absolute banger of a game. I'm so excited.
This has been insane coming into this game and being able to see this amount of madness happening throughout all of these teams, even with 521 Esports fighting it out as much as possible towards the very end here with VNGC. VNGC has been putting an absolute show, but seeing some of these other smaller teams here that in reality, these teams have actually been popping off. We have seen these players have massive points, but they just sadly cannot clutch up and get those top 3 finishes. Now, obviously, this was an entirely different story for our game number 5, but now it makes it a lot easier to see what's going on, and it's been very, very impressive to see throughout these games. But ladies and gentlemen, we have one more game left. What's in store for our final game? This game is
I don't know, man.
This game's
going to be so exciting. I remember going back to Morrisile. We've done Morrisile night, so I assume this is dusk. Because we've had midday and maybe dawn. I'm pretty sure this is dusk. I'm pretty sure we have fireflies for this one. So again,
so
I'm expecting not so many monks.
You're as excited for the fireflies as I am whenever I see the whale.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. But it's one of those things where like, because a lot of the hero points are being used, a lot of the teams just can't pick monk anymore. Like, we're having very few teams picking up monk, and fireflies mean ultimates come early, means monk's not as good, means we just see so much action. I mean, we saw the power of ACOS in that game. I mean, VNGC got bit by the ACOS. It's so powerful at just basically perma-staggering people. I mean, Roy Hehe just didn't get to move. It was absolutely huge, but BBE coming in with the MVP after that game.
Ooh.
That's actually, they are the only team to win more than 1 game today. So keep your eye on those guys, be pretty consistent. That was the worst game we've seen from Infinity, which is a little bit sad, but at the same time, like, it's going to happen. They've just been playing amazingly all day. 5-2-1, very relevant. 16-kill game there. VNGC, 11 kills, so still holding on, still staying in this game, but it is going to be super tight going into the final game. And another little fun factoid for you here, Darby. Only 1 game today has a team earn as 1 team earn a donut. Every other game has had at least 1 point earned by these teams.
That's impressive stats, though.
Points are getting scored.
The scores have been absolutely massive coming through here, and oh my goodness, 19K coming in from Snack. Woo! Making everybody a nice little treat here with those 5 eliminations. 5 eliminations also tied up with Fat Milk as well. As Slowed has those 12K damage and 3 eliminations to his name as well here. I mean, I feel like the MVP has to go to Snack here currently because that game was absolutely monumental. I mean, the heals coming through.
I mean, look at the survival times, man.
Survival
Milk went out so early.
The clutch coming in from Snack has been absolutely incredible to watch here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. And obviously the ASC able to put that one together here. as they were able to shut it down toward the very end. They held on for as long as possible, but VNGC at that very beginning was on a roll. It looked like no one was stopping.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a solid start for them, and I think that was their saving grace because, honestly, after they left City of Tank, everything crumbled. It's like they just lost every fight. Like, they got third party, yes, and I'm sure that probably got into their head a little bit, but then they lost 2 Roma Yangs, and then it just kept losing fights. They just kept taking L's over and over and over again. And it was 28. These guys were just a menace. Every team of any consequence, any like significance, was destroyed by 28. Look, they take out Rude here, finally get themselves that pick they need, and I believe it was 28. He turned up and finished them up after that fight, forcing them to then have to respawn again. And it was just constant misplays coming in, and 28 just constantly finding teams out of position, out of ultimates, and out of opportunities to fight. And they were just absolutely running through them. There's huge stuff coming in. There's BBE, really, really solid stuff. Fat Milk, he did go out early. He was playing amazingly, but he went out early and it just came down. This 1v1v1, absolutely huge. I thought when that freeze came in that SE had won that fight, and I was dead wrong. Look at that. 19k coming out from the damage of Snack here and 5 kills. The second MVP of the tournament. Oh, 15k healing. Just zipping things, man. Just zipping things.
A lot coming in with the Phoenix Blast, Heartstopper kick, Stanchion Sky Pillar.
Yeah.
I think that's new. I don't think I've seen that one before. Storm Stride,
yeah,
it's a new flame one.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've actually not entirely certain what that one does. I
don't know what that one does either. I'm gonna have to look at the encyclopedia and see what's going on here, because I don't remember that one being added to the game. That one's crazy. Spear with a 6,300 plus damage. Top of that with the second MVP Snack, just making everybody a delicious snack himself for game number 5. Meanwhile, this game is going to be tight between BNGC and 28.
Yeah. All right, 28.
Part for a second.
No, that's chill. I mean, 28 looks good. Look really scary. Very, very solid team. I am very interested to see how this is going to look going into the final game, what the scoreboard's going to look like overall. It's going to be a banger. This final game is going to be an absolute banger. I am buzzing to get into this one and see what these teams have got, because it's very much, it's do or die time now. VNGC 5-2-1. Neither of these teams can afford a bad game. Infinity, this is their moment. They won that first game. I want to see them come in with that big bomb and just jump back up that standings and maybe get maybe a little bit higher in that pole position. I do think they're a team capable of taking pole. I do think at the same time, though, there's a bunch of teams now who are starting to look very, very contested and may just be able to close this one out and take that spot from them. I'm
gonna do the exact opposite. I'm gonna be the devil's advocate. I want Lobby 28 to win. I don't think they have any stats towards their name at all. You know how, when we get our things, BNGC beat in the J Cup tournament. Obviously, Roy Hehe was top solo. 16, obviously, went to Worlds, has done a lot. There is really no stats coming in from Lobby 28. I want them to have at least something to be like, yes, they won ASC winners, top 10, top number 1 out there. I want to see Lobby 28 take this win. Let's see what we can do here as we look at the top scores here.
3 of Rude's points were just VNGC. That is so tragic.
That's crazy. That's
that's a win. Ball. But here we go. 0.9 points separate 1 and 2. 5-2-1 and VNGC very close. BBE only 27 points behind as well. They've got that 0.9 to make it up. Infinity, they're going to have to do some serious work in this next game. I feel like their consistency needs to actually be a pop-off now. If they want to make it into that pole position, if they want to contest that top spot. But I honestly think between 5-2-1, BBE, and VNGC, it's anybody's game. It really is anybody's game.
Because honestly, if 5-2-1 and VNGC actually get eliminated early, BBC could play the whole game and play smart. If they play smart, capture some eliminations, don't risk anything too insane, they could see themselves actually win this, but they would need to pop off as well. But those placement points are going to be absolutely huge for them if they decide to last all the way to the very end. Obviously, between 28 and 521, they have a lot of ground to cover. It's also crazy how they're the only teams that has a number, and they're the only two that are in the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Ain't that crazy to think about?
You're just, I mean, you do you. Like, I don't know. Let's throw to a break, and then we'll be back with game number 6. We'll see you in a second.
Come on, you're a Buddha now. Show me your true form.
Get lost, Wukong.
You're no fun.
I said get lost!
Are you mad?
It all leads up to this. 6 games deep, we are down to our last and final game here for the ASC 2023. There's been so many surprises, so many eliminations, seeing even more than 30 points. We saw a 31 elimination game tonight. Our expectations have been blown away in terms of what we wanted out of these games. And now we're down to the final game, and the deficit between second place and being a champion is 7 points. That is the deficit. It's that close.
It's super, super close. I'm very excited for this game. I think these teams have been phenomenally fun to watch. They're super aggressive. You know, there's no waiting around for that final circle to close in. It's press that W key. It's find those fights. It's find those kills. And these games are just, they're just over like that. Like, my brain is so used to like kind of almost turning off for the end of the last kind of like 10 to 4 minutes. Because that 6-minute gap normally is the most chill part of the game. That's where teams are maybe taking pokes. Just see the odd kill go down, see the odd contest, maybe a Mora's Blessing or something like that. But this is the first time where, you know, that downtime isn't downtime, and they don't care about the final circle. They don't care about getting the best position in the final circle, because it's not about that. It's about just finding a pick, translating it into the next one, into the next one, and constantly fighting and just snowballing that forwards. they've just been phenomenal to watch. These teams have been so good. I'm really excited to see how they compare when we get to Worlds. Obviously, we're a long way away from that. There's still a whole other season to go, but I will be very excited to see how these teams compare. You know, the ones that make it to the NBPL teams, to the NA teams, because their playstyle is the playstyle I want the rest of the world to be playing, because it's so much fun to watch.
We're gonna see how that goes here with so much going down here. It's been absolutely incredible to see how these games have been thus far here, and obviously from what you've been saying so far, it's been incredible to see how these teams have just been annihilating. But then at the same time, seeing these teams that's been kind of downward towards the bottom here still have been trying to fight this out as much as possible. So let's see what the picks are going to be for this final game, and then let's see where they're going to go from there as well. It's been incredible thus far. I'm excited to see what's next.
I will say, it's actually the thing I think I find most positive about these teams is I think the biggest flaw that a lot of the bottom teams in NBPL have is when they're behind, they just feel hopeless, and they basically just feel like free farm teams, like teams that you can kill for points because they're not going to fight back, they're not going to do anything, they just play passive, they don't do anything. It's a little sad to watch. Green team, Raven, PX, I mean PX maybe less so, but Green team, Raven, and a lot of these bottom end teams, they don't give a damn, man. They just fight, they just brawl, they just go in, and it's so cool to see. And hold the phone, stop the presses. Infinity have a Valda.
Shut up. Oh my God. Right. They locked in a Valda.
This is what I want.
I think that's what we needed. I think that's what we needed. We needed a Valda just to really signify our excitement.
They're literally out of points. That's why they had to pick Valda, because there's like nothing else they can pick. But I actually don't mind Valda with Monk. We've talked about this on previous casts, but it's quite cool because you actually get the pin down with the tidal wave. You then pluck them out, land the spear while they're in the Monk's hand, and then the Monk slams. They also have the Zai in there. There's a lot of damage capable, and oh my word, the top end of the map is just where everybody is going to be. Dubby, I think we might have another fast game under our hands, to be honest. They are all very close. I think this game is going to be very high tempo. The only thing that you kind of got to note is because of where these teams are going to be dropping, and depending on where the circle moves, there might be a severe lack of loot. Because they're going to have to share the loot from the top end of the map between all of these teams.
Been a whole lot of madness happening though, even between all of that, and let's see how they're going to be able to put this in towards the next. Is Ibin they're going to be able to push in towards this one here, and it looks like 5-2-1 and FA are immediately fighting this out here. They're going to keep at that exact same amount of momentum going here. We'll love to see the shut in and the shut out.
Oh, unique. Pampy as well, just like that. FA, who are these teams? These guys just like showed up out of nowhere. They've been playing so well.
We've seen this before. We've seen like this hype where
there ain't no way.
It just a random team out of nowhere just comes that we've been kind of seeing. They've been kind of doing some things, and then just out of nowhere they just pop off in an incredible way.
So there's been this one change we've been seeing out from VNGC, and it's one I really didn't like. They've been using Ibin to play the Zai instead of Roy Hee. Roy Hee was originally the Zai, and then they've kind of shifted the comp up a little bit, and Ibin is now playing the Zai while Roy Hee plays the Yuasian. I personally really don't like that, because I think Ibin has actually been the weakest member on VNGC, and you give him the carry with like the most capability. I don't think it suits him. I personally think this has not been a good move from the side of VNGC. I'd like to see them actually shift off and away from that. As Ibin has been spotted here, he is going to try and see if he can get some damage off onto Toby. Unable to do so. Maybe do a sneaky revive, but I think that's so hard to do with all these teams fighting in that area. Waiting it out, and he's going to jump down and see if he can get up onto one. Immediately gets caught. Tries to see if he can catch Simpson up. Tornado's gone down. Roy he will time out, but no way does he sneak that Simpson revive. No way does he sneak that Simpson revive out. Through the tornado he goes. Ibin finds himself caught. Same for the member on RV. Ibin bought some time, but I don't think it's going to be enough. as he is on the run.
With that one though, you still have to be able to rotate this in and be able to put in what's next here. As Ivan looks like he's gonna be able to try to put in more effort towards this as Climax. Looks like this might be the payback that Climax has been looking for here. I remember in game 4 when they caught Climax in a tough situation here, and they would not let that man go.
I'm gonna be critical. I don't think Ivan should be on this carry. I think Ivan's better suited for the team as a support. I think he's better. You give him something like a Matari. You give him something like the Tammy. I feel like those kind of picks suit him more than playing the Zai, who is, you know, your primary damage dealer. I don't completely agree with the decision making on it. Regardless, VNGC have now used up all of their revives. They're in danger. Good news for them though is 521 have also used up all of their revives, so there is some solace to be taken in that one. And keep in mind, VNGC and 521 probably going to be the biggest targets in this game. BBE are going to want them out. They're going to want to be able to see those two teams go out with as little points as possible, and then they have the most chance to take first place off the back of that. They're the most chance to climb up and catch up to them, because all they need is 28 points. It's a lot, but it's definitely not unachievable for BBE. As looks like they're going to try and get their first on the board here, as SE's Ardan getting run down by Slows. Looks like BBE definitely trying to get snack up. Ardan is going to go down, or is he? Slows unable to connect it. Gets the knock up, gets the kill. Sandstorm's out, and he's still buying time for the rest of his team to come in. Counter comes through onto Slows. Slows goes down, but in comes the rest of the team now, seeing if they can find a turnaround on to these BBE members. Fat Milk gets countered. Fat Milk gets taken down, and there is Snack finished up. SE in style.
So much of that happening in style too. The way they've been able to push this to one together, able to shut it down in such a fantastic and incredible way here. You love to see it. Obviously, Lobi trying to see if he can hold it together as he ends up catching them both in a nice little tornado though. When it comes to the vault, the ulti comes through here. Such a good time. Could be huge for them to be able to help out. Kaito trying to see if he can hit him from as far away as possible, trying to hit the slashes, but it looks like he's just barely missing as INF does get eliminated out of this one. Very tough, as that both of them are going to be able to try to go through. The single Valda getting caught in such an insane situation here, trying to scramble it together. But obviously BSC, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charmander is going to be able to catch the dub, and the elimination as Ayaya ends up getting caught from Tatsu on the outskirts here. And James getting very dangerous with those long range hits though from the melee. It'd be very helpful for them though. As now it's only getting crazier though. He's going to have to be careful though, the amount of madness that's going down so far here.
AS on the run. Coming out. Get the pressure up onto him. Pampy able to secure himself the kill. That's 2 actually. I know it's just their first, but it's his second kill of the game. Putting them a bit above VNGC. The team who fell short at Worlds for their region may be getting themselves in a little bit of danger here, as Vico goes down to the Shadow Corruption. And that's now 3 kills deep. BBE though, they are bolting towards 521. I mean, if they can kill them, that's them out the game. That's a huge victory. The 521 staying inside the zone. They find Quinn, trying to catch him out to get a lovely little counter. That's just gonna be an easy kill for them on that front. 4 kills now for 521. But they are being gatekept from entering in. The zone's not doing too much damage though, so it should be okay. BNGC though, finding himself in danger. Simpson, low HP, and he actually may just be finished up. He's able to hold fast for the moment. Rui Hihi buying space for his team. As Ibin is down again, I think BNGC are done. I actually think this is the end of their run. They made the mistake of putting Ibin on a carry, and it's bit them in the back 2 games in a row now.
Oh no.
Going out on a whimper.
Let's hope that maybe they have a chance to turn this around, potentially. as Simpson is just going to try to scale rush this as quickly as possible. He's going to have to be careful, though, because that circle will get the tick off, and it looks like he's able to. It looks like now should be able to go through with this rotation. Let's see what they can do next here. Let's see what happens.
He's trying to get some armor back. Is slowly recovering his health bar, but he's so isolated from his team. I just think Simpson's in some serious danger. Maybe if he catches that wisp, there's a world, but not if he catches a counter. Not if he catches a parry. Peach making it easy. Rui Hihi being run down by PX. It's honestly, it's so tragic because they were so good and then they just fell apart in the final couple games. And the worst thing, and the thing that robs the most salt in the wound here for VNGC, is the teams that knock them out are the teams at the bottom of the table. They got knocked out by the Megs of the tournament. They are out. VNGC, their fate is not in their hands anymore.
See if they can make this work, though, towards this. 5-2-1, waiting for their next hit. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it.
They might be getting that for free. No one looks to be contesting them. Going over to the realm of Yang, though. SE get themselves in a fight here versus BST. Yoto Ultimate should just carve through these members like butter. Pado just landing so much damage. Able to get the full combo off. Not going to get grabbed until after it's over. Is going to maybe get slammed here by Kadifu. As Pado just putting some space away, dodging away from those grabs coming in. That could be a re-grab. Pado! Don't turn your back to the monk. SE able to find themselves the victory there.
Nice little bit of victory to be able to cut in towards this. Still being able to find out where they're going to be as SE is able to do so much more. And now we're back at it again. Let's see what they can do.
Looks like 5-2-1. This is actually a really big potential pick for one of these teams if they can get it. Although I do believe 5-2-1 have a free Phoenix. Yep, they didn't get caught because they had a Vermilion's Birdmite for free. Are going to find the lockdown here onto these members. Desperately trying to see if they can finish up the SE boys. SE obviously want to find this kill if they can. Pampy's being juggled. Pampy is going to get whooshed out because that was getting a little bit too heated for them. They want to find the free recover. And SE not going to be able to find themselves the kill. They also had the Vermilion's Birdmite, so they're feeling pretty comfortable to take this fight regardless and push it up as Unique. Getting juggled around once again. Is going to pop his own ACOS ultimate there, trying to just launch and find those grabs, find those bits of damage he can deal to the members. As once again, RE keeping the pressure up onto these players. Unique playing on the edge of the fight as SE have already got themselves 1 kill, got themselves 2 kills. Pampy's cooked. That's the fray. SE bouncing back. 16 kills, by the way. 19 minutes. We're like 10 minutes into the game. And they've got 16 kills.
16 kills already. SC popping off. 5. The last leg of 5-2-1's life currently hanging in the balance as BBE is still holding strong, though. They need to be able to put this together and figure this out.
Yeah, just playing this one. Still high tempo. Nothing's really changed. There's BSC are in range of Mistress for short. But does look like, for now, either team's actually willing to engage. This is the most un-W key thing we've seen all day, actually. Normally, if they see a team, they just blindly run at them. This time, realizing that this is the final game, this is the final chance to put some points on the board. Don't want to be throwing it away without proper information. Every team knows that every point counts. The higher you are up, the more money you get.
And the more that somebody wants to take that money right away from you is what they call leaders. Meanwhile, going back into this one, though, 5-2-1. Trying to see if they can get this elimination onto PX.
Well, Feng just about avoiding away. Pampy does actually connect onto Meow. Dodging over the top. Here we go. Seeing Pampy going for that lockdown on to the member of PX. Meow easily finished up. I actually feel that 521 probably not going to have too much problems here anymore. I say that as actually some health is being lost. Feng doing quite a lot of damage to Unique. Pops himself the F, so he can't take the damage. Is Unique actually slowly but surely getting himself in danger. Feng trying to finish up onto these members, is desperately trying to just break away, but it's hard. He's got the damage, but he doesn't have the teammates to keep him going. Throws it down. PX are out. 5-2-1. It's all but secured at this point. It's going to be nigh on impossible.
It depends on the movement. It depends on BBE at this point, because BBE could really start to pop off here. There's still a decent amount of players that are still alive here. The BBE really has to start turning up the heat now if they're really going to start to closing this gap between them and 5-2-1. Currently, though, it does look like it's pretty much inevitable that 5-2-1 will be the champions for the ASC. But we're going to have to see closer towards our break here as GE is getting absolutely bullied here by MVP.
I'm just doing like quick maths in my head right now.
Oh, yeah.
So there's 24 players left in the game. BBE, there's no revives or anything. So either BBE have to let people revive and then farm kill them off revives, or they need to kill every player in the lobby. So they got 4 kills right now. Obviously, we're 22 players, not including them. So that puts them to 20. Yeah, 26 is probably about enough kills. So it's a hard ask for BBE. It really is, especially when people are going down, and BBE gonna find themselves in a fight. They also need to hope that 5-2-1 don't get any more placement points or kills themselves. So BBE need to make sure that they're selecting who they decide to fight. Deciding that they don't really want to throw too much down here. They want to try and get their hands on to this realm of Yang. But SE are doing everything in their power to stop BBE from contesting them for that first place. The gate has opened up. Fat Milk's trying to buy some space, just trying to get away, avoiding away on the grab. Props himself the F. His team are nowhere near. He's desperately trying to avoid as they are looking for the kill here onto SE. The slam comes down. They are trying to finish up the monks. The health bars are going low, and this might just be their opportunity to get some points on the board, get even tighter, even closer up.
Big. This is what they need right here. They need this. They have the opportunity to really get it. They will, and they do, as they're able to get the double elimination. The 7 eliminations are going to be huge for them, though. But even if all they really have to do is even get second place. Second place is still a margin of great cash for them regardless. Let's say they don't win this. They take that second place away from VNGC. It's still huge for them in terms of how much they're earning. And then the difference, everybody can be able to get a little bit more out of their paycheck when it comes to that cut. It's going to be very helpful for them, though, as BBE is going to try to fight this out as best as possible. Let's see if they have the opportunity, though, to go forth with it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure second is the goal right now for BBE. It's not impossible, but it's very, very unlikely that they'll be able to take first from 5-2-1. 5-2-1 still having a tremendous game right now, still hunting kills, and honestly, 1 or 2 more kills, and it is all guaranteed for 5-2-1. I don't think BBE can, unless they're literally letting people revive, can catch up. So it's going to be a pretty hard ask because they're looking for those last couple of kills. Guitar gets caught out mid-air by the charge click on the katana. I said they needed 2 more kills. They're going to make sure that they get those 3. They've got 2. This is going to be their 10th kill. And that's it. 5-2-1 have pretty much secured themselves with about a 99% chance of getting themselves first place.
Five, 5-2-1 goes for the separation here in between this 5-2-1 and BBE tied for 10 eliminations, though.
There's 14 people left in the game, though. So 11 that either team can kill. Genuinely, the only way, mathematically, that BBE can get first place now is they kill 2 members on a team, let the enemy team revive them, kill them again, and just farm kills that way. But I'm pretty sure that kind of looks a bit suspicious. But the other team keeps letting that happen to them. So I'm going to hazard a guess, but that's probably not going to happen. And 5-2-1 have definitely secured themselves that first place. For BBE, though, that doesn't mean this is over. That doesn't mean that this game is completely donezo for them. For BBE, their attention now is going to be towards getting second. That's their major secure. It's very doable for them, and they're not overly close, and that'd be such a shutdown onto VNGC. That'd be such a denial from the team who, honestly, I had the most hype coming into to see today. They had that 31-point game. They had a 31-kill game. Absolutely phenomenal performance, but they just crumbled in this last 2 games.
Even with this, though, BBE, inside of that realm of Yang, as we go look back towards it, though, just playing the game of their life here. Still able to do so much more with that, though, and still able to hold on to it as RV with 13 eliminations as well. MMR with 11 eliminations. So many double eliminations so far with this one, and just sadly, just Team Rude with just 13.9, just struggling. Definitely not in their element, you know? Definitely not in the space that they really feel like they need to be, as VNGC is just holding on just little by little, just praying that they have held on just long enough so that way they can hold that second place.
I actually think with the kill multiplier and the placement points, VNGC might slip into third here. The good news for VNGC is they won't lose a podium position because Infinity went out with only 2 points. SE went out with 17. So I don't think they actually get enough because I think they went out too early. SE, it's a sad story because I think they're actually potentially a very good team. I think they're just a little bit shy of being a great team. I think that's probably the major problem they've got right now is they're able to get those kills, but I think translating it into a later position, a good game, is just something they need to work on a little bit more. As looks like Mr. Yoso and gang are going to find themselves a potential RV member. Not really too much they're going to be able to do about that. Not when you get countered, not when you get bobbed back and taken down. Mr. Yoso with his 6th kill of this game. Absolutely huge. As BBE have found MVP here and AS. So it's getting a little scrappy. 16 players left in this game. It is explosive as hell. Another game where, honestly, we could end in the next few moments, especially if Tatatsu is getting himself absolutely obliterated by BBE. Unable to finish him up, but Quinn trying to dash away to safety. Quinn being hunted down. AS as well. Fat Milk does get himself caught inside the wisp, but he's going to be A-okay able to move away, as this may just be the end of Kamino. Fat Milk finishes him up. Absolutely clutch.
Absolutely insane finish, though, to be able to see what they're able to do here as the shutdown comes through, as BBE's Fat Milk just trying to see if they can hold it together little by little here. I mean, at this point, you are right. It definitely looks like there is no way for them to really get to the point where they're able to capture an elimination.
It's pretty rough here as they are just desperately trying to get the kill onto BK. BK struggling to escape. Is able to move away for just a little bit. They do keep the pressure up for the moment. There they go. AS actually secured and stole those kills away, as now Fat Milk might find himself in trouble. Pops the F to get that invulnerability up for the next 5 seconds, but it's about to time out. Now, dodging away, keeping the pressure up. Fat Milk's in low HP. There's the damage from the ultimate coming through from the Zhao, from Tatatsu, is keeping the damage off. The no ult zone has been popped. Fat Milk looking for Quinn. Quinn gets finished up. They get the charge click, and Tatsu is going to get finished up. He's moving towards the zone. He's moving towards nothing. AS is out. 14 kills over to BBE.
Absolutely insane. Able to hold this together here. 14 eliminations deep. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The fight between number 1 versus number 3. The fight we've all been waiting for, as both the Flames and Shields comes through on both sides. And it looks like they're going to be able to hold it strong for each side. As long as possible, as Pampy gets absolutely juggled and destroyed on each side, not giving him much of a chance here really to retreat here, as there's so much happening. The flames, the swords, them throwing different objects at each other. It's absolutely insane. As 5-2-1 Akane gets caught on the outskirts, gets juggled by so much damage, barely giving him a chance to really be able to retreat and get anything happening, though, as BBE Snag is going to be able to capture that elimination, gets the shutdown, and it could potentially shut down Pampy here too, not giving him much of a space to find out, as we do hear the parry happen too, trying to see if they can get the connection happening. And it looks like Pampy also gets found as well into this, as Unique also gets shut down. And just like that, They do end up getting eliminated out of this game here.
And climax, the last man standing in a very large zone. Snack spots him. 7 minutes on the clock left as well.
They just took second.
Three early games. Second place over to BBE. It's not going to be a first, but they're going to be goddamn happy with this one. Climax with the ultimate on, trying to survive, trying to live, but he's being cooked. He's being finished. And BBE end on a high note with a victory. That's 3 wins for BBE today.
Not only the victory, but getting that second place is massive. That is a big jump from that 3rd or 4th place. I don't think 4th place you really do get much of a prize. So to go from 4th place to 2nd place is huge. Might not have been able to touch 5-2-1 in the sense of their money, but they still were able to. And also, I won't lie, that final elimination with that team and is able to, you know, get that snatch away, that had to feel that had to feel a little good. Just a little good.
Yeah, that was lovely for them. I mean, yeah, it wasn't first for BBE, but BBE are still going to be very happy with their overall performance. 5-2-1 only won a single game today, but that game was a big enough win for them to actually win this whole thing. BBE won 3 games today. They won 50% of our games. They had an absolutely amazing performance. It's a bit sad for Infinity seemed to kind of run out of gas at the end of the day. I feel like that Zycomp was kind of their only real go-to. And as soon as they kind of got forced off that, I thought they originally looked like a team that were fairly flexible, but I guess I was wrong in that judgment because honestly, they crumbled for the last half of the day. They just weren't really a factor. They weren't really a team.
Yeah.
VNGC, it was just a couple of bad games. I think that's the sad thing for them is they actually played really well today, but they just had a couple of bad games towards the end, and that's what cost them any opportunity to get first. I really think they need to think about where Ibin sits in this team. I think he's not a bad player. I think he doesn't suit being the chief carry. I think he suits better being like your Justinas, your Tammys, you know, your kind of your supportive roles. I feel like Roy Hehe forced him to like a more utility role was a major mistake in the judgment from their coaching team, and I feel like
you did call that. You said that from earlier.
I feel like we saw him on Zai at the beginning of the day, and that was where they had like their best games. Ibin was just didn't impress me today, and he didn't really impress me at Worlds, and I feel they were maybe compensating, trying to make him be a carry, and I think that was a mistake. I feel like just put him on Matari, put him on Justina, put him on Tammy.
Good support. Great support.
Put him on something that can heal you. Yeah, play for it. It can play for the team and enable you. That's what they needed, and I think that was their big mistake. But at the end of the day, you know, they're the shoulda, woulda, couldas. It's not about them. It's about 5-2-1, who honestly came in just a good run-up into here. Great pre-proposed points, had almost 30 points starting the day. Played their hearts out all day long as well. Had only 1 bad game. I feel like we've sung so many praises about so many teams and kind of just like avoided talking about 5-2-1 as a team. And I think that's because we like to talk about we love following the dark horses. We love following the up-and-comers and not really focusing too much on the team who are sitting at the top. But 5-2-1.
But at the same time, they've been at the top the whole game. The only time when we really kind of talked about them was during Game 4 and Game 5, when VNGC literally took the top spot for 1 game, and then it was literally just like a 7-point deficit between the top 2. Now, after that, it really was about focusing on the other players, because at the end of the day, those players that we were focusing on, they did put on a hell of a performance. They had them focusing on that amount of momentum with a lot of these players here. And obviously BBE with that 30.2 game score is huge. Meanwhile, 19.9 coming in from 5-2-1 was absolutely massive. And sadly, BNGC at the very bottom, not getting anything. No eliminations, no kill points, no ranking points, nothing in general. Absolutely insane, honestly, to the fact that Rude actually got 1 more point ahead of them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Huge stuff coming in. We'll have a look at the overall points and see, you know, where everybody sat by the end of this finals. But what an amazing day, Darby. We were blessed. Like, our last 3 games all ended before final circle closed. I think we had 4 early games. Like, we're lucky to see 1 in NBPL. It's so cool to see these teams like just flat out W key it and just run to win. It was beautiful. It was honestly, I absolutely adored watching these teams. This is the type of NARAKA I love to see. You know, Monk also just fell to the wayside and didn't actually get picked for the last 2 games. Thank you. But yeah, I think we were blessed, Derby. We had a really good day. Really good games.
Definitely one of the better games that we've seen, especially in trios. And usually trios are really big. You just get like a lot of treats and a lot of good vibes with a lot of these play styles. Obviously, it can be very, very aggressive, but most of the time we don't see, we really get a chance to see a lot of different things happening in one night of games. We got a chance to see how close the top 1 and 2 can be. We started to see a lot of different players, even some from kind of the lower brackets, really start to push themselves as far as possible with the amount of eliminations. We saw over a 30 elimination bomb. We saw so many parries. We saw so many surprises. We even saw a 1v3.
Yeah.
Like we saw everything that we think we could see in one night. I think the only thing that we even saw Valda. I think the only thing that could have made this night even better is like a moment where somebody's like dangerously low and then they end up taking someone out like that. I mean, and I'm talking about like 1 HP. Like it's dangerously low. All you need is 1 hit, and he was just able to just come back and able to get an amazing finish. But even then, like I said, I'm full. I'm stuffed with the amount of things that we were able to witness today for NARAKA BLADEPOINT.
I don't know if the Valda actually got picked in the end. They might have switched out last
time. Yeah, no, they did. There was a Valda. There was a Valda.
I totally missed. Oh yeah, so the bubbles. Of course.
Yeah, there were the bubbles. Yeah. All of them got picked.
I just feel like we didn't really get much from that Valda, which is sad.
No, you know, they died kind of
Me and Darby are Valda enthusiasts. So it's a bit sad not to get more of her because I love watching. I love playing. I love Valda. She's such a fun hero.
I just want her to ult on me.
Oh, bro! In public?
No! What do you mean?
You're gonna out yourself like that? Like, you've gone on record? Yeah, you're nasty. Anyway.
Technically, it's already on record, so it's not that surprising. It's not that shocking. It's already been heard before.
Oh, let's have a look at the overall standings. Thank you, graphics team. Unfortunately for Rude, just like Darby, they are going to be at the bottom of the table.
How? What?
Because you're making rude jokes. That's why. Overall, nothing really changed along here. I think Raven did a fair amount of work to get themselves a little bit higher up. A 21-point game at the end, to be fair. Pretty good stuff. PX, disappointing. Green Esports, sorry. I actually thought we saw some pretty decent stuff from them. I think they're just in those kind of baby early steps of being like a decent team. But here we are. 5-2-1 take first place at the end of the ASC for trios. BBE takes second. It wasn't by a massive margin as well. It was close. And then VNGC just about lost their spot in third. Infinity, yes, they lost their top spot, but they do still stay just below that podium in fourth. And SE narrowly trailing behind in fifth.
I think SC really had the biggest jump. I think they were in 8th place. And I think with the amount of time and the amount of work that they put in, I mean, SC was putting up an insane amount of points. I mean, just wild points. But sadly, they just wasn't really able to get those finishes the way that they wanted to. They wasn't able to get to those top 3 up until later on in the day. And sadly, it just wasn't enough. And it was just tough to see.
Man, like, do you know what's been really impressive about 5-2-1, and we very briefly hit on it, was they subbed Yin out for Unique. Like, they used their 4-man roster in this tournament, and it felt like it suited them, because I feel like Yin suited their traditional Monk comp, and then when they brought Unique in, he suited these more aggressive, ACOS and Takeda comps and stuff like that. But MVP is going to be 5-2-1's Akami as well, so he gets himself that extra 600, I believe. 600 quid in his pocket, on top of the fact they just won 9 grand as well overall. Like, they're going to be happy with that one. Really solid performance coming in from 5-2-1. And these guys are definitely going to be a team to watch at Worlds. I mean, providing they make it, there's still a whole other season, but realistically, they should have a pretty good running towards that spot. I am so excited to get to more international tournaments at this point because, you know, this was a teaser.
More the merrier.
It wasn't truly international, but it was multi-regional. You know, we got Japanese, we got Vietnamese, Taiwanese, Philippine, yeah, I mean, there's so many different people. There's lots of different regions.
The next one, when they do these international ones, let me and Jake run them because y'all had Rune and Moxie the majority of these.
Hell yeah.
Let me and Jake take over for those weeks. How about that? Let them have a break.
Yeah. Yeah, we want to do it. I'm so jealous. Genuinely, I'm so jealous of Rune and Moxie because they would have got to cast all of this. They would have so many games.
They had like 2 days. They had like so much fun.
Yeah, we got one.
We got one.
Do you know what? It's a bit heartbreaking.
Though.
We got an amazing day. Don't get me wrong, but that's what almost hurts is the fact that we got a great day. And we're like, damn, there could have been even more of these. We could have had some really good days. I wanted to see what the solo players were like. It's fine. It's fine. Next time we'll do more because it's so good. It's so much. It's so fun. I love seeing all of these multiple other regions. I forgot there's Korea as well in my list of team areas, but you know, there's lots of different regions playing. And it's fun seeing them go up against each other. I mean, international stuff is always the most fun part of esports, in my opinion, whenever you get to see different countries stand up and kind of, you know, play versus each other and, you know, make their statement. It makes for such a fun tournament, and it just gets me so excited for Worlds. I am bubbling up with anticipation and excitement for Worlds. I think Worlds is gonna be a banger, Darby. We're gonna have a great time.
Worlds is gonna be a treat. I'm really excited. I know Worlds always comes with a lot of hype and a lot of anticipation, but we still have one more season left before we head straight towards that. To be honest with you, I think the biggest thing that I'm excited for is I hope that they take us to Worlds. I want to be.
Oh man, I'm gonna be so sad if we don't go.
I want to be there. I want to be there and experience LAN the way that it's supposed to. I want to be a part of the action. I want to be screaming at the top of my lungs. I need so many water refills at this point. Like for these type of things, I need to be ready. Okay, when it comes to these. So I really hope that we get a chance to actually be there for Worlds physically and be able to experience all of it at the same time, and then just like have a good time while we're there too, because why not? But there's still so much happening and there's still a lot more that needs to be done. But that's currently it for us in terms of our trios, in terms of AFC, in terms of the tournament in general. And I think we'll be back in August.
Yeah, it's so sad because like we've basically, me and you have had a month off NARAKA because we got another month this tournament, and then we have another month off. I was like, I came back, I got like a little tease. I love this game. I love casting and watching this game. It's so much fun. And it's a bit sad. We get another week. We get a whole month off.
But you know what though? It leaves it gives us a chance to really just get back into our roots, and then it gives us excitement knowing that coming up in August, we're gonna have nothing but good NARAKA insanity. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for watching here for the ASC Challenge 2023. Congratulations to the top 3 that have earned and secured their slots. And we'll see you guys at the next one up in August as we get ready for NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League.